Chapter 7, 162. Red Fiend. Divine Boat Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The main auction has ended. Next, there will be a 2-hour break for everyone to move around in the auction hall. 2 hours later, we will have the open transaction. After Qin Bai Sheng said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Because his own benefits were at stake, he made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the Gu immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense. Qin Bai Sheng could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Bai Sheng decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many metal path immortal Gu that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart, even if Gu immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters. That was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Bai Sheng, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon commenced. Many Gu immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations together. Qin Bai Sheng left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the Gu immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar Face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect, and the two had to be careful. They could not expose themselves. Fang Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the Luck Path True Inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the Imperial Court incident. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the Gu immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Bai Sheng stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using Gu worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first Gu immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, broken wave flowers. His request was prosperity soil. Broken wave flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fist soil, these soils were highly sought-after items by Gu immortals. Gu immortals developed their immortal apertures. They used the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity. Soil could grow all sorts of flowers. Diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fist soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. Gu immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an immortal Gu and asked Qin Bai Sheng to sell it for them. This immortal Gu was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly, but even so, the request was still an immortal Gu. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused, and eventually the trade failed, and this immortal Gu returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a Gu immortal captive, Qin Bai Sheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every immortal, but to sell Gu immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many Gu immortals, this was the first time they had seen it. At once, Gu immortals discussed as their expressions varied. When Qin Bai Sheng announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. This Gu immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hong Yu, a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land. You can all take a look. Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us Fire Path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hong Yu's cultivation is lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu immortals had great demand for Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a Fire Path Gu immortal, most of the Gu immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the Gu immortals' cultivation needs. Just as Qin Bai Sheng had expected, Loner Hong Yu became a sought-after commodity. Fang Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, and Wisdom Path. Next was all sorts of Gu recipes. The rarer they were, the better. After that, he asked for desolate beast corpses, Food Path inheritances, or clues for them. Wisdom Path inheritances or clues. Time Path inheritances or clues. Finally, he asked for Battle Bone Wheel Gu, the recipes for White Bone Chariot, Lifespan Gu, and others. Eventually, Loner Hong Yu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hong Yu, the next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each Gu immortal could only sell 1 thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his Gu immortal captives. Not only did he finish Xianxia Land Spirit's checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fang Yuan also obtained the corpse of a desolate beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling Gu immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Yin Liu Gong and Dragon Commander Ye Cha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit. Xianxia Land Spirit was not the only one capable of capturing Gu immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other Gu immortals. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the Gu immortal keytives. Gradually, more and more Gu immortals stopped trading. They chose to watch on the sidelines. They had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining Gu immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, Gu immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fang Yuan thought that the last of his Gu immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next, we will be selling the complete Gu recipe of the immortal Gu house, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating wood path." What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this immortal Gu house? Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Haha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret. In 2 single rooms, Yin Liugong and Dragon Commander Ye Cha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the Gu immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. But this lone cultivator was very good at hiding. They could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him. They could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. "I will pay 6,000 immortal essence stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal farmer soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of immortal farmer soil. I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." You bunch of fools. Didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants woodpath resources. I have jade fallen grass here. So what if it is jade fallen grass? I have instinct roots. At once, everyone's moods were riled up, as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield, like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. I am willing to pay with a woodpath immortal Gu, in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Soon, the representative of a super force, Hmong tribe, shouted, "My Yuan tribe also has a woodpath immortal Gu. We will also add in 300 true martial carps." Yuan Rangzun shouted. The Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring. He even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. "If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, Yin Liugong, will vow this on my reputation. I will definitely resell this recipe," Yin Liugong said coldly. "I, Yao Huang, can attest for that." Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. I have a wisdom path immortal Gu, unravel mystery. It can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingji liquid," Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. His eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the unravel mystery immortal Gu, correct? Chapter 7. 163. 3 parties. Mutually win. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Unravel mystery, immortal, Gu. Unravel mystery, immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered. His finger was tapping on the handle of his seat as it made soft noises. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it. Only the rank 7 goo immortals in super forces or rank 8 great experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the super forces. The allure of the immortal goo house was extremely great for the super forces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good. They subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Bai Sheng laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see? This is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Your zombie alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Ye Cha's face darkened. Yin Liugong was sighing helplessly. Looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end. The price was still climbing. Yin Liugong was a sensible person. He knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him for being so incapable in handling this matter? As Fang Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 goo immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. He is the only rank 7 captive I have. There are 3 others. They are the 3 Hua Hai immortals. They cultivate Woodpath. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these 4 goo immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery. Immortal goo, Heavenly. Lord Baizu was an enslavement path goo. Immortal, with a different path. The allure of these 4 goo immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, immortal goo were unique, and Unravel Mystery, immortal goo was very useful. If not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good goo. If I try to trade it directly, it would not work. The Strength Path Immortal goo that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord Baizu. If I use Calamity Beckoning Immortal goo, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6. That exchange would be at a loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, they are indispensable to me. I cannot trade them away. But Fang Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal goo. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal goo was not a necessity to Fang Yuan, but in his memories he had to way to use this goo as the core, in combination with other rare supplementary goo worms. He could conjure a Dream Path Killer move. A Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the prophecy of the 3 Venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal goo he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jin Huang's hands. The other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jin Huang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that dream path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many dream path mortal goo that they refined were not shown to the world. They were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become goo immortals were dragons among men. They had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no dream path-related treasures sold. Fang Yuan knew about the goo recipes of many dream path mortal goo, but mortal goo were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring dream realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal goo. But the amazing thing was, be it the 2 that appeared now, or the dream path immortal goo that appeared in the future according to Fang Yuan's memories. They were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables, stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female Immortal Venerable. Within a short time, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say, the use of goo depended on the user. There was no strongest goo worm, only a strongest goo master. Genius goo masters could often match different goo worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo combined with other Mortal Goo to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of Slavement and Strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case. The core Immortal Goo was of Wisdom Path, Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this goo, I will be able to collect Dream Realm goo materials and refine the various mortal goo. Even though it would spend some time, but once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of dream realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Fang Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated the potential value coming from this Dream Path Killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom Goo. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Among the countless opportunities in Fang Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was rank 6, far inferior to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it could allow Fang Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded. It was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal despite being immortal, standing on the shoulder of a former Gu Immortal. After becoming an immortal zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Fang Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of Gu Immortals was not just about fighting and killing. Economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was Wisdom Gu. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gained unlimited inspiration. It rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was All-Out Effort Gu. Even though this mortal Gu was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Fang Yuan's rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Gu, Fang Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if he obtained it, Fang Yuan would be able to use it well, and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom Gu. After this time period, the value of Dream Path Killer moves would fall drastically. When Dream Realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Fang Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan obtained it after becoming a Gu Immortal and had his own healthy blessed land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, to use this dream path killer move, otherwise all of this is empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jiu Ge and old ancestor Shui Hu were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao. Their foundations were shaken, and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some refinement path immortal goo, as well as many goo immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of refinement path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 elements. Grandmaster had stopped long ago. He had bought many immortal goo of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal, and 3 super forces. They were Yuan tribe, Murong tribe, and Chan Yu tribe. Soon, Chan Yu tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan tribe's Yuan Rangzun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan tribe already had their own immortal goo house. Thus, only Murong tribe, the Eastern Sea goo immortal, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu were left. Murong Jin Xiao, my force has no immortal goo house to defend it. This is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea goo immortal urged. Murong Jin Xiao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled. Lord, my Murong tribe's immortal goo house is lacking a core immortal goo. Everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe. Please forgive me for my insolence. I want to fight for it. Whether it ends in success or failure, I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea. Goo Immortal sighed faintly. He no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 immortal goo. It had far exceeded the value of 4 goo immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, no core immortal goo are being sold. The immortal goo that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6. They have little use. 2 immortal goo are the limit. Those 3 are already thinking hard. Their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, even if they obtain this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the immortal goo recipes. They still needed to spend a huge sum refining the goo. The seller is a woodpath cultivator. He wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 immortal goo, only 1 is woodpath. It comes from Murong tribe, but it is an investigative immortal goo. Heh, this is great. Forget about the last goo immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, that I still have. But the 3 Hua Hai immortals are woodpath goo immortals. I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fang Yuan moved quickly. He immediately informed Qin Baisheng and contacted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now. I do not have a woodpath immortal goo, and Murong tribe has the greatest chance now. Maybe I can use this to break the stalemate. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was moved. He changed his bid. He first took down Unravel Mystery, Immortal Goo, and put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened. He hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other 2 sides had an additional Immortal Goo, only one of them had a Woodpath Immortal Goo. But in Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's bid, there was a Movement Immortal Goo and 3 Woodpath Immortal Apertures. He could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. He had already offended Zombie Alliance. His current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not have any interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, he did not make any losses. He still paid a price of 2 Immortal Goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fang Yuan, He broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 764. Actions of all parties. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Heavenly. Lord Bai Zhu became the final winner of the intense bidding war, obtaining the complete recipe for Red Fiend Divine Boat, and the beneficiary of the backdoor deal. Fang Yuan also successfully obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord, Bai Zhu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo had landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. 4 hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly sent his message. Nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land through the whole earth Gu established between Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Now, the situation on Fairy Li Shan's end was unclear, and rashly using whole earth Gu to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though. There will definitely be turmoil soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreement signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth. Robbery, extortion, and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the Gu immortals had the same thoughts as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our zombie alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now, we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us? Yin Liu Gong and Dragon Commander Ye Cha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving, in the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe? Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting. How can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you. I have a lot of descendants and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe. Perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established, with his support, was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland, the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huang Jin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force, which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huang Jin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Ha ha. This is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his immortal goo house, Medicine Cottage, and invited all the goo immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Shui Hu refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had invested a lot to buy Ma Hong Yun, as well as precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the primary material in refining fortune rivaling heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's will, Feng Ju Ge, who had disguised himself as Swordmaster Yao Lan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent Goo Immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Zhuge looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Zhuge made a really good move. Such courage, I am in admiration. With Zhao Lian Yun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable immortal goo for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent Goo Immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Zhuge as their leader. Feng Zhuge smiled. In this trip he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade immortal goo for them. Through Feng Zhuge's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Zhuge knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute, now that they were in northern plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders. Even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Zhuge, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lian Yun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains Goo Immortals would have already discovered the truth, and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious, Feng Zhuge said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Zhuge continued, but this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng. He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path Goo Immortal. I also know of this person. He is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains Goo Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. He Langzi, you really have guts. You actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The Goo Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. What is there to not dare? So what if you are from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the immortal killer move Winged Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg, and I shall let you go. A giant wolf, the size of a small hill, spoke with an eerie gaze in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8 Goo Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. He Langzi had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. He Langzi, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other Gu immortals? If you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe Gu immortal shouted. He had just spoken when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed, and 3 Gu immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe Gu immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are He Chung? The Chanyu tribe Gu immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities. Also Fairy Jiang Yu. Why is Shui Songzi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhong I know you have the immortal killer move, immemorial flame axe. But thinking of using this move to battle He Lang Zai and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Zhang Yu continued to smile. Chanyu Zhong expression sank, as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, immemorial flame axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chanyu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chanyu tribe's stature. He Chung, you are a He tribe Gu immortal and are of Huang Jin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake. It is still not too late to turn back. Chanyu Zhong thought rapidly and tried to persuade He Chung. Shui Songzi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chanyu Shangyi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chanyu Xiasan, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother, neither do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chanyu Zhong expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at He Chung and shouted, He Chung, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. You built your reputation over so many years. Do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed, or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. He Chung's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Zhang Yu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chanyu Zhong. He used action to show his resolution. Snowy mountain blessed land, 3rd branch peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fang Yuan was still immortal with few Dao marks on his body. Thus, the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a Gu immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Lan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, sleeping. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't approach them. It is dangerous. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Chapter 765. Qin Bai Sheng versus Feng Ju. Good translator. Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dream Realm? Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard Fang Yuan's words, and his gaze flickered. He showed a grim expression. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Thus, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not attend the auction. They were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if He Lu Lan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When Gu immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked in suspicion. Fang Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. Towards the second half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless Gu immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was helpless. He asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not attack them. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Bai Yun Sheng is too kind. He might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing He Lu Lan, he would obtain Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Gu, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fang Yuan very well, especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu. If he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu, with it, Fang Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu immortals make agreements, this was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts Gu trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge Gu to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this Immortal Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an attack-type Immortal Gu. It could not provide defense or movement abilities to the Gu Immortal, but whoever held it will gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type Immortal Gu. But Gu Immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. Gu Immortals placed emphasis cultivation, management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a Gu Immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestors' arrival. Soon, several demonic Path Gu immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven. He almost never comes here. Why is he here now? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard Old Ancestor Shui Hu's voice, resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, Old Ancestor. The demonic Path Gu immortals shouted in unison. Figures of Gu immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But He Lu Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the True Yang building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed." Bam, bam, bam. While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. "Chan Yu Zhong Er, where are you trying to escape to?" The pathetic figure was Chan Yu Zhong Er. He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression, "Hey Langzi, hey Cheng, don't go too far, otherwise I will drag you guys down with me. Immemorial flame axe." His body shuddered. Put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in mid-air, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move. It had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Langzi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. Swoosh! The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yu Zhong Er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Zhang Yu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now, teleporting He Langzi away, using an immortal movement killer move. Damn! Chan Yu Zhong gritted his teeth. His heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. "You are distracted." Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yu Zhong was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious Gu immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Chan Yu Zhong. "This distance is enough now. Have a taste of my soul-suction immortal Gu's power." Chan Yu Zhong movements froze. His body turned stiff as his soul shook. It was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yu Zhong was shocked. Ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. "Quickly assist me," the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, He Cheng and Shui Songzi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some Gu worms, all three of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul-suction immortal Gu was used in this way. It was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects. It was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, He Cheng, Shui Songzi collaborated. They had a huge advantage against Chan Yu Zhong. "I am unresigned. I am full of hatred. Let me go." Chan Yu Zhong was unable to resist them. His soul was pulled out eventually. Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Jiang Yu caught it. She searched it and laughed. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chan Yu Zhong blessed land. "So your real motive was my fire path immortal Gu. What do you guys actually want?" Chan Yu Zhong soul was held by the black robe Gu immortal. He continued to shout furiously. "No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the immortal Gu, it is like the icing on the cake." Fairy Zhang Yu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded. Her mood was great. But just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe. His head was covered by a huge hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. He said with a hoarse voice, "Qin Bai Sheng was ambushed. So this swordmaster Yu Lan is an impostor, a Gu immortal from Central Continent. Qin Bai Sheng cannot be lost. Quickly go and save him." Fairy Zhang Yu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Langzi followed suit. Only He Cheng and Shui Songzi were left. "Lord He Cheng, do we follow?" Shui Songzi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods. He had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Zhang Yu. Shui Songzi was hesitant, but was He Cheng, any different? It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Langzi might be the same as us, being a collaborator. Shadow Sect and Central Continent's Gu immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered. His body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Zhang Yu and the others. Shui Songzi snorted coldly. He quickly followed them. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Bai Sheng breathed roughly. There were dozens of wounds on him. Some were bleeding. Some were so deep one could see bones. Some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to heavily injure 3 of us. Feng Yuan crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains Gu immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you managed to make such great battle results. Qin Bai Sheng, you are an outstanding person. Give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent Gu immortals all around Qin Bai Sheng. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking Gu immortal. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect were quite heavily injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Bai Sheng raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Bah! Outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders, I'm tell you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry. Before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down. I will handle it myself. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Yuan. He did not know who Feng Yuan was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate. He stood aloof. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Yuan flew towards Qin Bai Sheng slowly. His expression was calm as he spoke lightly. Chapter 766. Immortal. Gu Compensation Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. One move? Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Qin Bai Sheng laughed with a provoked tone. I have roamed the region freely for hundreds of years. I defeated Liu Hao, Chan Yu Xiong, Nu Er Du, killed Bai Chan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord, Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rangzun, and managed to escape with my life from 5 Elements Grandmaster. In the entirety of Northern Plains, only the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals can defeat me easily. But to kill me, even they would not find it easy. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals that can rival me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Bai Sheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with great confidence towards himself. Feng Yuan's words indeed were greatly arrogant. At once, even the Central Continent Gu immortals around him were starting to get worried. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He slowly narrated. When I was young, I loved music. When I started cultivating, I had a grand aspiration. That was to create a total of 9 songs, to express myself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. Up to this point, I have created 6 songs in total. If you can finish listening to this song of mine, then I will admit defeat and let you leave." Qin Baisheng's laughter gradually came to an end. He had a serious gaze as he stared at Feng Zhuge unblinkingly. Looking at Feng Zhuge, who had an earnest tone and a smiling face, Qin Baisheng felt an immense threat deep within himself. He thought for a moment and greeted Feng Zhuge solemnly. "I have not asked for your name yet." Feng Zhuge greeted back. "I am Feng Zhuge." Qin Baisheng's expression changed. "So you are the #1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha 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 ha. In that case, let me see what you can do." Feng Zhuge's fighting prowess had long since been famous, even to a Northern Plains Gu immortal like Qin Baisheng. The name and reputation were instantly recognizable. But after learning about Feng Zhuge's identity, Qin Baisheng instead felt an immeasurable surge of battle intent within himself. "We are both rank 7 Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to defeat the other Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects and become known as the strongest? I will see how strong you truly are." Feng Zhuge breathed in deeply, bowing slightly. "This song is known as Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it." The rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals backed off and created a wide open space for them. "Come," Qin Baisheng shouted. His gaze was like lightning as his battle intent rushed out. He was oozing with grandeur. Snowy Mountain blessed land, 3rd branch peak. Just now this lucky escape was truly thanks to you. If old ancestor Shui Hu found out, even I would not be able to preserve Little Lan's life. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, expressing her gratitude. He Lo Lan was a crucial person in the collapse of True Yang building. She was more important than Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun. Once she was discovered, the entire world of Gu immortals would hunt her down. "The situation was really dangerous. We were trying to guess why you missed the auction," Tai Bai Yun Sheng said while sighing. If He Lu Lan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng would be involved as well. The 3 of them were tied together on a string. "Oh," Fairy Li Shan sighed. "I did not think that a dream realm could become a calamity. Do you have any ways to save Little Lan?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan, who was beside him. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "It's difficult. The dream calamity's target is He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan. You were only pulled in because you touched her. Thus, I just had to hurt you and make you feel pain. But He Lu Lan is deep inside the dream realm. Even if you kill her, she will not awaken." Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. "It's only difficult. That does not mean it is impossible, Fang Yuan. It seems you have a plan." Fang Yuan chuckled. "He Lu Lan is fortunate. I obtained a Gu in the auction that can form a dream path killer move to resolve this problem. But to form the killer move, the core immortal Gu is not enough. I need the assistance of many mortal Gu." Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, saying, "I can help with that. What refinement materials do you need to refine Gu? Just tell me. I can satisfy that request." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "These Dream Path Mortal Gu refinement materials can only be found in dream realms. Refining Dream Path Gu is different from other paths. The entire process needs me to execute it personally. So Dream Path has such specifications." Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard such news. Dream Path Gu worms were different from Gu worms in other paths. One of the points was the refinement material. They were not material objects. They were obtained from inside dream realms. And the dream realm could only be of one's own dream, not others. Only the materials from one's own dream realm could refine these Dream Path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though he developed slowly in Dream Path and had limited achievement, he still knew common knowledge like this. Currently, what was his common knowledge was now the most top-tier research results. The few forces treated them as their own treasures, sealing all the knowledge deeply. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But deep inside, she saw Fang Yuan in a different light again. She knew some parts of Fang Yuan's experiences and circumstances, especially the guts goo trade. She obtained part of the profits. Fang Yuan is truly an impressive junior. It is almost as if he has a method to solve any problem. Earlier, he developed the air sac goo to hold the guts goo. Now, he even has such research in Dream Path. This is not something its cultivator can come up with. It seems his background is not simple after all. Fairy Li Shan was thinking over it when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that my nature is straightforward. I like to talk openly and not beat about the bush. If I can save you both, what compensation will I get? Fairy Li Shan's eyes rolled. She was long since familiar with Fang Yuan's personality. She was not surprised. She smiled. The favor of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal essence stones or immortal goo recipes do you want? Or even immortal materials? Just tell me. Her tone was very courteous after all. She was requesting his help. Fang Yuan raised his head. I do not want anything else. What I have in mind is Hai Lu Lan's self-strength, goo and strength qi goo. 2 lives for 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Little Lan's core goo worms. A gentleman would not take what others love, Fang Yuan. This condition is a little too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are both of your lives not even as valuable as 2 goo worms? That is not accurate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we were discovered, only Little Lan would be in danger. I would be fine. In fact, when Little Lan gets into trouble, you 2 would be implicated too. We are on the same boat now. Helping us is also the same as helping yourselves. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy makes perfect sense. I am full of admiration. Forget my previous condition. I will go prepare now. I promise you, within 3 to 5 years, I can surely save Hai Lu Lan. I have to go now. Saying this, Fang Yuan stood up and was ready to leave. Although the 2 had an agreement, and he could not leave her in the lurch, they also made rules such that one side could not force the other to save them using the agreement. They had to come up with an appropriate arrangement regarding compensation. Fang Yuan was not abandoning her. He was just taking a bit of time. Thus, his actions were not against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She stood up and urged him, Wait, Fang Yuan, we can discuss this. What does Fairy have to enlighten me with? I am all ears. Fang Yuan's attitude was very modest. He spoke very humbly. Oh, Fang Yuan, don't act like this. These 2 strength path immortal goo do not belong to me. I cannot promise you anything. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply as she said this. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right. I find this condition overboard too. Pretend I never said it. Fairy is right. Self-strength and strength qi are very important immortal goo to Hai Lu Lan. How can you decide for her? Never mind. We are allies. I will definitely help her. But you need to know, refining Dream Path goo worms is very troublesome because it takes a long time and I need to do a lot of preparation. During this period of time, Fairy can try to find other ways to save Hai Lu Lan. Although my method will definitely succeed, it will take a long time. In this time period, if Hai Lu Lan is discovered by others, that would be bad. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if anything happens to Hai Lu Lan, we will act as good allies and avenge her. These words made Fairy Li Shan roll her eyes in anger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was laughing madly deep in his mind. He did not forget to add in, Speaking of the alliance, we have about 2 years left. Once the time is up and Hai Lu Lan is still unconscious, how would we continue the agreement? Oh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a kind person, but when it came to key benefits, he had a firm attitude. He was not a pushover. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lu Lan's identity was a secret, even though He Chung knew he had his own motives and would not dare to expose He Lu Lan's identity. But because of this, Fairy Li Shan could not find helpers easily. Regarding Dream Path, most of the super forces had done their research and obtained some results, but they would not give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lu Lan. Thus, for the problem Fairy Li Shan was facing, the most likely possibility with an effective method was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding all of this, Fairy Li Shan was deeply aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, she had no better option but to take a step back, breathing in deeply before saying, "Never mind, maybe we simply had bad luck. I will do it your way, 2 immortal goo. But you can only pick either one of self-strength and strength chi. I can take responsibility for this much in regards to Little Lan. The other immortal goo will be provided by me. I'll speak the truth. This is my limit. Don't force me any further." Tai Bai Yun Sheng was moved, gasping. He Lu Lan is truly blessed to have Fairy as her aunt. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that although Tai Bai Yun Sheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader between them. To save He Lu Lan, she needed Fang Yuan to help. Fang Yuan thought about it. He knew that although he could continue forcing her, that would cause their relationship to be greatly damaged. The amicable atmosphere that he had created earlier by splitting the profits with them would be completely ruined. Although self-strength and strength chi were 2 excellent goo, Fang Yuan had obtained several strength path immortal goo. He no longer had such an urgent need for them. All right, I will listen to Fairy. I have always been interested in Fairy's mountain pledge goo. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. Chapter 767. Immortal Goo. Time Luck Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. What, you want mountain pledge goo? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Her expression was furious. Mountain pledge. Immortal goo was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's source of revenue. The saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. It would mean deep hatred. Not only this, Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo was the reason why Fairy Li Shan could make connections everywhere and work with Goo Immortals from the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains without much trouble. Once she lost Mountain Pledge Goo, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would disappear. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It is a joke, don't mind it. Of course he knew of the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. He was only probing her just now. He did not think he would succeed. Fairy. Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, that joke was not funny at all. I have several immortal goo here. Pick one of them as the compensation. As for the other half, Little Lan will pass it to you when she wakes up. Fang Yuan was originally thinking about He Lu Lan's slavery immortal goo, but after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal goo, his eyes shined as he changed his mind. This immortal goo is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw the immortal goo that Fang Yuan picked, and she sighed in her mind, filled with a bitter feeling deep inside. She had just obtained this immortal goo. She had not even used it yet, and Fang Yuan was already taking it away. This goo's name was Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal goo. It consumed immortal essence and time to gain a boost in one's luck. Fairy Li Shan was very reluctant. She tried to explain to him. Fang Yuan, if you really want to choose this goo, I have some words for you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Goo as the payment from Qin Bai Sheng. If ordinary goo immortals use this goo, they will need to expend their own lifespan. But you are a zombie. In a half-dead state, you cannot use this goo. You might as well choose another goo. Oh, so that's it. Fang Yuan showed some interest in his gaze. When goo immortals cultivate, they gained no lifespan during the process. In this world, ordinary people had approximately 100 years of lifespan. They would die of old age when they exceeded that. When goo masters became immortals, this time limit would not change. Only by using lifespan goo could they increase their lifespan without leaving behind any backlash. Other than that, there were methods like turning into a zombie, tree man, or the yin-yang life extension method, possession, or to sleep for most of the time to reduce their expenditure. But these were all suboptimal methods that went against nature to extend their lifespan. Because of this, goo immortals treasured their lifespan more than goo masters. When Qin Bai Sheng held this auction, almost all of the heroes and experts in Northern Plains goo immortal world showed up. But even so, no lifespan goo were sold. In contrast, in auctions held by mortal goo masters, there were lifespan goo sold occasionally. This was understandable. When goo masters become immortals, they naturally would understand the difficulty of cultivating. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would even more treasure this feeling of being above mortal concerns, having such a high status and standard of living. As a result, they treasured their lives, often roaming the 5 regions. Unless there was a need, they likely would not live inside their grotto heaven or blessed land. Because the time flow in the grotto heaven or blessed land was faster, a goo immortal's limited lifespan would be expended even more quickly than if they were in the 5 regions. Mortal goo masters did not know how precious lifespan was. They would often use some forbidden techniques that expended their lifespan to raise their battle strength. The higher the rank one reaches, the broader their horizons, the more they treasured their life, and they would try all sorts of ways to extend their lifespan. For example, like First Gen Gu Yue and Century Boy. Such situations in regards to Ge immortals were much more severe. This was like the contrast of rich and poor people. Ordinary people were busy trying to earn a living. They disregarded their health. Rich people, however, treasured their lives and paid great attention to sustaining their health. At the end of the day, it was not that rich people were superior to poor people. It was because of their circumstances and statuses that they could act and think differently. Fairy Li Shan was obviously a goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to boost the user's luck. Since she took it, she naturally had a way to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had such a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with shining eyes. She knew that she could not hide it, and said helplessly, "I will not hide it from you. I have a method to use time luck immortal goo as the core, to form an immortal killer move. It can draw upon another person's lifespan, expending it and amplify one's own luck." Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path before, but he had also benefited greatly from Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy may sell this immortal killer move to me." "Don't even think about it," Fairy Li Shan replied extremely quickly. Fang Yuan knew this would happen. He was not upset. He laughed instead. "That being the case, I still want this immortal goo." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plans?" "I would not dare to." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He said with sincerity, explaining, "Even if you did not have this killer move, I would still choose this immortal goo. The reason is solely because I obtained an improved mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time. Luck immortal goo needs an immortal killer move and time to activate. If I use Inch of Time, I might be able to replace it as the expenditure and prevent my lifespan from being affected." "Is that so?" Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not know this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng chuckled, explaining for Fang Yuan. "When we bought this goo recipe, we did not think that Fairy would have time luck immortal goo. It seems that we can fortunately coordinate them together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the right to speak. He was a time path goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time were both time path goo worms. Since he had the feeling and predicted that these two goo worms could coordinate, then that was probably going to work. Fairy Li Shan's expression relaxed, but her tone was still stiff. Even in that case, to think of a brand new immortal killer move using time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time as the foundation will be a huge project. Why don't you leave the time luck immortal goo with me first, and I will use the immortal killer move to improve your luck. Isn't that a better result? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, immediately replying, Precisely because you have the immortal killer move, we thought about the method to use time luck an inch of time. We can also lend the time luck immortal goo to you, Fairy. At that point you can activate the immortal killer move and improve our luck. That works the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze. She thought, Immortal goo are unique. If time a luck immortal goo is in your hands, you hold the initiative. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Snowy Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether we continue it or not is unknown. If we become enemies, would you lend the time luck immortal goo to me? As Fairy Li Shan thought of this, she understood. Wasn't her worry exactly what Fang Yuan was concerned about? If time luck immortal goo was in her hands, and she had the immortal killer move, she would hold the initiative. In the future, if the alliance expired, even if she helped Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng improve their luck, wouldn't she be the one deciding on the price? Fang Yuan, this lad is tough to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth secretly, regretting her decision to take out time luck immortal goo. Her plan was to use time luck immortal goo and this immortal killer move to create a new source of revenue. Improving the luck of other goo immortals would definitely be a popular service. But He Lu Lan was stuck in the dream realm, and Fairy Li Shan needed their help. Since she was unwilling to allow both Strength Path Immortal Goo to fall into Fang Yuan's hands, she was in a passive spot. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a huge network, He Lu Lan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help, thus he had her firmly in his grasp. Fang Yuan saw the chance and extorted her. This was a ruthless blow. He struck at the crucial part and bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Forget about it. With Fang Yuan's craftiness, if I did not take out time luck immortal goo, he might not want the other immortal goo. Even if he wanted both strength path immortal goo, what could I do? Can I let little Lan remain in the dream realm forever? Little sister left behind a familial emotion along with a large amount of green grape immortal essence. They are still in little Lan's immortal aperture. That was the reason why little Lan was able to use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, with this dream realm calamity, the familial emotion has instead made it even stronger. With such a close relationship, the dream realm cannot be broken. It is grasping little Lan tightly and preventing her from escaping. As time passes, her soul might disappear. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was an astute person. She had her own plans and did not expose He Lu Lan's secret of having Su Xian Er's familial emotion. She did not lie. She just hid it from them. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not save He Lu Lan, because of the agreement, he had to find a new method. One could say no matter the results, Fairy Li Shan had Fang Yuan on their side. At least when it came to saving He Lu Lan, they were in agreement. Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan had to let go despite her reluctance. She allowed Fang Yuan to take time luck immortal goo. This transaction ended with both sides fulfilling their own needs. Fang Yuan used the chance to extort 2 immortal goo, because it happened to suit his new plans. It could be said that he greatly profited. But he had not found out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In truth, even if Fang Yuan wanted the 2 strength path immortal goo, it was not impossible. But Fairy Li Shan's acting was impeccable. Fang Yuan could not probe her true bottom line. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan paid 2 immortal goo to break free of the dream realm and save their lives. Their lives were naturally more valuable than the immortal goo. Thus, they formed a new agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, trying to refine the various dream path mortal goo to form the immortal killer move and save He Lu Lan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to the first peak of Snowy Mountain. There, old ancestor Shui Hu had already gathered most of the demonic path goo immortals and had urged Fairy Li Shan multiple times already. Before going, Fairy Li Shan said with a look of concern, urging Fang Yuan, "I am only leaving Little Lan here temporarily. The third peak is not safe, Fang Yuan. I hope you can do your best. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. If Little Lan is in trouble, you will not be safe either." Chapter 768. Identity Exposed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But at the same time, at a certain battlefield in northern plains, a fight was coming to an end. The victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the two people at the center. Qin Bai Sheng landed on the ground, bending his back as he pushed his knees upwards, preventing himself from kneeling down. He was no longer in the previous bold and heroic state. Even his intense battle intent earlier had dissipated. It had completely transformed into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Bai Sheng raised his head and looked at Feng Zhuge, speaking as he spat out blood. His blood was no longer red. It had turned into an eerie green. As the green blood was spat out, it solidified rapidly, turning into beads of jade pearls while falling to the ground. These jade pearls collided with the ground and emitted a crisp sound. The surroundings within a huge area had completely been turned into a domain of jade. The soil on the ground used to be extremely ordinary, but now it had been turned entirely into green jade. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also become jade-like objects. As the wind blew, the jade stems swayed with the wind as the reed leaves shook slightly. Meanwhile, there was a jade will emitting from Qin Bai Sheng's body. Not only were his clothes turned into jade, half of his hair had turned jade too. Even most of his skin had frozen into jade. The blood in his body could not flow smoothly. There was the contaminated jade blood in his body. Qin Bai Sheng was now trying to get them out of his body. Thankfully, his organs and intestines were protected by his defensive immortal killer move. They managed to resist the Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Bai Sheng losing to one attack, the remaining Central Continent Gu immortals had a grim expression. Their gazes towards Feng Zhuge were full of wariness. Feng Zhuge floated in the air, looking at Qin Bai Sheng as he said with a tone of admiration, "That's right. This is my own creation, Green Jade Song. It can convert everything into jade. You were able to resist it for 15 minutes. That is very rare. All right, you are truly strong and courageous. It is too much of a pity if you die here. Searching your soul is too disrespectful too. How about this? I will ask you a few questions. Just answer me truthfully." The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Zhuge's words and felt some surprise. This was not in line with their earlier plans. "Lord Feng Zhuge, Qin Bai Sheng is a northern plains expert. If you let him go so easily, you might be leaving behind a future danger. This person could resist Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. He is a strong adversary and a lone cultivator. Why don't we?" Everyone spoke out, hoping that Feng Zhuge would kill Qin Bai Sheng. On one hand, they were wary of his battle strength, but on the other hand, they were coveting Qin Bai Sheng's great wealth. Qin Bai Sheng was one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the total amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained after selling all of the Gu immortal captives was less than 1% of his earnings. But Feng Zhuge waved his hand. "I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything else. Old Oracle, I will need you to use the killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo." Facing Feng Zhuge's firm attitude and insistence, the Central Continent Gu immortals were silent. The green jade battlefield in front of them was the greatest deterrence. They were all experts of the 10 great ancient sects, but they had all found out now that they could not even take one attack from Feng Zhuge. If they swapped places with Qin Bai Sheng, they would end up in an even poorer state. Feng Zhuge's strength was so great that all the Gu immortals here lost their vigor. Qin Bai Sheng had lost his battle intent, while the Central Continent Gu immortals were thinking, "No wonder Feng Zhuge was acknowledged to be at first place in Central Continent." 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. With such battle strength, he was simply terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he might not be inferior. The young-looking wisdom path Gu Immortal that was called by Feng Ge was from ancient soul sect of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply, walking out towards the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his fist from his wide sleeve, opening his 5 fingers as a colorless crystal bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core. With 660 mortal goo complementing it, it is used specially for detecting lies. Even though the core immortal goo is rank 6, this killer move can work against rank 7 goo immortals. But against rank 8 it will not be effective. Old Oracle's explanation sounded modest, but it was actually a threat to Qin Bai Sheng to not play any tricks. Qin Bai Sheng's expression was very ugly. He understood what Old Oracle was trying to say. I lost to one move, Feng Yuan. You are really amazing. My skill was inferior. I admit my defeat. Ask away. But you can only ask 3 questions, Qin Bai Sheng said. You! A few Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned as they emitted killing intent. Feng Yuan smiled. No problem. 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly. I have no time to waste. Qin Bai Sheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, regaining a bit of his grandeur. The first question. Who is the person who sold these immortal goo? Delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace? Qin Bai Sheng was stunned. He imagined Fang Yuan's appearance, feeling sour and bitter within. Sha Huang. Oh, Sha Huang, you were the one who brought harm to your brother. Thoughts flashed across his mind as Qin Bai Sheng replied plainly without hesitating. This seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang? Immortal zombie, Feng Yuan muttered. Continue speaking. Qin Bai Sheng continued. I only met this person recently. Because I used my rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and saw that this person's luck was greater than normal, I befriended him. This person has a mysterious origin. It seems he has a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu Immortal captives. Among them, there was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. That is all I know. Once he said that, Qin Bai Sheng's body shook as his skin burst open. Blood poured out like a fountain with no sign of stopping. Qin Bai Sheng growled in pain, concentrating as he activated his healing immortal goo. After a dozen breaths, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was too unbearable. His body was still shivering slightly. This was due to the previous alliance agreement. Now that he leaked the information, he had broken the agreement and was facing an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Bai Sheng, then turning around to look at Old Oracle. The colorless bamboo in Old Oracle's hands was swaying without a trace of a change in color. This proved that Qin Bai Sheng's words were all truthful. Thus, Feng Yuan continued to ask. The second question is regarding the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Tell me all that you know. Qin Bai Sheng heard this, and his expression became very ugly. An hour later, the Central Continent Gu Immortals watched as Qin Bai Sheng flew into the sky, becoming a small black dot as he vanished from their vision. One of them was not satisfied. Lord Feng Yuan, are we really letting him off? He has so many immortal Gu with him. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Yuan shook his head. It is not that I do not want to strike, but I found out that he has a method to detonate his soul. Just the aura of it alone is terrifying. If we force him, he will probably drag a few of you down with him. By then, our plan to get information would fail. It's actually like this? The Gu Immortals were uncertain. Feng Yuan said with deep meaning, Look at this colorless crystal bamboo. You can tell if I lied. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled sheepishly, retracting his immortal killer move. He changed the subject. Thanks to Lord Feng Juga, we obtained these clues. It will really help in deducing the true culprit. Feng Juga nodded. We will split into two groups now. One will protect Old Oracle and let him deduce in peace. The other will follow me and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, finding out news about Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member inside Zombie Alliance, we will capture him on the spot. That would be the best outcome. The Central Continent Gu Immortals listened to him. They split into two groups and retreated rapidly. 15 minutes later, several blurry silhouettes landed here. How can this be? Looking at the green jade field in front of them, He Longzi could still sense the power of this killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Bai Sheng was ambushed. They have already fought. He Chung had rich experience. His expression sank when he saw this. Fairy Zhang Yu quickly took out a set of investigative goo. After checking, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, even though they fought, Qin Bai Sheng was not captured. He has already escaped in that direction. Fairy Zhang Yu's investigative method made He Chung and Shui Songzi gasp in shock in their minds. When the Central Continent Gu Immortals left, they had erased all of their traces, but when Fairy Zhang Yu used her method, she managed to expose more than 10 Gu Immortal auras. These auras all differed. They were in all kinds of sizes. Among them, the aura that Feng Zhuge left behind was the largest, far greater than the rest. Qin Bai Sheng managed to escape from the ambush of more than 10 Gu Immortals. Shui Songzi was surprised. We are only 5 people. How can we trap Qin Bai Sheng? Don't worry, I have a method, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Zhang Yu retrieved her Gu worms. She showed an anxious expression. Go, in that direction. Let's chase him. Xianxia blessed land. What a huge piece of spiky metal. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of death water. These are actually jadewood eggs. Wow, so many. Fang Yuan, you are so crafty and scheming. You did not disappoint me at all. Xianxia land spirit looked at the mountain of immortal materials, while having a joyous expression mixed with pain. Not only were the quality of the immortal materials in front of him good, they were huge in quantity. The land spirit was pleased. But when he thought about the 4-to-6 split between him and Fang Yuan, he felt bitter deep inside. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all from Xianxia land spirit's work. But now, Fang Yuan was gaining a huge profit from them. He felt very uncomfortable. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible, Fang Yuan said. Xianxia land spirit stared with his eyes wide open. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense alertness. Rascal, what scheme are you up to now? He was scared of falling into Fang Yuan's trap. You have a lot of hairy men in your blessed land. They are raised well and are good at refining goo. But mine are quite inferior. I have a lot of mortal goo to refine. Help me refine these goo, and I'll pay for it using immortal materials. Don't be afraid. This is a fair trade, Fang Yuan said warmly. Xianxia land spirit's eyes rolled. Without thinking for too long, he agreed. All right. Since I often help that Inkman lad anyway, I'll take your business too. Chapter 7, 169. Testing Immortal. Gu Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Who? Immortal, Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood high at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan was hovering above Danghun Mountain in his original form, with a height of 6 meters, a green face with sharp fangs, imposing build and 8 monstrous arms. However, when compared to Danghun Mountain, he was minuscule like an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes let out bright light as he looked at Danghun Mountain below him, and suddenly gave a shout. Pull in, Mountain! Next moment, a formless, majestic force erupted from within him and moved towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan opened up his 8 arms in an embracing pose, as if he was hugging a giant object. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, like he was lifting a very heavy item. rumble. At first, the sound was only a slight noise, but soon, the sound kept on increasing till the surroundings started to tremor slightly. The object that was causing the sound was Danghun Mountain. Under the activation of Fang Yuan's immortal goo, this large crystal mountain began to slowly rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The muscles in his 8 arms bulged up like lumps of rocks. Not only his arms, the muscles in his entire body were being exerted. Creaking noises started echoing from his body, with his bones being under extremely heavy pressure. With his great efforts, Danghun Mountain was lifted higher, gradually rising 5 to 6 inches from the ground. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was watching this with a shocked expression, with her mouth slightly agape. Rise! Fang Yuan wanted to properly test the immortal goo, and did not stop even at this stage. Rays of light started to gradually shine from his body. These rays were all over his whole body, but were not close together, and looked extremely sparse. The rays of light started getting brighter. At the same time, the speed at which Fang Yuan raised Danghun Mountain was also becoming faster. At first, the mountain was only raised by inches. Now it was ascending foot by foot. While activating the immortal goo-pulling mountain, Fang Yuan observed his body as well. These shiny rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks covered his whole body without any particular order. Some got entangled and gathered into one ray, while some occupied certain parts of his skin by themselves. I activated the immortal goo-pulling mountain with all my strength, and the Strength Path Dao marks on me resonated with the immortal goo. The power of the immortal goo did not change, but I could bring out close to 20% more strength from this resonance. Fang Yuan persisted for a while longer, until all the bones on his body started cracking. Danghun Mountain was lifted to a height of 200 to 300 feet before he slowly placed it back down. The enormous and heavy mountain landed on the ground, producing a reverberating noise like that of muffled thunder and raising a billowing wave of dust. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. His whole body was worn out and limp. There were many injuries to his muscles as well. However, a few breaths later, with an immortal zombie's powerful regenerative ability, all his injuries, whether they were in bones or muscles, recovered rapidly. Fang Yuan's breathing stabilized. He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the sensation from just earlier, while still hovering in the air. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Goo-pulling mountain, Fang Yuan had gone through many kinds of deductions. Now that he was using it, his understanding was deepened. After all, true knowledge was derived from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Goo Immortal, there has been no increase in the Strength Path Dao marks on my body. Thus, even after using all my effort and under the resonance of Strength Path Dao marks, I could only increase my power by close to 20%. Activating Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously consume immortal essence. Just this period of time already used up 3 beads of my green grape immortal essence. The consumption seems very high, but considering that the target was Danghun Mountain, it is not much. Danghun Mountain was a wondrous place that could produce guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Not even Snowy Mountain could match the value of such a precious treasure. Based on this, Fang Yuan speculated that it would be much easier for him if he pulled other ordinary mountain ranges compared to Danghun Mountain. Pulling Mountain is good. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and softly praised, extremely satisfied deep inside. No mountains were easy to pull or move. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. According to theory involving Qi Path, the whole world constituted of heaven and earth Qi. The 2 Qi converged, freely and unceasingly, forming all kinds of natural landscapes. For instance, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were caused by abundant heaven Qi mixed with occasional earth Qi. Mountains and hills were the condensation of earth Qi, with a bit of heaven Qi blended in. Destruction was always much easier than construction. Mountains and rivers were easy to destroy, but could not be easily shifted. Mountain roots were connected to the earth, interlinked by earth chi. The earth chi was like the foundation of a tall building. If the mountain was forcibly pulled, it could directly break the earth chi and destroy the mountain. However, pulling mountain had a mysterious ability of directly breaking the connection with the earth chi without damaging the body of the mountain. After the mountain was placed down, it could connect with the earth chi again. This was not something achievable through ordinary methods. Pulling mountain, pulling watersa. Let's try this strength path immortal gu next. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the Blessed Land's eastern area, hovering in front of a lake. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covered in lakes of all sizes. It was the result of Fang Yuan linking the east and the north, using water to extinguish fire in the past. At that time, countless rockmen had been sacrificed. Now, the lakes here were supporting the habitats of large amounts of blue jade carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups. Above the lakes there were many dark clouds linked continuously. Large numbers of star fragment grass were planted on the dark clouds, forming grasslands in the sky. In the grasslands, groups of starlight fireflies were fluttering about. Among the ordinary firefly groups, there was a higher-than-average proportion of starlight firefly goo mixed in them. Thus, although there were thick dark clouds over the eastern part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land, starlight shined brightly all over the area. In the sky was a grassland of starry clouds, while on the ground were lakes spread all over, sparkling and reflecting the starlight. Fang Yuan flew above the largest lake, activating pulling water immortal goo. A similar formless force penetrated into the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised two hands, and immediately with a splashing sound, large amounts of lake water were lifted into the air. Compared with pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan felt that pulling the lake water here was as easy as picking up paper. There was an enormous difference between the two. The lake water's state was still the same as before with no change. Large numbers of fish, shrimps, eels, and turtles were freely moving around inside. It was only that they were not able to swim beyond the periphery. A formless force held up the lake water in place of the lake shore. Underneath the floating lake, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, without a trace of water left behind. Large amounts of water plants were piled up on the lake bed, along with stones, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan moved his 10 fingers in different ways, causing the formless force to change. The giant lake water was like a piece of muddy clay that allowed Fang Yuan to mold it according to his will. Occasionally, it took a form of a long strip of dough, round like a ball another time, and the next moment it was finally molded into a hexahedron. After transforming it for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving his fingers before exerting the thoughts in his mind. The lake water shook non-stop, displaying all sorts of weird and strange shapes, like a deer flying, a cloud moving. But regardless of the changes, the fish groups and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to get out. Nice, nice. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, laughed joyfully with bright eyes. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was also watching and heaved a sigh. Moving mountains and overturning rivers, it truly is the sight of an immortal's power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the enormous lake water slowly and gently landed back into the lake. Fang Yuan retrieved the formless force, stopping pulling water immortal goo. This lake was restored to its previous state, but there were waves churning on the surface of the lake, lasting for a long while. These two strength path immortal goo have specific forces. One is targeted at mountain ranges, while the other is for water. If used with kind intentions, one can bring in rain and move mountains to open a path. If used with malicious intention, mountains can capsize and giant waves could rise up to the sky. Fang Yuan inwardly praised. This was the battle strength of goo immortals. They could directly steamroll through mortal goo masters like crushing ants. I obtained 2 goo and my battle strength immediately rose explosively. But to integrate them in my immortal killer move, Myriad Self, won't be an easy matter. I will definitely need time and effort. Unlike the immortal goo, self-strength and strength chi, which can almost directly merge with myriad self because myriad self's concept matches with them. Designing a killer move was not simple. The lightning path goo immortal, vicious lightning fiend had gone into secluded cultivation for several years before he was able to draw references from the blood deity immortal goo recipe to create the killer move. Lightning deity. He Lu Lan already had the mortal killer move, self-strength phantom. Even with this foundation, making it an immortal killer move was difficult. She had been trying so hard at it, but still had little success. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had created blood path killer moves, and it was a result from racking his brains, spending long periods of time and making painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan still did not have any clue on how to merge these two strength path immortal goo into myriad self. But he was not worried and was even confident. One part of this confidence came from his strength path attainment. More of it came from his incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. The light of wisdom could produce unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool in deducing goo recipes, immortal goo recipes. Mortal killer moves, immortal killer moves, and many other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, delight in water and mountain, and gained iron crown eagle strength. Pulling mountain, pulling water, eat strength and unravel mystery. Every goo was good. The main matter was whether they suited oneself. Fang Yuan's battle strength had increased by a very large scale with this auction. Junior brother, you gained a lot in this auction. When you completely process them, your battle strength will surely increase by several times. Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly flew over, praising Fang Yuan happily. Fang Yuan nodded. Right. I now have a desolate beast bat corpse and can add in the third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal goo and iron crown eagle strength goo can be used to cultivate, increasing the strength path Dao marks in my body. The more Dao marks there are, the more power I can bring out when I use strength path immortal goo. There is also inch of time, memory thought goo, malicious thought goo, and others which I need to urgently produce in large numbers. I have to combine the complete unfamiliar face and the incomplete vaguely familiar face to design an entirely new method of disguise. There is much work to be done and they all need to be carried out. In the coming days, Fang Yuan was definitely going to be extremely busy. But this was a good thing. The auction was an excellent opportunity which Fang Yuan tightly grabbed onto and made the best use of, bringing progress in more or less every aspect. Tai Bai Yun Sheng reminded, "Don't forget your agreement with Fairy Li Shan. The main task is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo to form the immortal killer move which can awaken He Lu Lan. I understand this, you should go to Eastern Sea." Tai Bai Yun Sheng smiled. Shark Demon has already urged me several times over these last days. Junior brother, if there is anything, just notify me and I will immediately return. Fang Yuan frowned. Be careful. We have revealed many things in this auction. Also, Ma and Zhao have fallen into the hands of others. This is not good for us. At this moment, he was still not aware that his immortal zombie Sha Huang identity was already exposed. Chapter 770. Refining Dream Path. Mortal Goo. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Amidst the light drizzle, Qingmao Mountain appeared even greener than usual. Fang Yuan sat in his room, facing his younger brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? Uncle and aunt had raised us with great difficulty these last years, yet you reported them to the elders. This is really an ungrateful act. Fang Zheng puffed up his chest, standing in front of Fang Yuan as he scolded with a righteous tone. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was cold as ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Soon after, he inspected his body, seeing that in his rank 3 aperture, he had liquor worm, all-out effort goo, and others. Fang Yuan's mind settled, he thought. This body's cultivation level is the same as before the 3 Kings blessed land time period. At this time, Fang Zheng said with agitation, "Right now there is still some time before the elder's trial. It is still possible for brother to withdraw your case. If you really put up a case against them, your reputation will be ruined. Everyone will look down on you. I will not acknowledge you as my brother." Fang Yuan chuckled. He stood up and walked towards Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng took a step back. "Brother, what are you trying to do?" Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan knew this in his heart. He held in his disgust as he walked past Fang Zheng, walking out of the door. "Brother!" Fang Zheng turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan could not enter or leave. He turned around and looked at his brother. The sense of disgust deep inside was growing. He had an urge to give Fang Zheng a slap before moving away, but Fang Yuan became calmer. He grabbed Fang Zheng's arm as he exerted strength, attempting to free himself. But soon after, Fang Zheng's other arm grabbed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg, kicking Fang Zheng onto the ground. Fang Zheng was sent crashing onto the ground. He could not get up for the time being. Fang Yuan was freed and turned around, taking large steps and walking out of the door. The moment he left, the scene in front of him changed. He was in the Gu Yue clan's discussion hall. The elders were all seated on the 2 rows at the sides. The clan leader was at the center, looking down at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected himself, finding that he was kneeling on the ground along with Fang Zheng beside him. Fang Yuan's was fully aware. He knew that when he kicked Fang Zheng earlier, his emotions had been moved, and it caused the dream realm's entanglement to become stronger. Previously, it was the first scene. It was just a room with 2 people. But now in the discussion hall, it was larger than the room, and there were around 10 people. Most of their faces were blurry. Only Fang Zheng's face was clearly visible. Fang Yuan looked around. He only gazed at the clan leader for a short period of time before his face suddenly became clearer. Fang Yuan quickly looked away, not daring to keep gazing. The longer he looked, the more his memories would be pulled out, and the more realistic the dream realm would be. The bigger problem was getting his emotions involved. The moment emotions he invested, he would fall further into the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan did not have any dream path immortal Gu to help him. If he lost himself in the snare, it would be hard for him to free himself. Where is the Gu refinement material in the dream? Don't tell me it is not in this second scene, but the third. Fang Yuan looked around as he searched, but there was no result. Just as he was thinking, the clan leader spoke. Soon afterwards, a clan elder stood out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing his aunt and uncle for trying to embezzle his parents' inheritance. Fang Zheng was the witness, speaking for his uncle and aunt. As Fang Yuan listened to them, the disgust and hatred deep inside him grew. Even a sense of anger was hidden within. As the elders spoke, they were all siding with Fang Zheng. They did not treat Fang Yuan well at all. Fang Yuan's situation was getting more dangerous, but he still remained extremely calm. He paid careful attention to these emotions. Deep within himself, he was sneering in disdain at them from beginning to end. The accused may enter now. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had an angry expression. The moment they spoke, they chided Fang Yuan, saying that he had an unfilial attitude. They said that this was completely a baseless accusation. There was no such thing. But all of the elders believed their words, smiling coldly at Fang Yuan. "We will give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say?" At the end, the clan leader opened his mouth, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the trap of the dream realm. Once he spoke and triggered his emotions, he would be in danger. Thus, he kept quiet and shook his head. The clan leader's expression changed. He sneered as he pointed. "You are truly guilty. You have no words to rebuke us. I will now declare, you will return the 9-leaf vitality grass Gu back to your uncle and aunt." The 9-leaf vitality grass appeared very fresh and lifelike. It was taken out of his aperture and handed to his uncle and aunt. Fang Zheng kowtowed continuously, thanking. "Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Thank you, elders, for your clear judgment. You protected my innocent uncle and aunt's reputation." Fang Yuan felt faint anger and sadness in his heart, but he controlled them. His gaze was shining. He stared at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material had appeared in the dream. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. That really was full of hidden danger. The key item is involved in all sorts of ways to trigger my emotions. The more I focus on this dream material, the more my emotions would be drawn out. I would sink into the dream realm's entanglement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a move, using his primeval essence and injecting them into his goo. Several strength path phantoms appeared, attacking his uncle and aunt. He took the 9-leaf vitality grass immediately, not staying afterwards, charging out of the door without hesitation. "Scoundrel!" The clan leader smiled in spite of his anger. He charged out as well. "You dare to offend your seniors. You are too audacious. You deserve death." The elders shouted angrily, following the leader and chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed. He was in a cave with countless pale white bones around him. This reminded Fang Yuan of southern borders Baigu Mountain. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing worked together, eventually escaping Baigu Mountain and hiding from the assault of Bai Clan. This was a vivid memory etched in the depths of his heart. The moment he had this recollection, the surroundings of the cave became clearer. They even changed and became exactly like Baigu Mountain back then. Fang Yuan was alerted. He stopped recalling his memories. At this moment, Gu Yue clan leader brought close to 10 clan elders, entering Fang Yuan's vision and chasing him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, his soul would take great damage, or he might even die because of the dream. In the 500 years of his previous life, who knows how many Gu masters fell into a dream realm's entanglement and lost their lives inside dream realms. According to Fang Yuan's soul foundation, death was not possible, but his soul could get heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was in control of the exclusive Guts Gu transaction. The problem was, if he left the dream realm due to injuries, the dream material that he had searched for with much difficulty would vanish. His work would be wasted. Fang Yuan did not want that. As Fang Yuan escaped, he checked the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his pocket. The grass goo was realistic and lifelike. Fang Yuan had a sensation deep within himself, reminding him that this was a high-tier ingredient for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan moved about left and right, escaping into a small cave. He released a few goo worms as a danger detection method, before sitting on the ground and refining goo using the goo recipe in his memories. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by some pursuers. They blocked the only exit of the cave. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He activated several Strength Path Beast Phantoms and forced his way out. During the intense battle, he restrained his emotions and only forced them out, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered it to refine goo again. This time, the refinement was even shorter. He only finished 30% before he was discovered by Fang Zheng. "He is here!" Fang Zheng shouted loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, kicking and sending Fang Zheng flying. At this time, an elder had arrived already, assaulting Fang Yuan from behind. Every time he got injured in the dream, it was a huge hit to his soul. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. He turned around and summoned several beast strength phantoms, turning this elder who attacked him into meat paste. "Fang Yuan, you will die terribly." Before dying, this elder cursed as he shouted. His blurred face turned clearer, turning into the Academy Elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed deeply to himself. During the dangerous moment earlier, he was distracted and his control over his emotions weakened. It caused him to fall deeper into the dream. This was also the reason why he did not kill the pursuers all along. The dream scenario could go on endlessly. It could be said to be infinite. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, new ones would appear. Even if they did not appear, there would be new disturbances. Especially when he engaged in life and death brawls, he had to concentrate. His emotions were more likely to influence his actions. There were all sorts of dreams. They involved drawing out a person's emotions so that they could not distinguish reality and illusions, eventually sinking into the dream realm's entanglement, unable to wake up. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences, even though his achievement in the field of dream realms was pitiful. It was enough to deal with this. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was exactly the same as the area where he refined bone-flesh unity goo. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined his dream path goo worm. As the pursuers came, Fang Yuan laughed as he muttered to himself, "Time to wake up." As he said this, the scene in front of him vanished and turned into pure darkness. Fang Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The darkness faded and turned into the scenery of Dang Hun Palace, just like before he entered the dream. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was sitting on the bed, his arms grabbing at a space. It was the same as the motions of his arms in the dream. In the dream, he was grabbing the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo. Now that he was back in the real world, the Dream Path Mortal Goo vanished. Fang Yuan was not shocked. He checked inside his mind. In his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Goo was floating. The thoughts around it were like bubbles, popping and vanishing. The first Dream Path Mortal Goo is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Dream Path was different from other paths. The Mortal Goo did not have physical forms. They only existed in the mind. Only Dream Path Immortal Goo could turn from immaterial to solid. Chapter 7, 171. Lord Vice Envoy. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Scoundrel, where are you trying to run to? Dragon Commander Ye Cha led 3 immortal zombies as he flew in the air. They were very fast, as if like lightning. The person they were chasing was none other than Feng Ju-ge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to mix into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the last moment he was blocked by the Dao Mark door at the discussion hall entrance. Because of this, the secret that he was not a Northern Plains immortal zombie was exposed, and Dragon Commander Ye Cha, one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, personally went after him. Suddenly, Feng Ju-ge stopped his movements. He turned around and looked at the pursuers, smiling as he said, "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop? I just have a few questions. If you answer me truthfully, I might spare your lives." "What?" The immortal zombies flew into a rage. "Scoundrel, you will not be able to escape. You dared to scheme against us, worm," a brawny male immortal zombie said in a malicious tone. "There might be a trap." A female immortal zombie immediately used her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the female immortal zombie's expression became stupefied. She screamed in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo immortals appeared. Together with Feng Ju-ge, they surrounded the immortal zombies in a circle. Feng Ju-ge laughed lightly. He got rid of his disguise and restored his original appearance, his rank 7 Goo. Immortal aura emanated with no room for doubt. The immortal zombies were all stirring anxiously. "Rank 7 Goo immortals, sir." Dragon Commander Ye Cha's face was grim. He tried to raise the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? We both have 4 people. The numbers are the same. You are a rank 7 Goo immortal, but I am also rank 7. Do not think that immortal zombies have low battle strength. We just refuse to do unnecessary battles normally. You Goo immortals from another region are really daring. You dare to target Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Humph. That's right. Don't think I'm afraid of you. A battle it will be. You are all challenging our Zombie Alliance. Have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke. They were united as one. Feng Ju-ge clapped as he smiled. By now, your letter to request support should have reached Dark Flow Giant City through your blessed land, right? As he said that, the other three immortal zombies' facial expressions changed. Even Dragon Commander Ye Cha's gaze flickered. Immortal zombies were in an awkward state. If they could avoid battle, they would try to do so. This place was not far away from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Goo Immortals appeared, the four immortal zombies sent the information back. This was not because they were afraid of dying, but rather, why would they not ask for reinforcements if they could? The more people there were, the greater their advantage. Even if they battled intensely, they would suffer fewer losses, and the benefits after the battle would be higher. Those who could become Goo Immortals were astute people. Even a battle maniac would not fight brainlessly. If that was really the case, even if they became a Goo Immortal, they would not live long. Feng Yuan looked at their expressions and cupped his fist as he praised. Your esteemed alliance's Dao Mark door is truly impressive. I am full of admiration. Even though I have heard rumors about it, I wanted to try it for myself. But the Dao Mark door was left behind by a predecessor. Now that I am here, I have the confidence of taking all your lives before your reinforcements arrive. I am sure that you have already noticed, even though this area seems normal. It is a battlefield killer move, isolating us from the outside world. I'm afraid your letter will not reach the Alliance after all. The four immortal zombies' expressions changed again. Feng Yuan sighed. His tone became more gentle. He spoke with a sense of sincerity that could move people. I have a soul-searching method, but I do not have the intention to kill you. If you cooperate with me and speak the truth, I will let you off intact. Those are big words. Let's see your methods first. Dragon Commander Ye Cha interjected during Feng Yuan's words. If he continued speaking, the morale that he had built up might fall apart. Other immortal zombies might give up, but Dragon Commander Ye Cha had a high status. He had his concerns. If he gave in without even trying to fight, his reputation would be ruined. How would he command his subordinates in the future? How would he remain as one of the three leaders of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Ye Cha charged out first. The three immortal zombies behind him split up, towards his left, behind him, and to the right, instantly forming a simple diamond formation. Feng Yuan's smile was unchanged. Nevertheless, he retreated in relaxed fashion. His opponents were too weak. He did not have the desire to fight. From his left and right, two Central Continent Goo Immortals laughed and attacked from either side. An intense battle of 2 against 4 unfolded. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were having the upper hand, expanding their advantage as time passed. Even though Dragon Commander Ye Cha furiously roared all the while and fought back bravely. He could not reverse the situation. But from start to finish, the two battling Central Continent Goo Immortals did not lose control over the situation. After 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Ye Cha's face turned dark. He stopped the fighting. The other 3 immortal zombies had little battle intent remaining. They showed a faint expression of fear. What questions do you have, as long as they do not infringe on the core benefits of my zombie alliance? Ask away, Dragon Commander Ye Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you have such an understanding. Feng Yuan's smile became wider. He asked, I need to know about immortal zombie Sha Huang. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Ye Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said, Oh? Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. He asked earnestly, I would like to hear more. At almost the same time, another intense battle was coming to an end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fairy Jiang Yu and the others had injuries as they breathed heavily, in a rough state. It was due to my inferior skills you captured me today. You are free to kill me at your own convenience. But if you want my immortal goo or immortal materials, you can keep dreaming. Trapped in the middle, Qin Bai Sheng, who failed to escape, was bathed in blood as he maintained his final stance. Fairy Jiang Yu smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Lord Vice Envoy, we would not dare to take your life. We have said it already, you are our leader. Qin Bai Sheng's face was cold as ice. He was very alert. Nonsense. In order to obtain my immortal goo and immortal materials, you are making up such a terrible lie. Do you think I am a child? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember things is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiang Yu explained patiently. Bullshit! Qin Bai Sheng rebuked angrily. Even if something was done to my soul, it is precisely my own soul. How can I not detect anything wrong? When you make a lie, try to ensure it's convincing. Fairy Jiang Yu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think of this from another angle. We are not stupid. Why would we use this lie out of all excuses? The reason why your soul looks like it's unmodified is because we used our sect's supreme methods. Even a rank 9 Gu Immortal cannot find any issues with it. But there is a problem, because the person himself cannot detect it due to the perfection of the modification. As time passes, he would become another person entirely. Lord, you had personally designed this plan from the beginning. I had warned you that this was dangerous. After all, Lord Envoy himself was a great example, but Lord was insistent on this. You said that to deceive the enemy, you need to deceive yourself. Inside this soul path, immortal Gu, your remnant soul is inside. As long as you fuse it into yourself, you will learn about the truth. Fairy Jiang Yu said, taking out a soul path, immortal Gu. Qin Bai Sheng looked at this immortal Gu silently. Fairy Jiang Yu continued. Actually, Lord Vice Envoy, you must have noticed. In the battle earlier, we did not use any fatal methods. Even when you injured us heavily, we did not have any intention to kill you. I'll give this immortal Gu to you. You can inspect it yourself. The soul path immortal Gu flew slowly, landing in front of Qin Bai Sheng. She really gave it to him. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he watched. Qin Bai Sheng was extremely alert. He used many methods to inspect it. After confirming that the immortal Gu had no issues, he placed it in his hands and looked into it mentally. Soon, he realized that there really was a lump of soul inside this immortal Gu. Furthermore, this lump of soul vaguely seemed to have a close relationship with him. Qin Bai Sheng hesitated for a moment before chuckling. He squeezed with his fingers and broke the immortal Gu. Scoundrels! This method was your trump card, right? Even using all my knowledge and experience, I could not see any flaws, but your attempt to trap me, even with your glib tongues, will end in failure. This! Shui Songzi shouted reflexively. He felt heartache. This was an immortal Gu. He actually destroyed it. He Cheng was a little surprised. Towards Qin Bai Sheng's action, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was absolute self-confidence that could allow this action of his. Even in a desperate situation, Qin Bai Sheng's confidence towards himself had never wavered. He Cheng thought to himself, if it were him, facing such words from his enemies, what would he choose to do? Lord Vice Envoy, you! The black-robed Gu Immortal shouted. He became anxious. How will we salvage this now? No worry. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up. As expected, Lord Vice Envoy understands yourself best. If this was any other place, when the immortal Gu was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. But thankfully, we spent a lot of effort and moved you here. Where are we now? Qin Bai Sheng shouted as he asked. The surrounding fog was thick. As Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves, wind blew as they scattered, revealing a mountain wall. Qin Bai Sheng, He Cheng, and Shui Songzi realized that they were in a valley now. Luopo Valley? Qin Bai Sheng took a few glances, and his heart jumped, as expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves. Countless Gu worms flew up from the valley. Using an immense number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, they formed a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated. The force in it shocked He Langzi, He Cheng, and Shui Songzi. "Ah!" Qin Bai Sheng shouted in pain. After a dozen breaths of time, everything ended. Tens of Gu worms, including a good number of immortal Gu, flew up from the valley, returning to Qin Bai Sheng's immortal aperture, like birds returning to their nest. Qin Bai Sheng regained his full strength. "Finally, I am back." Qin Bai Sheng looked at his hands. He said in a low voice. His expression was cold. "Subordinate pays respects to Lord Vice Envoy. Congratulations to Lord for returning safely." Fairy Zhang Yu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground, while He Cheng and Shui Songzi bowed slightly. Only He Langzi was still acting rebellious, crossing his arms and watching coldly. Qin Bai Sheng recalled everything that happened, snorting coldly. "Feng Ju Ge, I will remember this. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Zhang Yu, you only found these people. Just them alone will not be able to take down Langya Blessed Land. I have performed poorly in this task." Fairy Zhang Yu rapidly lowered her head and admitted error. He Cheng and Shui Songzi's expressions changed, but He Langzi opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, growling. "Qin Bai Sheng, never mind that you are acting so mysteriously. You actually dare to look down on me." Chapter 772, Silence and Sigh. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Boom! Amidst an intense explosion, He Langzi was like a pile of mush as he collapsed in the huge pit. He tried to get up, but it was like there was a huge, formless mountain pressing down on his body. The immense weight prevented him from moving at all. He Langzi's eyes were blood red. His expression was distorted. He growled unceasingly. Qin Bai Sheng's arms were lowered. He looked at the pit expressionlessly, at the struggling He Langzi. One move, just one move, he completely immobilized He Langzi. Shui Songzi's eyes were full of shock. He Cheng squinted. He hid the intense shock in his mind as he thought, "What immortal killer move is this?" Once he used it, He Langzi was unable to use a single killer move. He Langzi was completely immobilized, but his body is unharmed. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Zhang Yu, she showed no sign of surprise. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's face was covered by his hood. His expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, let me use my killer moves. Sneak attacking me from the start. How strong can you be? I refuse to accept this." He Langzi almost cracked his teeth. He was sprawled in the pit as he looked at Qin Bai Sheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in disdain. He looked down at He Langzi as he smiled slightly. "Striking first gives you the advantage. Does a demonic path Gu Immortal like you not know that? It seems that I overestimated you in a real battle. Who would care if you accept it or not? As long as the enemy is defeated, that is true ability." As he said this, Qin Bai Sheng paused. His expression turned cold. "Right now, you are meat on the chopping block. You are at my mercy. You are to accept this whether you like it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Submit to me, or I will kill you right here." He Langzi did not hesitate. "I submit." Qin Bai Sheng laughed, releasing the restraint. He Langzi felt the pressure lifting. He laughed fiendishly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing bright light shone out. The light came as quickly as it faded. Soon after, a huge and menacing wolf appeared. The huge wolf opened its mouth, pouncing on Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng stood at the edge of the pit. His size was a huge contrast to the huge wolf. Before the huge wolf reached him, a strong burst of wind blew, causing several of the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter in the wind. He Langzi turned into a huge wolf. He attacked with rage. He had an imposing aura. Sui Songzi and He Cheng retreated, afraid of getting caught up in it. Qin Bai Sheng was very close to him. Seeing the huge wolf approaching, he did not move. He showed a cold smile on his face. Evidently, He Langzi's attack was not out of his expectations. Boom! Another loud bang entered everyone's ears. The huge wolf cried out, falling from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground. A huge force was pressing down on the wolf's body. He Langzi was now just like earlier, completely immobilized again. In his huge wolf eyes he showed unbelieving shock. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng as he shouted, "This move again! What is this move called?" "It is not a big deal to tell you," Qin Bai Sheng laughed. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. It uses the foundation of my soul to suppress your soul. Even though your body is strong, this move directly targets your soul. Without any immortal transformations that can resist soul path techniques, whatever beast you turn into cannot defeat me. He Langzi, I give you one final chance now. Submit to me, or die." Facing Qin Bai Sheng's immense power, He Langzi turned silent. He Cheng and Shui Songzi looked at each other. They sensed this series of events was anything but reassuring. Sha Huang, Feng Zhuge looked at Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others who were leaving, his mouth muttering unendingly. The information we obtained this time has no practical use. Around Feng Zhuge, the central continent Gu immortals were mumbling in unhappiness. "No, we obtained a lot of information," Feng Zhuge chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie, Sha Huang, was able to enter the Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Even if he is not born here, he definitely ascended into an immortal here. Since he disguised himself, that means that his true identity cannot be known to others. Finally, he has a huge force or some great expert backing him up. This force might be the one which caused the collapse of 88 True Yang building." Lord Zhuge makes much sense. Towards Feng Zhuge's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. "What should our actions be next?" Feng Zhuge thought for a while before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle's group and tell the new information to them, allowing them to do further deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. First Peak." "What? Soft jade sand hasn't been fully collected yet?" Old Ancestor Shui Hu looked at the list as he questioned unhappily. The person he was questioning was the owner of the 4th peak of Snowy Mountain, Li Peng Wang. Li Peng Wang, who had a fierce reputation and rebellious nature, lowered his head, saying politely, "Old Ancestor, please appease your anger. I met with a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed." Go ahead and prepare. I am not targeting you, but this is the first round of immortal material collection, and you already had such a problem. How will you prove yourself and remain as the 4th peak's owner? I raised you to this spot personally, with this poor performance. What will the other peak heads think of me?" Old Ancestor Shui Hu said a few more sentences before waving his sleeves, asking Li Peng Wang, who was apologizing, to leave. Li Peng Wang had bad luck. He was attacked by a Sky Chief beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still brought back a portion of the soft jade sand. It was already not easy. After Li Peng Wang left, a female immortal walked out from the hall behind. In the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui Hu with such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui Hu looked over at the female immortal. His expression became more gentle. "Wife, you do not know the crucial information in this. Thus you think I am overly harsh on the peak heads. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul. I know all of this lad's history. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power is truly fearsome. Do you think Li Peng Wang's encounter was coincidental? That is not the case. Not just him. The other peak heads also faced difficulty when collecting the materials. All this is due to Fortune rivaling Heaven affecting us secretly. Any acts that would harm its owner would cause a backlash from Fortune rivaling Heaven, suppressing our luck." "There is such a thing?" the female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked. "According to the theory of luck, us Gu immortals have extraordinary luck that protects us. But Fortune rivaling Heaven is the emperor of luck. Thus, we are still affected by it. The longer this drags on, the more uncertainties would occur. In the end, not only would the Gu refinement fail, we might even attract a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shui Hu explained slowly. As the owner of the second peak, Lady Wan Shou understood now. She thought about it before frowning. If that is the case, wouldn't it be a huge obstacle when I refine Gu? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shui Hu's plan, she was supposed to put Ma Hong Yun as the main material and refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu at the end. Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded. That is why this time, not only do we need to prepare several sets of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to will other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, Ma Hong Yun is the main material. We saved a lot of immortal materials compared to refining fortune rivaling Heaven from scratch. Even so, we prepared way too many immortal materials. We are almost going to exceed Snowy Mountain's capability. This refinement is way too important. We almost used up all of our life savings. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she said. Old Ancestor Shui Hu laughed, holding her waist. He consoled. Wife, you're afraid that the refinement will fail. Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster could fail, let alone me. Ha ha ha. Just go ahead and refine it, wife. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will accept the result without any hatred or anger. I have already used up all of my potential to reach this level. I have no confidence in my future calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is my hope of breaking this situation. Oh, hopefully, it will succeed in time. Old Ancestor Shui Hu said as he sighed. Fang Yuan, go and carry that box of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a box, shouting loudly. Yes, Fang Yuan replied, climbing onto a black skin-fat beetle as he moved that wooden box from the very top. This lad actually has strength path cultivation. I totally missed it. Seeing Fang Yuan completing his mission easily, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a cold light. No, I already promised second young master, I cannot fail. Thinking so, the caravan steward raised his whip and lashed at Fang Yuan's back, with a loud, cracking sound. Fang Yuan's shirt was torn open. A deep whip scar was imprinted on Fang Yuan's back. The intense pain assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan fell on the ground and shivered as blood quickly oozed out of his wound. In his previous life, in the caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's recruitment, he was heavily suppressed and humiliated. The memories were surfacing again. A sense of rage rose deep within Fang Yuan, but he quickly suppressed it. Why are you wasting time? Move quickly. The caravan steward was simply finding trouble with him. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not use it. After all, with enough power, he would have killing intent. That was the Dream Realm's trap, luring him to attack so that his rage could be drawn out. After enduring for a day, facing difficulties from the steward, Fang Yuan went into the tent and refined his dream path, Mortal Gu. 5 scenes had passed in this dream realm. I am going to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu worm that was forming, feeling pleased. But during the night, just as he was refining the Gu, a group of beasts charged into the caravan's camp. Even with Fang Yuan's defensive methods, he could not defend himself from the assault of the beast group. He ended in failure. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Danghun Palace. Checking his immortal aperture, he found a message from Fairy Li Shan. It explained her current circumstances. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had ordered all of the peak heads to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain blessed land, and it was not safe to leave Hailu Lan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up, and she also told him about the situation in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Sha Huang's identity. They have investigated to this extent already? In the dim room, Fang Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. Chapter 773, Saving Hailu Lan. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Originally, when Fang Yuan joined the auction, he had expected that there would be many clues left behind. It would give others many important clues to investigate. But the other party's investigation was faster than Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to his gains, this was an inconsequential cost. Fang Yuan quickly focused his mind, using the dream realm mortal goo in his mind to enter the dream realm again. Ever since he refined the first dream realm mortal goo, because he had an advantage of using dream path goo, his dream realm exploration became easier, and his efficiency became higher. Dream realms were deep. Traps were everywhere. Because of Fang Yuan's experience from his previous life, he avoided most of the dangers. In his first 10 Dream Realm trips, he could refine 3 Dream Realm Mortal Goo. But as the number of Dream Path Mortal Goo increased, his success rate rose from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was one of the highest in the present-day 5 regions. Because Dream Realms had just started manifesting, although most of the forces had some gains, they were starting from scratch, exploring step by step. Like this, he refined goo endlessly without any rest. Half a month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in refining enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo, he used Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, managing to form an immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was out for the moment, collecting immortal materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard Fang Yuan's news, she stopped her work, disregarding old ancestor Shui Hu's chastisement, and returned to the third peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not continue to hide that secret. She told him about it. Before Su Xian died, she had left behind a familial emotion with her daughter, He Lu Lan. Precisely because of this familial emotion, He Lu Lan could use Su Xian's green grape immortal essence. This allowed He Lu Lan to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land when she was immortal. When Fang Yuan heard this secret, he was not surprised. In truth, he had made many guesses towards the cause of He Lu Lan's ability to use immortal goo as a mortal. Right now, his guess was confirmed. It was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. One should not be influenced by their emotions in a dream realm, otherwise they will sink deeper into it. With this familial emotions influence, my immortal killer move's power will be greatly reduced. What do we do? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was oozing on her face. She was not worried about Fang Yuan lying to her, because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Both sides could not lie to each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. The killer move Unravel Dream had limited power. Right now, with her being deeper in Dream Realm, Unravel Dream killer move's power became more limited. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right now we can only give it a try. Sigh. I had 70 to 80% confidence earlier, but now I only have 20 to 30%. All in all, this was too short of a time period. I have limited Dream Path Mortal Goo. 20 to 30%. What if you fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will take major damage, but He Lu Lan is the owner of the dream. She will still be deep in her dream without any damage. But there is a benefit. Once I use Unravel Dream, the dream realm will weaken. Towards He Lu Lan, this is a good thing without a drawback. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, relieved. But suddenly, she realized her words were inappropriate. She turned to look at Fang Yuan apologetically, lost for words. Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping Fairy Li Shan from speaking. Say no more, Fairy. I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being searched. To prevent any issues from arising further, saving He Lu Lan is a top priority. Even if I fail, once I weaken the dream realm, it will help for the next time I enter it. All right, enough talk. Will you guard my surroundings? That is only natural. Fairy Li Shan thanked him courteously. Next, Fang Yuan sat beside He Lu Lan, who was lying in her bed, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind, arranging themselves into a mystical goo formation. As they activated one by one, the goo formation started. At the last step, Fang Yuan used his green grape immortal essence and activated Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo gave off a bright light in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up into his brain. After being converted by the dream path goo formation, it turned into a green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes as a green-purple light flickered in his pupils. Immortal Killer Move. Unravel Dream. A loud sound rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. The scenery in front of him changed drastically. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the ground, but he was not in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, but in a hall instead. I am inside He Lu Lan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding deep within himself. He diverted his gaze and looked around. A banquet was being held in the hall. The higher-ups of Su tribe were hosting a young goo master enthusiastically. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. "Young Master Hai Chung, a toast to you." Hai Chung was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. "Thank you, Su tribe leader." Saying this, he raised his head and gulped the drink in one mouthful. The rank 3 elders around him were cheering at Hai Chung for having such a candid attitude. Hai Chung cupped his fists. His tone carried the aura of pride that a young genius was meant to have. Fang Yuan saw this and had a thought in his mind. Looking at himself, he was an elder of Su tribe in this dream realm. His aperture was full of woodpath mortal goo. There was quite a number. Fang Yuan just need one look to know that he was a rank 3 woodpath healing goo master. Fang Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his specialty, even more so a healing goo master. He sighed mentally, consoling himself. This is not my own dream realm. As an outsider, having rank 3 cultivation level is already quite good. But I wonder where He Lu Lan is. Just as he was thinking that, a female came out of the back of the hall, wearing an attendant's attire. She resembled He Lu Lan and had an incredibly beautiful appearance. But she was less dominating and more gentle. Her aura was quite different from He Lu Lan. It is Su Xianxia, Fang Yuan thought, recognizing this woman. Su tribe leader's cup was empty. Su Xianxia carried the wine and was about to pour it, but Su tribe leader chided her instead. "You must be blind. Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest." Su Xianxia replied meekly, walking over to Hai Chung's table. Hai Chung's gaze was shining. He looked at Su Xianxia's face. Only until she finished pouring the wine did he jolt to awareness. Looking at Su Xianxia's retreating back, he stood up and asked, "May I know your name, miss?" Su Xianxia turned around, bowing as he lowered her head, replying softly, "My name is Su Xianxia." "Su Xianxia, Xianxia," Hai Chung muttered. He only sat down after Su Xianxia entered the hall and left his vision. "Ha ha ha!" Su tribe leader saw all of this. He laughed. "Xianxia is a girl I brought back from the battlefield many years ago. My wife had been raising her all these years, watching her grow up. Even though she has the status of an attendant, we treat her like our own daughter." "Is that so?" Hai Chung muttered. He continued feasting, but the food felt flavorless. After the banquet ended, Hai Chung was given a high-class guest room to stay in. Su tribe leader gathered the elders, discussing about the plan to kill Hai Chung in the secret room. "Tribe leader, are we really striking? They are Hai tribe, a super force that has goo immortals." An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's expression turned sharp. "So what if they are Hai tribe? Once this deal is done, our entire tribe will move to snowy mountain blessed land to live. By then, there will not be the imperial court contest or the 10-year blizzard. Hai tribe is a super force, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path." The elders were all fantasizing from these words. Su tribe leader looked around and saw everyone's hesitant expressions. He said harshly, "At this final moment, why are you hesitating? Even if we do nothing, or even snitch to High Tribe, what can we do? If we offend Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Do not forget that our entire Sioux tribe's lives were saved by that fairy. If that fairy could save us so easily, she could also slaughter us all without difficulty. Being shocked by these words, the secret room became chilly. The elders saw this fact and finally faced reality. Tribe leader is right. We had already made that Hei Chung lad drunk. I will strike now and take his head. The battle hall elder shouted. It will not be easy to kill Hei Chung. Don't think that he is alone. There are hidden experts in the background protecting him. Hei Tribe is a super force, while Hei Chung has great talent. He will have no less than 5 people guarding him. Sioux Tribe leader spoke about the information he had. Fang Yuan was among them. He understood what to say when he heard this. Then we will execute the orders of Lord Tribe Leader. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, go ahead and give the orders. The elders were enthusiastic. All right. The tribe leader was overjoyed, giving out orders straight away. He had obviously thought this over. He almost said them out of reflex immediately. Because Fang Yuan was the medicine hall elder and was a healing goo master, he had weak offense and defense. He was ordered to deal with the strongest enemies by supporting 2 other goo masters. The moment he left the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. The night had a bright moon and strong howling winds. A rank 3 Hei Tribe goo master stood arrogantly, looking at the surrounding people with much anger. Your Sioux tribe is really daring. You dare to attack young Master Hei Cheng of our tribe. Don't waste time speaking with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Sioux tribe elders were acting as offense and defense respectively, charging towards the Hei Tribe goo master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to back them up. I have not discovered Hei Lu Lan yet. It seems she is not here. Judging by this scene, I can only enter the 3rd scene after killing the goo master here. Fang Yuan thought about it as he activated his woodpath goo worms, healing the goo masters on his side. Initially, the Hei Tribe goo master was strong and had the upper hand. But after an intense battle because of Fang Yuan's healing, the 2 sides mutually sustained injuries and entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the Hei Tribe goo master shouted angrily, charging out while injured and attacking Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him! Medicine Hall Elder, dodge! The 2 Sioux Tribe goo masters were shocked and furious. They lost their bearing. Chapter 774. Unraveled Dream Succeeds. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dream realms were dangerous. In dream realms, every time one got injured, their soul would suffer great damage. If their soul injuries were severe, they would feel sluggish, they would feel irritation within themselves. Their emotions would be drawn out more easily, thus sinking deeper into the dream and be unable to free themselves. Seeing that the Hei Tribe goo master was attacking, Sioux Tribe's 2 goo masters' hearts sank. The Hei Tribe goo master had strong fighting strength. Even with them joining forces, they could only fight with him evenly. As the medicine hall elder, Fang Yuan's strength was not high. The 2 Sioux Tribe goo masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could last long enough until they could reinforce him. But the Hei Tribe goo master had been plotting this for a while. Even if he had to risk an injury, he wanted to kill the healing goo master. He certainly had a strong offensive method left. Quickly dodge it! Persevere for a few breaths, we are coming. The Hei Tribe goo master quickly shortened the distance between him and Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan remained unmoved, causing the 2 Sioux Tribe goo masters to feel anxious. Fang Yuan was not scared at all. He laughed coldly. He dared to enter Hei Lu Lan's dream realm not because he was rash, but because he had prepared his trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move. Unravel Dream. Unravel. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his palm facing the Hei Tribe goo master. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a green-purple light. Hei Tribe. Goo master's eyes shined with intense despair. Amidst his anger and shock, his body faded and his speed became slower. When he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished into thin air. What? What method is this? The two Sioux tribe Gu masters behind him were staring with shocked expressions. A killer move that I thought of. It is nothing important. Fang Yuan lowered his right arm, making a random excuse. Nothing important. One of the two Gu masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan seemed like a desolate beast in his eyes. Killing him in one move, had we known this, why would we fight to the death? Another Gu master sighed. He had a complex tone. It was a joyful yet begrudged tone. All right, let's move quickly. Go and reinforce the others. The most important matter now is to kill He Cheng. Fang Yuan reminded. Sioux tribe's two Gu masters nodded. Now was not the time to talk about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three quickly moved and went to the deeper parts of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two Gu masters of Sioux tribe, sprinting as the scene changed again. The night was dark. The sky had no moon. Only several stars were shining. Fang Yuan and Sioux tribe leader, all four people, charged towards the direction of He Cheng. I see him. After flipping over that mountain, we can reach He Cheng. In their rush, an elder used his investigative Gu worm as he spoke. I said long ago, he was hit by my tracking Gu. No matter where he does, he will not be able to run away. Battle Hall Elder said proudly. Academy Elder died in battle. We must take revenge for her. Since it is a battle, there will be wins, losses, life and death. Academy Elder sacrificed herself for us. She will definitely be praised. On the other hand, Su Xian betrayed our tribe, helping that He Cheng lad escape. This is an unforgivable crime. Saying this, Sioux tribe leader's expression was dark. Even though Su Xian is my goddaughter, in the name of justice, I cannot be selfish. When we capture her, we will punish her according to the tribe rules. Hearing this, the other elders let out a sigh of relief. They said, Tribe leader is wise. Wise? He he he. A cold laugh came from the mound behind everyone. Who is it? Everyone stopped in their tracks. A figure slowly appeared on the mound. Sioux tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. It was an enemy. With just this hiding ability, it was incredible. If they did not show up intentionally, with just their investigative methods, they would not discover them. The question was, did they use a Gu worm or a killer move? To think that there was still an expert like you protecting He Cheng. Sioux tribe leader tried to stall for time, as several elders moved out, ascending up the mound in an encircling formation. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, remaining at the same spot. Suddenly, the battle on the mound erupted. Two other mysterious Gu masters ambushed Sioux tribe's Gu masters, striking ruthlessly and viciously. In one move, they heavily injured one, while lightly injuring the other. The Sioux tribe Gu master, who was heavily injured, retreated quickly, while the lightly injured one was still fighting partway up the mound. There was a helper! Sioux tribe leader's heart jumped when he saw this, having a bad feeling in his heart. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were experts. They had above-average battle strength. They probably made many arrangements when they ambushed at this location. It would be difficult to break through their obstruction and catch up to He Cheng. He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan, as the healing Gu master, was behind Sioux tribe leader. His eyes shined when he saw the Gu master partway up the mound. The appearance of He Lu Lan's body was the one she had when she was He tribe leader. She had broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was rough and fierce. At this moment, she was fighting with the lightly injured Sioux tribe leader. They were engaged in fierce battle. Her great battle strength was beating the opponent back. She was not like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was an outsider in this dream realm. There was no identity allocated to him in the dream originally. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of another character. But He Lu Lan was the owner of the dream. As the dream owner, she was part of the dream realm's creation. As for her appearance, this was how He Lu Lan saw herself in the depths of her heart. He Lu Lan, it's me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Sioux tribe leader, running towards Hai Lu Lan. "Medicine Hall Elder!" Sioux tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He rapidly ascended the mound. "Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you had such a strong killer move." A Sioux tribe Gu master who was in the second scene with Fang Yuan exposed his identity. "Fang Yuan?" Hai Lu Lan heard this name and her expression was dazed, but ruthless light shined in her eyes soon afterwards. "All of you, scram!" Saying this, she waved her hand and shot a dark vortex killer move at Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying, "Unraveled dream." Green-purple light shined in his body, be it the dark vortex or the two Gu masters. They vanished into thin air within a few breaths of time. "What killer move is this?" Seeing this, all of the remaining Gu masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Hai Lu Lan's gaze shined. She was very wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated, leaving this small mound. "Hai Lu Lan!" Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hai Lu Lan was the dream owner. Since she was dreaming now, unraveled dream could not affect her. "Chase! We must kill Hai Cheng!" Sioux tribe leader and the others gritted their teeth. They had no other way now. They had to follow. Hai Cheng seemed to be injured. He was moving slowly, not far away. Beside him, Su Xian was holding on to him, limping forward at a slow speed. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. This seemed like a trap. Hai Lu Lan quickly met up with Hai Cheng and Su Xian. "Strong warrior, please leave with young master. I will hold them off." Su Xian did not recognize Hai Lu Lan. She shouted anxiously, "You are a mere mortal woman. You have no Gu master cultivation. How can you block these Gu masters? Now that you have betrayed your tribe, you are dead meat." Hai Lu Lan had a complex expression when she looked at Su Xian. "It is too late, strong warrior. Quickly leave." As Fang Yuan got closer, Su Xian shouted as she turned back. Hai Lu Lan sighed. She stretched out her palm and slammed at Hai Cheng's head. With a loud smash, Hai Cheng's head broke apart like a watermelon. The brain matter flew everywhere. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Hai Lu Lan raised her head, shouting, "Hai Cheng, I finally killed you with my own hands. Nobody can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha." "Oh no." Hearing Hai Lu Lan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. At once, the dream realm's scene changed. In the hall, among the toasting of wine cups, Sioux tribe leader and Hai Cheng were drinking together. It was a lively atmosphere. Sioux tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. "Young Master Hai Cheng, a toast to you." Hai Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. "Thank you, Sioux tribe leader." This is a recurring dream. The three scenes are looping non-stop. Fang Yuan looked around and inspected himself again. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder. He was a rank 2 metal path Gu master guard. He was standing at the door of the hall, guarding the door. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength fell. Fang Yuan's was bitter inside. This is bad. Hai Lu Lan has sunk into the dream. She had no reaction even after hearing my name. The more dream realm cycles that occur, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream had already pulled out Hai Lu Lan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hai Lu Lan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up? For a while, even Fang Yuan had no idea. 7 days and 7 nights later, in snowy mountain blessed land time, Hai Lu Lan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes with a shift in her aura. Her lost gaze became clearer, looking at the 8-armed immortal beside her bed. She understood in her heart. So it was a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his eyes forcefully. His aura was weak and his soul had suffered a huge blow. His mind was extremely drained. After dozens of rounds in He Lu Lan's dream realm, using the killer move Unravel Dream, he accumulated experience and failed repeatedly. After many attempts, Fang Yuan killed He Cheng before He Lu Lan could, ruining her goal. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lu Lan's hatred was not resolved. The dream realm changed again. Only until the 17th change, Fang Yuan roused He Lu Lan's consciousness, and she realized she was dreaming. When He Lu Lan understood this, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. After 8 more rounds, the two finally overcame the difficulties, breaking the dream realm and escaping. I am going back now. As for the compensation, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. Even when he used fixed immortal travel, it was with much difficulty. Compensation? He Lu Lan was about to thank him, but when she heard these words, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 775. Dream Path. Pioneer Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios, Western Desert. Gah! Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another failure. Tang Miao's expression was pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair towards the failure in exploring the dream realm. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured. Her head was spinning as her body felt heavy. She sighed in her heart. Brother, I was useless and could not save you. Even after exploring the dream realm deeply, I could not find you. She shut her eyes. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, forming 2 streams of tears. A moment later, the anxious Tang Clan Gu immortals rushed over, coming to the secret room and standing in front of Tang Miao. Tang Clan's first supreme elder, Tang Yang, frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting on the bed, as he said heavily, I did not think that after spending so much effort to borrow the rank 7 emotion Gu from Xiao tribe, the dream realm exploration still suffered a heavy loss. Dream realms in themselves are mystical and strange. Moreover, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tanglan sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread throughout the world. The information regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable was known to not just Central Continent, but the super forces of the other 4 regions as well. Most of them were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and developing new Gu worms. As a super force of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery triggered the enthusiasm of Tang Clan in researching Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, Tang Clan's #1 genius Gu Immortal, Tang Fang Ming, had taken this important mission from the clan, but he suffered a great loss and was still lost in the dream realm now. His sister Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, had tried many times but failed repeatedly. This loss was even more severe. In order to explore the dream realm this time, Tang Clan spent a huge sum to borrow the emotion path Immortal Gu and entrusted hope in her. The result was ice-cold disappointment. Although the Immortal Gu was useful and could suppress my emotions, preventing the dream realm from drawing them out, this also made me an outsider. I was always in the outskirts of the dream's core. This time, I did not even manage to discover brother's identity. As she sat on the bed, Tang Miao tended to her injuries as she said solemnly, Sigh, it seems that dream path Gu worms are needed to explore dream realms. But our Tang clan has already explored the dream realm for 60 years. We have only created over a dozen dream realm mortal Gu. They are all rank 3 and below. More than half of them have extremely limited use. More specifically, only 4 or 5 are suited for dream realm exploration. The hardest part was the start. Especially at this initial stage, it was extremely difficult. The pioneers were moving forward without certainty. Every small step was a huge success. Regarding Dream Path, nobody had any experience. Their knowledge was like sheets of blank paper. Once they passed this difficult initial step, and accumulated enough experience, their advantage would become larger, like a rolling snowball. Towards the middle to late stage, their advantage would be clear. The difficulty of researching Dream Path would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's memories, there was a time when a new Dream Path goo worm was created every day. The varieties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. That was a time when Dream Path was flourishing like flowers in spring. In human history, each of these grand eras would lead to the birth of a supreme expert. According to the prophecy of three venerables, this grand expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan did not live until Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Speaking of which, at this initial stage, Tang clan was already at the lead of the era. Even when compared to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, their progress was among the highest. But the limitations of this era greatly restricted them. It was like a blind man walking down a path, without any clues. They could only explore step by step. After endless effort was spent, they only had a small result, over a dozen Dream Path mortal goo. And among these results, the truly useful Dream Path mortal goo were extremely few. For example, on Earth, a newly created experimental product would be very far from military usage, and even further from civilian use. Moreover, this innovation and exploration was not possible for every goo immortal. One needed talent and aptitude. In this aspect, goo immortals who only followed certain rules were useless. Without a creative mind, they were inferior to even mortal goo masters. Tang clan had many goo immortals, but only Tang Fang Ming was suited for this. These dozen or so Dream Path mortal goo were mostly his creation. One could say that he was the main force behind Tang clan's Dream Realm exploration. The regretful thing was, Tang Fang Ming was trapped in the Dream Realm now. Because of this, Tang clan's progress had come to a halt. Tang Fang Ming's body was intact. The clan's goo immortals were protecting it, but his soul that was in the Dream Realm had already left his body. It had vanished. Once one was trapped in the Dream Realm, their soul would weaken continuously, weakening until they died. The Tang clan goo immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "How is my brother now?" After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them spoke with much difficulty. "We can protect his body, but there are almost no guts goo in the market. We can't buy them any longer." Tang Miao frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The goo immortal from earlier replied, "You know that there is only one person selling guts goo. It is a monopoly. But not long ago, this seller stopped releasing the product into the market for an unknown reason. Even though there are still guts goo in the market, without the source supplier it is drying out. Right now, the market cannot satisfy our demands." Guts goo was among the best methods to strengthen the soul, and had no drawbacks, and most importantly, it took effectiveness quickly. Spectral Soul Demon. Venerable had once commented, this was the #1 soul-strengthening method in the world. He was absolutely right. For Tang Fang Ming, guts goo was the method to save his life. "Without guts goo, brother will..." Tang Miao was anxious. Her tone was flustered as she said with a shred of hope, asking, "Why are they not selling it? Is there so little circulation in the market?" This time, Tang Clan First Supreme Elder spoke. "We had contacted the seller and promised huge profits, but there was no response. These last days, the guts goo that are preserving Tang Fang Ming's life are the remaining guts goo in the market that our tribe is purchasing with a huge sum. By now, the guts goo supply has dried out. Barely any is left." Tang Miao heard this and her heart sank to rock bottom. Her breathing became rough. Tang Clan had ordinary soul-strengthening methods. Earlier, before guts goo were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they used these methods to preserve Tang Fang Ming's life. But now, Tang Fang Ming was too deep in the dream. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were becoming useless. The recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without guts, Gu, Tang Fang Ming would die in his dream. What could they do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at these Gu immortals deeply. I don't care. If you guys didn't give brother that mission back then, he would not be like this. Now that he is this state, are you going to just watch? You can't say that. What do you mean, just watch? These years, we in Tang clan had spent so much effort and finances to preserve Tang Fang Ming's life. You are also one of us. You saw everything for yourself. Third Supreme Elder retorted. He listed many examples. They were not false. He had the evidence and proof of their actions. I don't care. Tang Miao's eyebrows were in a frown. Her indigo-color eyes were gathering rage, even though the surface was calm. It was deep, like an abyss. Third Supreme Elder, say no more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand and stopped him. Third Supreme Elder stopped speaking, as First Supreme Elder sighed deeply while gazing at Tang Miao, who was extremely furious and stubborn. Tang Fang Ming and Tang Miao had a close sibling relationship. All of the Tang clan Gu immortals knew this. This pair of siblings were once stripped of their statuses and mercilessly abandoned when they were young. The siblings went through much hardship and survived due to a fortuitous encounter. The brother, Tang Fang Ming, became a Gu immortal, while his sister, Tang Miao, became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. The two charged back to Tang clan to take revenge. The Tang clan Gu immortals appeared and mediated with Tang Fang Ming. Eventually, they sacrificed a band of mortal higher-ups and managed to obtain the return of Tang Fang Ming. Compared to a Gu immortal, even if the sacrifice was a huge number of mortals, what was that worth? Tang Fang Ming understood the situation. He joined Tang clan and used the clan's help to make his sister, Tang Miao, a Gu immortal. But Tang Miao was not as big-hearted as her brother. She still had negative preconceptions against Tang clan. She had hidden resentment and indignation. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, any sort of explanation was useless to her. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, I discussed this with the elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to help Fang Ming now. What 3 ways? Tang Miao's expression softened. She immediately asked. The best method is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. By fusing its soul into Fang Ming's body, we can use killer moves to nourish his soul with that soul, allowing Fang Ming to survive this ordeal. The second best method is to use the blood path immortal Gu in the clan, to use a method of sensing, forcibly retrieving Fang Ming's soul. As for the worst method, it is to find that lone cultivator, White Sea Shatuo, for help. After First Supreme Elder finished his words, the bitter expression on his face intensified. Tang Miao listened and fell into deep silence. After a while, she laughed grimly, raising her head and sending them out. I need to think about this, elders. Please go back first. As the Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She laughed again, tears falling from her eyes. They were showing a cold, mocking expression. What best method? Once we use it, even if we succeed, the souls would fuse and you will be neither man nor beast. As for the second method, the chances of success are less than 30%. Even if we do not fail, the soul called back would be greatly damaged. You might not even recognize me, your own sister. As for the last solution, there is some hope in that. Although that White Sea Shatuo is a lone cultivator, he has incredible dream path proficiency. Even brother praised him many times in private. But to ask him for help, we will have to pay a huge price. These old fogies are saying that only because they are concerned about the paradise earth, immortal venerable inheritance that us siblings have in our hands. Indeed, only this inheritance can move White Sea Shatuo. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears on her face. Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on her bed, even in the dim lighting. She still had the beauty of a flower. Chapter 776, Current Situation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Central Continent, Hu. Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his red eyes shining with a ruthless light. Inspecting his own body, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. I've used it so many times already. These guts goo are truly the best in strengthening the soul. In He Lu Lan's dream, I suffered such heavy soul injuries, yet I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply. His mind was refreshed. His head was no longer as dizzy as the time when he was heavily injured. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan called out. Master, Master, have you recovered from your injuries already? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal asked as she appeared before Fang Yuan. Her crystal-like eyes were overflowing with intense concern. Fang Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, nodded. Tell me what happened when I was healing my injuries during this time period. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. There were many things that happened, but none were major matters. A moment later, after Little Hu Immortal reported everything, Fang Yuan remained seated in his bed, not speaking. His mind was working intensely as he tried to process the information. In Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield. He, Feng Yang, was still busy trying to save his desolate beast-flying crane, Little Nine, moving about all over the region. The 10 great ancient sects each had their restrictions. They mutually restrained and balanced each other. The person currently in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After coming out of his closed cultivation, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity and challenged a lot of people. Right now, he had battled more than 20 Gu Immortals. He only had 1 draw and 1 loss. With such amazing results, his reputation was soaring. Many meddlesome Gu Immortals were already comparing him with Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei. These people did not have good intentions because, in accordance with Shi Lei's nature as a battle maniac, he would find vicious lightning fiend and engage in a huge battle with him. But Shi Lei gave no response. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were troubled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's behavior change? Even Combat Immortal sect had become much quieter recently. The other 9 sects found something wrong. They tried to investigate secretly. Fang Yuan knew long ago. Shi Lei discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. And inside the Grotto Heaven, there was star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Right now, they must be attacking the Grotto Heaven at full force. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was moved. Earlier, he had no methods against it. He could only escape pitifully from star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. But now that he had the immortal killer move Unravel Dream, this was the supreme weapon to deal with the Dream Realm. During this period of time, Dream Path exploration is still in its initial stages. Any superforce is still stuck at the stage of starting up. Every step is extremely difficult. It is a path filled with thorns. The best methods are naturally Dream Path Immortal Goo, but the number of these Dream Path Immortal Goo could probably be counted on one's hands. Meanwhile, I have a Dream Path Immortal Killer move. Even without a Dream Path Immortal Goo, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan was getting excited. Unravel Dream was effective in dealing with dream realms. Each time he used it, Fang Yuan gained a huge advantage. For example, just earlier, Fang Yuan saved He Lu Lan. After unraveling her dream realm, he obtained a lot of He Lu Lan's understanding towards Strength Path. This added to his Strength Path foundation, causing it to become more abundant. There is always something to learn from someone else, especially when He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. She was a naturally formed Strength Path Immortal seed. Her natural talent in Strength Path was beyond Fang Yuan's reach. A portion of her Strength Path understanding was fully assimilated by Fang Yuan, allowing him to have great gains. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment will improve greatly. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create my own one. Fang Yuan thought. He Lu Lan was only a newly advanced strength path Gu Immortal, but Fang Yuan had great gains after unraveling her dream. If he could unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment would shoot up like a rocket. However, to snatch the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from combat Immortal sect is too dangerous. It is nearly impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel a dream, he had to be in starry sky grotto heaven and get close to that star constellation dream realm. If he did that, he would certainly be discovered. Based on his current battle strength, even if it increased, he would not be Shilei's match. Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan, compared to the rest of combat Immortal sect, were an even greater mismatch. Unless I have Tang Clan of Western Desert's immortal killer move, Steel Dream, I would be able to steal the dream realm directly from the grotto heaven, moving it elsewhere and slowly dealing with it, devouring it at my own pace. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert's Tang Clan was the super force with the deepest foundation in Dream Path among the 5 regions. Originally, Tang Clan was not outstanding among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert. It was at a middle to lower tier. But based on the rise of Dream Path, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Tang Clan became Western Desert's strongest force, even among the 5 regions. It was a power that could stand tall, creating what Western Desert people called the Great Era of Tang. Central Continent's current situation, even though there was slight turbulence, was still peaceful. Even though Fang Yuan really desired star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, his battle strength was still much lower than combat Immortal sect. He could only watch covetously for now. Fortunately, at the moment, Dream Path was still in its initial stages of exploration. Even if combat Immortal sect captured Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not be able to do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. To make a comparison, this was like a juicy piece of meat, but it was submerged in boiling hot oil. Even though combat Immortal sect knew that it was delicious, they could only watch for now. They could not eat it yet. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime. It was still being investigated. The other party had great strength and plenty of methods. Soon after the auction ended, they discovered Fang Yuan's identity of Sha Huang. They were not simple. It was giving Fang Yuan huge mental pressure. But when hearing Little Hu Immortal's report, he learned that Northern Plains' situation was much more calm than Central Continent. Almost all of the Gu Immortals who attended the auction were trying to assimilate their gains from it, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui Hu mobilized the #1 demonic force in Northern Plains, the full power of snowy mountain-blessed land, to join in the plan to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. It was well known in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world already. As the #1 righteous refinement path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang had deepened his collaboration with Zombie Alliance. This collaboration caused Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains to rise up rapidly. Qin Bai Sheng vanished without a trace, and Prince Feng Xian, who Fang Yuan was most concerned about, also made no movements. This calm situation did not lower Fang Yuan's unease. He was getting increasingly worried. The other party would certainly not let him go, once his identity was exposed. Be it Central Continent or Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world, they would want to kill Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan, and the others. Since it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan escaped to Eastern Sea or Western Desert, they would definitely pursue him. He would have no peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if it is Central Continent or Northern Plains investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed mentally. In this period of time, he had no solutions. He could only deal with the situation by continuing with his former plans. The only consolation was that he had made the right move by allying with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's information network, Fang Yuan could learn about any changes in Northern Plains' situation rapidly. With an advantage in information, he could deal with anything that happens. Ultimately, the issue is that I am too weak. If I was a rank 8 Gu immortal, I would be able to protect myself, even if Giant Sun's true inheritance was exposed to the world. So what? Oh, that is not right. Fang Yuan thought about the rank 9 Wisdom Gu and frowned. If news that he had Wisdom Gu leaked out, even if he was a rank 8, he might have rank 8 Gu immortals attacking him from all sides. No matter what, the urgent matter now is to absorb my gains from the auction, rapidly raising my strength. That is how I can deal with future situations. A few days later, Fang Yuan left the secret room in an unkempt state, but he had a joyous expression. He expanded his wings and flew into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had reached 3 pairs. It gave him a strong flying ability. His speed rose rapidly. During the auction, he obtained a bat-desolate beast's corpse. Fang Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, had finally been completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly unleashed the Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's speed rose drastically. Earlier, he was like a stream of black smoke, but now he was like a flash of lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision became blurry. The intense winds blew at him, like they were sharp daggers. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a short time before his speed fell back to the original level. Fang Yuan's vision cleared. Looking back, he had moved 3 li from his original spot, flying 3 li in a flash. Fang Yuan was pleased, but yet not pleased. He was pleased because this speed was really fast. It was on par with some movement immortal killer moves. He was not pleased because the Iron Crown Eagle Strength was not controlled at will. He did not know when he could summon it. Unless my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu, is refined all the way up to immortal Gu level. At that point, I will be able to unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Fang Yuan thought about this and sighed. His all-out effort Gu was still at rank 4. Fang Yuan had solid finances now, but he did not have the corresponding Gu recipe. Not long ago, he had asked Xianxia Land Spirit. The answer was partly good and partly worrisome. Xianxia Land Spirit indeed had all-out effort Gu's recipes. From rank 1 to 5, he had them all. But Xianxia Land Spirit refused to sell Gu recipes. Even if Fang Yuan tried his best to convince him, there was no result. Fang Yuan intended to use a Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe to trade for it. But Xianxia Land Spirit had become more astute. He did not want to trade it for any Gu recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission required Fang Yuan to go into immemorial Purple Heaven, to search for a rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. Fang Yuan was so busy currently, he had no time for that, with strong foes pressuring him. If he exposed his identity accidentally, he would become a fugitive. The entire world would hunt him down. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax. He was trying his best to raise his battle strength. How could he go search for poisonous flowers? Furthermore, immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even the fragment worlds was hard to find. Even if he found one, it was extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Fang Yuan's current battle strength was insufficient. If he forced himself into conducting an exploration, it would simply be a difficult and unrewarding task. Chapter 777. Deadlock. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even in regards to land spirits, they were not to be underestimated. They could grow with time, gaining wisdom or experience. Ever since Xianxia Land Spirit met Fang Yuan, he had suffered minor disadvantages many times. Especially in this auction, the 4-to-6 profit ratio was a huge loss to Xianxia Land Spirit. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was shown in Langya Land Spirit. He had become more intelligent. Langya Land Spirit thought about it hard. Analyzing his relationship with Fang Yuan, he finally recognized their individual strengths and weaknesses. By using Fang Yuan's weakness in Gu recipes, he could regain the upper hand when working together with Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of long-hair ancestor after he died. This time, Fang Yuan's neck was grasped by Langya Land Spirit. It was a terrible feeling. But Fang Yuan could do nothing to Langya Blessed Land. Small advantages came at a price. Fang Yuan obtained such a profit from selling the Gu immortal captives in the auction. The backlash was showing up now. His mouth was filled with a bitter taste. Landing on the peak of Donghun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted his 3 pairs of bat wings as he stood on the spot, looking into the distance as he thought. All-out effort Gu is just a small setback. It is not an immortal Gu recipe anyway, even if I cannot get it. With my strength path attainment and wisdom Gu's help, I will be able to deduce the mortal Gu recipe. The problem is that it would use a lot of time and energy. At this crucial time, I cannot deduce Gu recipes if I want to raise my battle strength. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort immortal Gu recipe, he had no time to refine it. The real problem was regarding He Lu Lan. The compensation that Fang Yuan asked for after saving her was self-strength, immortal Gu. After Hai Lu Lan heard about it from Fairy Li Shan, she was so angry she jumped up from her bed. Self-strength immortal Gu was her vital immortal Gu. It was the most important core in her self-strength phantom killer move. Fang Yuan asking for this Gu was simply crippling her foundation. Without self-strength immortal Gu, He Lu Lan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only this, self-strength immortal Gu was the memento that her mother, Su Xianxia, left behind for her. To He Lu Lan. It was also a sentimental item that she could not give up. But she, Fang Yuan, and Fairy Li Shan had the Snowy Mountain Alliance. In order to save He Lu Lan earlier, Fairy Li Shan had represented her and signed an agreement with Fang Yuan. She could not go back on it. Unless Hai Lu Lan had a heart of stone and ignored Fairy Li Shan's life, forcefully keeping self-strength immortal Gu. In that situation, there was nothing Fang Yuan could do. After all, the agreement was not signed by He Lu Lan herself. But how could He Lu Lan force herself to endanger Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan was the blood-related sister of her mother, Su Xianxia. When He Lu Lan was still immortal, Fairy Li Shan took great care of her. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan nurtured He Lu Lan without regard for the cost, treating her like her own child. He Lu Lan was determined to exact revenge, but at the same time, she felt great gratitude, love, and admiration for this aunt. Fang Yuan was using this key point when he formed the agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not afraid that she would go back on this. Regarding her vital immortal Gu, He Lu Lan did not give up easily. Ever since she learned about it, she had tried negotiating with Fang Yuan over 10 times. She threatened and screamed, begged and gave softly spoken requests, talked about the benefits and drawbacks, and tried coercing him with the bigger picture. All sorts of methods were used to try and keep her self-strength immortal Gu. But would Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal Gu was He Lu Lan's most important core, but to Fang Yuan, it was a similar situation. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Self-strength. Immortal Gu was extremely compatible with it. It was not like pulling mountain or pulling water in which they needed him to deduce and modify the killer move. Hai Lu Lan refined self-strength. Immortal Gu. During her ascension, when Fang Yuan heard of this, he felt immense regret and pity. Immortal Gu were unique. Since He Lu Lan had this Gu as her ally, there was no way Fang Yuan could obtain it. But the tides of fortune were unpredictable. Heaven worked in mysterious ways. He Lu Lan wanted to take revenge and did her best to raise her cultivation level. In the end, she fell into a dream realm and gave Fang Yuan a chance. Fang Yuan was devious and heartless. He was like a shark that smelled blood. He bit down hard. Even if they were allies, so what? His own strength was the most important matter. Others were unreliable. Only one's own self was to be considered the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lu Lan made many attempts, but failed in all of them. In her anger, she purposely stalled the handing over of self-strength immortal goo, and refused to use strength chi immortal goo to create the air sac goo for Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan's action was very ruthless. This act gave Fang Yuan huge pressure. If He Lu Lan did not use strength chi immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have no air sac goo. Without air sac goo, he could not sell guts goo. Earlier, in order to heal himself, Fang Yuan stopped the guts goo trade, using it for himself. Without this revenue and with the 2 stone nests refining goo continuously, his funds had dried up. He had less than 100 immortal essence stones left. To break through He Lu Lan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce a new air sac goo recipe. But this had problems too. Fang Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in the auction. He was using Malicious Thought Goo as a substitute. The quantity was still low. Even if he had an entire stone nest of hairy men, refining Malicious Thought Goo unendingly, under the light of wisdom, the expenditure of thoughts was too high. Fang Yuan had some early expectations of this kind of situation. His original solution was to raise the scale of production. But to raise the production and build the 3rd or even 4th stone nest, he would need funds. Hairy men, especially those slaves skilled in refining goo, were priced even higher. Fang Yuan had insufficient funds. He could not raise his production. The problem went back all the way to the first issue. It seemed to be a deadlock. Fang Yuan went to find Xianxia land spirit and tried to use immortal materials to lure him into refining malicious thought. Goo using the hairy men in his blessed land. But Xianxia land spirit rejected him. His request remained the same, for Fang Yuan to go into immemorial purple heaven, to search for the rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to Xianxia land spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not resolve the situation through this. With air sac goo restricted, there was no guts goo trade. The sale of guts goo was Fang Yuan's top source of revenue. Without funds, there was no malicious thought goo, so Fang Yuan could not use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fang Yuan in the assimilation of his loot, slowing the plan to raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan was fully aware that He Lu Lan was attempting to compel him, forcing him into giving up self-strength immortal goo and choosing strength chi immortal goo. He Lu Lan. I'd like to see who can outlast the other. Fang Yuan snickered, focusing his mind. He summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and went to Dang Hun Palace again. Sitting on the bed, he shut his eyes and went into the dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. It expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. In order to activate Unravel Dream Killer move again, he had to go into a dream to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. At the same time, at a secret hideout in Northern Plains. The Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of the secret room slowly. He looked exhausted. Trying to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang building had left him in deep fatigue. His sideburns had turned white. His young face had become much older and wrinkled. How was it? Hong Chi Ming and the other immortals saw that he was outside and quickly approached him with concerned expressions. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of his deduction. There were many crucial pieces of evidence deduced this time, especially when Zhao Lianyun's soul was searched, and they witnessed the scenes that happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was of great help for his deduction. But Old Oracle shook his head, having a gloomy expression. My attainment were insufficient. I have disappointed all of you. How could this be? You could not deduce anything even at this stage. The culprit is not simple. They are hiding too deeply. It seems we still need to collect information. The immortals were all elites of their sects. After slight disappointment, They quickly accepted the results and started to discuss their future plans. After some discussion, Feng Yuan spoke. Right now, we have no clear target. We should split up and do our own missions. It was not easy to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I am sure you all have private matters aside from investigating the truth. For the time being, while you settle your private affairs, try to collect more information. Feng Yuan's reputation was the highest. Nobody dared to question him. Right now, with no clear target, everyone had to settle their own matters. They quickly split up and left, in order to resolve the missions from their respective sects. Old Oracle and Feng Yuan stayed behind. Lord Yuan. Old Oracle was hesitant. In truth, he had made a huge breakthrough this time in his deduction, but after telling Feng Yuan, the latter ordered that the information was to be concealed. That was why Old Oracle lied to everyone earlier, telling them that his deduction failed. Feng Yuan looked at him and smiled with deep meaning. The culprit who caused the collapse of 88 True Yang building was already most likely to be from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you obtained the deduction that the culprit is a member of the 10 sects of Central Continent, I allowed the rest to act freely. In the case that a mistake is made in concealing it, we would be able to find the culprit. But the result of my deduction could be wrong from the start. Old Oracle lowered his head. Don't worry. If it is really a traitor in the 10 sects, after causing such a huge incident, no matter how they try to conceal it, there are bound to be clues left behind. Feng Yuan consoled him, while also seemingly giving a warning. Old Oracle raised his head. His gaze was clear as he stared at Feng Yuan. Lord Yuan is hiding this from the other Gu immortals. Do you not suspect my sect? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He frankly admitted. Honestly speaking, I naturally was suspicious since long ago. You can go now. I am sure Ancient Soul Sect gave you secret missions as well. Feng Yuan's tone was that of one who had confidence in grasping the entire situation. Old Oracle's heart shook. He lowered his head. That is indeed the case. I will leave now. Saying this, his body was like lightning as he vanished into the sky. Only Feng Yuan was left in his original spot. His gaze was dark and eerie, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Chapter 778. Immortal Gu Changes. Owner. More than 10 days later, in Hu. Immortal Blessed Land. Time Luck. Immortal. Gu was silently floating above Fang Yuan's head. It was moving from side to side. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was pale green and was swimming about in the area above Fang Yuan's head, coiling around and giving off a watery sheen. Fang Yuan was injecting green grape immortal essence into it, while inspecting the inch of time Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Earlier, he had made an agreement with Xianxia land spirit, asking him to refine inch of time in bulk using the hairy men. The time flow in Xianxia blessed land was faster than Hu immortal blessed land. The quality of the hairy men was much higher. It could be considered of the highest grade. Thus, after Fang Yuan paid with immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu, like a small golden mountain, accumulated in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As the saying went, time was money. An inch of time was an inch of gold. Although inch of time Gu was immortal Gu, it had an appearance like that of a gold bar. The higher the rank of inch of time Gu, the longer and thicker the gold bar. But at this moment, when Fang Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, inch of time Gu was used up rapidly. The gold mountain had vanished completely in just a few breaths of time. Without inch of time support, the Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped activating. Fang Yuan sighed in regret. It seems that it is quite tough to use inch of time to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu in the place of lifespan. I only activated it for such a short period of time. I gained almost no additional luck. Like what Fairy Li Shan said earlier, Activating Time Luck Immortal Goo involved expending Immortal Essence and the Goo Immortal's lifespan to gain a boost in luck. But Fang Yuan had barely any lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final moments of Imperial Court Blessed Lands battle, when he was forced to become an immortal zombie, he was already extremely old. He had not used any lifespan goo before, thus he only had 100 years of lifespan. Right now, he had only around 10 years or less remaining. If one day, he could get rid of his immortal zombie body and become a living person again, his lifespan would not change. That is to say, even if I recover, my body would be extremely old. That is a problem. Before that, I need to find lifespan goo and use it on myself. Fang Yuan thought about this and couldn't help but frown. Lifespan goo were hard to find. They were extremely precious. Ordinary goo immortals would not sell them when they were obtained. In the Northern Plains auction earlier, not a single lifespan goo was sold. Lifespan goo were only mortal goo. The conditions for their production were greatly variable. For goo immortals to find lifespan goo almost meant relying on luck. In many situations, lifespan goo were often obtained by mortal goo masters. Goo immortals could not control where they appeared. Fang Yuan being able to find lifespan goo and extend his lifespan by several hundred years in his previous life was due to this. Up to this point, the best way to search for lifespan goo would have been through using 88 True Yang building. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan goo in this immortal goo house, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng already used it. It is basically impossible to rebuild 88 True Yang building now. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. Time Luck Immortal Goo turned into a flash of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land, once in a while, a small amount would break off. But for goo worms, there was still a lot of space. A Luck Immortal Goo eventually floated onto another gold mountain. This second gold mountain was naturally made up of Inch of Time Goo. Fang Yuan had obtained a huge amount of Inch of Time Goo from Xianxia land spirit. They had piled into two mountains. One had already been expended earlier. The last remaining one was here. Even though the test result previously was not satisfactory, it gave Fang Yuan a lot of precious and useful inspiration. Earlier I was only using Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo alone. If I add in other goo worms or even turn it into an immortal killer move, the expenditure of Inch of Time Goo might be greatly reduced, allowing it to become more feasible and desirable. Unfortunately, even though the light of wisdom gives me unlimited inspiration, this deduction involves time path. I have no attainment in it. With such a restriction, Fang Yuan could only keep his thoughts in mind for now rather than making an attempt. He still lacked Dream Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan was not going to waste any more time. After regulating his breathing for a few moments, he remained seated on his bed and closed his eyes, entering his dream realm. After going through 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was much higher compared to when he initially started, but during the 3rd refinement, Fang Yuan failed and his soul was injured. Dream realms themselves were risky, not to mention refining goo in a dream. If I lose my focus, I will fall into the dream's trap. Thankfully, Goot's Goo can strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan felt relieved. He opened his eyes and walked out of Donghun Palace. On Donghun Mountain, there were guts goo everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the injuries to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed, as a letter was sent into his immortal aperture using moving perspective. Cup Goo. Fang Yuan looked at it, and his face flashed with joy. He immediately stopped the plan of refining goo. He chose a scenic location on Donghun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant's leg and using fire goo to roast it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal, with black hair and black pupils. She had a divine beauty and a dominating aura. It was He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan flew in the air, landing before Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She looked at the elephant leg on Fang Yuan's hand, recognizing that it was the flesh and bones of a desolate beast. "Drought elephant," she said sarcastically. So the immortal materials in your hands can be wasted to this degree already? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He looked at He Lu Lan before his gaze landed back onto the elephant leg. After a short while, because of the high heat, the elephant leg was half-cooked already. It was oozing with fragrance. "It has been a while, Fairy Lu Lan. Please take a seat," Fang Yuan said politely. He Lu Lan snorted, remaining standing, unmoving as she emitted a faint anger. Fang Yuan found it funny. Although she was a formidable character, she was still a young woman. But if he was in her place, if someone wanted his Spring Autumn Cicada, would he give it up? Perhaps he might have already fallen out with the person and fought already. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan mentally alerted himself. He Lu Lan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. He Lu Lan desperately wanted to take revenge. She took risks in undergoing tribulations. In the end, she was careless and almost died. Right now, she could not stall any longer. She had to hand self-strength immortal goo over. By this stage, one could not advance prematurely and underestimate risks. A goo immortal's calamities and tribulations, are they so easy to pass? Even if one was overflowing with talent and had an arrogant nature, they had to admit the facts. He Lu Lan was a youngster who was not afraid of death. By charging forward blindly, she had suffered a loss. Now she would start becoming careful. But it was thanks to her that I could obtain self-strength immortal goo, right? Fang Yuan thought about this and laughed in his heart, putting the elephant leg in front of his mouth as he bit off a huge chunk, eating it with pleasure. He Lu Lan saw this and snickered. "You are already an immortal zombie. You have no sense of taste. Now that there is no hope of restoring your body again, you are doing this to reminisce your past." Fang Yuan said slowly and calmly, "Fairy Lu Lan, you did not come here to see me eat meat, right?" He Lu Lan's expression was still as water. There was anger in her tone as she said with deep meaning, "You are so gluttonous. Are you not afraid of bursting your stomach? Don't worry, my appetite is good. Dying of overeating is better than dying of starvation." He Lu Lan was gritting her teeth in rage. She suppressed her anger as she said with a calmer tone, "Actually, what's wrong with changing what you eat? That way, we can all have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who would not have downturns in life?" Fang Yuan understood her words. He Lu Lan wanted to use Strength Qi Immortal Goo to replace self-strength as the compensation to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan would not agree. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I try all sorts of ways to become stronger, so that I can deal with any desperate situation in the future. He Lu Lan, you understand me. Once I make up my mind, I won't change it." He Lu Lan's eyes squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person. She was of a similar kind. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils shrunk. Only seeing that on Fang Yuan's body, a bright light had appeared in a flash. This light was horizontal across his chest. It was a faint shadow at first, but it soon became brighter and more solid, carving itself onto Fang Yuan's body. "A Strength Path Dao mark?" He Lu Lan's expression changed. Just earlier, she witnessed with her own eyes that Fang Yuan gained a Strength Path Dao mark. She quickly calmed down, thinking of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said dryly, "So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How do all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal Goo had low value to other Goo Immortals. They even would not dare to use it much. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was undeniably a treasure. Especially in He Lu Lan's case, her cultivation had met with an obstacle. She could not raise it by undergoing tribulation. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which carried 0 risks, became very important. Fang Yuan did not speak. He bit down at the bones. He had already eaten the meat on the elephant leg, but the bones also contained natural Strength Path Dao marks. Even though the elephant leg bones were tough, His sharp teeth chewed them up and he swallowed. Soon afterwards, Fang Yuan gained a new strength path Dao mark. He was not afraid of He Lulan going back on her words, because the agreement for saving her had already reached the time limit. He Lulan came at the last moment to give it one last try. But in this matter, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had no way to lose. Once they went back on the contract, Fairy Li Shan would die. How could He Lulan watch that happen? "Come, sit. I'll treat you to some meat." Fang Yuan took out another strength path desolate beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After cooking it, he gave the leg to He Lulan. At the same time, he willed and eat strength. Immortal goo flew into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan received it without hesitation. After swallowing the flesh and bone, she activated Eat Strength Immortal Goo to digest them. A moment later, a strength path Dao mark appeared in her body. Even though the gains were barely 0.1% compared to a tribulation, this method had no risks. It could be accumulated continually. After eating half of it, He Lulan sighed deeply and gave Self-Strength Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. The two traded on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal Goo changed owners. Chapter 779. Chains of Benefits. Fang Yuan put away self-strength. Immortal Goo, his expression did not change. He turned to He Lulan and said, "From now on, Fairy Lulan, if you want to borrow, eat strength. Immortal Goo for cultivation, you just need to pass me a certain sum of immortal materials as payment." He Lulan nodded. This was his response. He Lulan was a formidable person. The moment she saw Fang Yuan display his Eat Strength, Immortal Goo purposely, she knew his intentions. He did not want to sever their relationship. He chose to deepen their cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully asked for self-strength. Immortal Goo. It bit open a huge, bloody wound on their alliance. Blood was oozing, and the bones could be seen. However, in contrast to the precious self-strength Immortal Goo in sole possession, Fang Yuan was lending Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This was giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg that she had, letting out a heavy sigh as she looked at Fang Yuan without a trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to a stone nest." He Lulan set out, taking the initiative to help Fang Yuan refine the air sac goo. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed like He Lulan was having a hard time. Just now, she underwent tribulation and went into great danger. After being saved by Fang Yuan, her blessed land was sure to have suffered heavy damage. Fairy Li Shan had always been helping He Lulan with her cultivation, regardless of costs. But now she was in trouble too. She had to help old ancestor Shui Hu refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Goo. All of the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were kept extremely busy in collecting immortal materials. This was an important and burdensome task. Fairy Li Shan had no choice but to spend all her efforts on it. Fang Yuan wanted to continue selling guts. Goo, didn't He Lulan have the same desire? Fang Yuan's earlier action of splitting profits with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan was an extremely wise decision. At this point, it had taken effect. Profits were a form of restraint, even if He Lulan was furious internally. Because of the big picture and her own circumstances, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On this day, He Lulan summoned large amounts of strength qi, allowing the refinement of air sac goo to restart. Before leaving, she gave Fang Yuan another idea for cooperation. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to increase his production, but He Lulan was willing to invest in this, building a third stone nest and obtaining ample hairy men. Her condition was that Fang Yuan must give her a higher profit ratio. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. The transaction of guts goo had restarted. It was like a fresh current of water flowing into a drying river. The management of the blessed land was almost stale. Now it was operating again. Like a horse carriage, the huge wheels were rolling and moving it forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was built in Fang Yuan's Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan had several goo worms to mass refine: air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and inch of time. 3 stone nests were insufficient to meet his needs. This invited a key question. How could he most effectively make use of his limited resources? Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the 1st and 3rd stone nest to refine air sac goo. The 2nd stone nest would refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions to do. Thus, he had to refine either memory thought goo or malicious thought goo. Malicious thought goo was good for plotting against others, while memory thought goo was useful for extracting information from his memories. But in terms of deduction, the two had no clear difference. As for why he was mainly refining air sac goo, that was because Fang Yuan realized that he could sell a lot of guts goo without any issues. Times had changed. The market for guts goo had been steadily growing, especially when Fang Yuan had stopped the trade of guts goo not long ago. He had used it solely for healing himself. This act had cut off the supply to the market, causing a shortage to occur. Thus, the price of guts goo had been skyrocketing. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan realize that the market for guts goo had truly expanded. He could totally raise the prices. He thought about this. Thus, he did it. The guts goo trade earlier was done monthly. His profit was 48 immortal essence stones. After raising the price and excluding the profits given to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan earned a total of 92 immortal essence stones. This was almost double his previous earnings. A monopoly is truly useful for earning profits. Fang Yuan's circumstances became much easier because of this. He sighed to himself, also being deeply alerted. Because the greater the profits of the guts goo trade, the greater the prospects, the more immortal Crane sect and the other forces would inevitably become restless. Maybe because Fang Yuan displayed a huge amount of strength earlier, and because immortal Crane sect was restricted in other aspects, they could not find the time or effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Right now, the profits of guts goo transactions were going up. One day, immortal Crane sect would make up their mind and put in more strength to try and regain Hu immortal blessed land. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they pursued profit. The difference was, the righteous path had nicer-looking methods on the surface. As for the cultivation of goo masters, or rather, the core of it, it was about a person's survival. It was always to defend one's own interests while devouring others' interests. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He did not deny that there was no difference between him, any other person, or any force. In the face of profits, they were all wolves. To deter immortal Crane sect, there is only one method. That is to increase my strength unceasingly, to cause their actions to fail, to make them feel threat. With such urgency and drive, Fang Yuan successfully integrated self-strength immortal goo into the immortal killer move, Myriad Self, a few days later. Although self-strength, immortal goo was very compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent several days to adjust the complementary mortal goo. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I cannot use Cleanse Soul, but I added in self-strength. With this, my battle strength is back to first rate within rank 6. In fact, the killer move Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance. Fang Yuan was thinking carefully. He had assimilated much of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self returned to having an immortal killer move's strength, true solid bat wings paired with Iron Crown eagle strength. Immortal goo was on par with a movement immortal killer move. To deduce vaguely familiar face in the others, he needed a huge amount of malicious thought goo. In Hu immortal blessed land, there was only one stone nest fully refining it. It would still take a long time before the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient degree. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng was making some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and took too long. In terms of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because Feng Zhuge forcefully asked them for information, his Sha Huang identity could not be used anymore. That plan was halted. Speaking of it, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for quite some time. If I can get Luopo Valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation would rapidly grow. That is a good method to raise my battle strength as well. In the future, I can even undergo the transaction of Bewilderment Fog and Luopo Wind, increasing my revenue. At the same time, in Luopo Valley. A negotiation had reached its most crucial moment. Qin Baisheng had a light smile as he looked at Hui Fengzai. Hui Fengzai was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought about it, suddenly laughing as he looked up. Qin Baisheng, to think that I treated you as my best friend. You actually lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot take down Xianxia Blessed Land. You want me to be cannon fodder? Qin Baisheng's gaze shined. He said lightly, with your wind escape move, you can retreat as you wish. You are famous in northern plains. How could you end up as cannon fodder? Even if wind escape is an immortal killer move, the best in movement within northern plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Baisheng, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi rejected as he shook his head. He was a rank 7 wind path Gu immortal. He was a famous and established character. Even if he had a superb skill, he was still very vigilant. Perhaps that was the reason he could live up to this point and have such an achievement. Qin Baisheng nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not unexpected. In that case, I will be forced to make you come. You want to stop me? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed. His eyes shined with a sharp light. Very well. Let us spar. It will dispel some unrealistic thoughts in your mind. I, Hui Fengzai, am not someone who can be ordered around easily. As he said that, he struck. Boom! Hui Fengzai opened his mouth. He flicked with his tongue as a huge wind blade shot towards Qin Baisheng. Immortal killer move. Death wind flying blade. Good timing. Qin Baisheng did not move. He only laughed. The wind blade hit Qin Baisheng, who did not move at all. At once, golden light burst out. As the golden light faded, Qin Baisheng remained unharmed. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in astonishment. My death wind flying blade did not even cut a single strand of your hair. Qin Baisheng smiled without speaking. How can I fight him like this? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched. His battle intent fell. He wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. He used his signature method, famous within northern plains at once. Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind as he flew towards the sky of Luopo Valley. This movement killer move had helped Hui Fengzi escape danger countless times. It made his enemies sigh in helplessness. The most memorable occasion was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu immortal, Yao Huang, who was pursuing him. But Qin Baisheng did not move as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Escape. He was expressionless. Rumble. On top of Luopo Valley, thunder was booming as clouds rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The intense wind blew. Countless ghostly figures at a quantity of millions flew around below the clouds. Hui Fengzi spit out a mouthful of blood. It was like he rammed into an iron wall. He was forced out of his wind state. What Gu formation is this? He was uncertain. His wind escape could not break out of this area. Qin Baisheng smiled without answering Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, does Sir want to consider joining us and attacking Xianxia Blessed Land? This time Hui Fengzi only thought about it for a few breaths before landing. Qin Baisheng, you were superior after all. Never mind. I will join you in this. Qin Baisheng laughed. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing his place. He was a wise man who submitted to circumstances. Since he could not escape, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's alliance conditions were not too harsh. Even though he was slightly unhappy, he still joined in helplessly. Chapter 780. Fate. Immortal. Gu Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios Central Continent Heavenly Court. The silver-white sky shined with a bright and pure luster. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade could be seen everywhere, empty and tranquil. Amongst the halls there was an old white tower covered in blemishes, standing tall and conspicuous like a crane in a flock of chickens. The tower's name was Heaven Overseeing. It originated from star constellation Immortal Venerable. As the name suggested, one could observe the whole world from this tower. However, winds never stopped blowing. The events of the world were turbulent and changeable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's talent and wisdom could rival that of the heavens, she still could not escape the fate of dying from the end of her lifespan. Later, Heavenly Court experienced the attacks of 3 demon venerables, and when giant sun Immortal Venerable and spectral soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, they also had the intention of taking possession of Heavenly Court, but for some reason they dispelled that thought. Over 3 million years, countless marks of history had deeply been imprinted onto Heaven Overseeing Tower. Splendid brilliance or deep gloominess, the vicissitudes of all kinds of experiences had merged into Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning it into an imposing structure, resembling an ancient tree that has lived since ancient times, or like a bronze cauldron that had stood witness to the changes of the world, and still stood tall without collapsing. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Lord walked up the stairs holding a walking cane. His back was bent. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his majestic aura revealed an intense aura of old age. His hair had turned white, wrinkles covered his body like an old tree's bark. His eyes were blurry and his gaze cloudy. He slowly lifted his foot, or rather dragged. He was like an old insect, tottering up the endless stairs with difficult steps. He walked forward step by step. Every step he walked, the white jade stairs under his feet would shine with a slight light and let out a beautiful sound, like that of a xylophone. The next change was to the walls beside the old man. Images changed constantly on the walls. Sometimes there was a lump of vague, foggy figures. Sometimes there were innumerable colorful lines. And rarely there would appear clear pictures. The old man paid close attention to the pictures on the walls. Whenever he went up a step, a bead of the immortal essence inside him would be consumed, and changes would occur to the pictures on the walls. The old man's movement paused. A picture on a wall vividly portrayed a valley. Luo Po Valley. The old man softly muttered. A flash of brilliance appeared and disappeared in his blurry eyes. 2 Gu Immortals were fighting at the center of the picture. A Wind Path Gu Immortal and a Metal Path Gu Immortal. At the periphery of the picture, several Gu Immortals were standing, looking at the battle in the center. The picture continued to change. The battle of the 2 Gu Immortals was not intense. They stopped after exchanging 1 or 2 moves. Finally, the picture froze at this scene. The Wind Path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head at the Metal Path Gu Immortal. The old man inwardly engraved this scene in his mind. In the innumerable steps that led to the top of the tower, those that could show such clear pictures would only number a dozen or so. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to move up the tower. He saw a deep sea in which a group of Gu Immortals, consisting mostly of immortal zombies, were attacking a blessed land. A female immortal was kneeling on sandy ground, pleading for assistance from an elderly male Gu Immortal. A young Gu master was unconscious in a bed. A spirit incubating flea was lying on his forehead, slightly shaking. He saw a Gu Immortal with white clothing and blue pupils, quietly moving through a forest in southern border. He also saw an eerie dark swamp. Huge rays of blood-colored light were enshrouding it, within which a blood path Gu Immortal was cultivating. The more the old man saw, the more chilly his face became, and the more fury accumulated in his blurry eyes. These people, they have all escaped the judgment of fate. Finally, he walked to the top of the stairs and stepped onto the peak of the tower, where an immortal Gu appeared in front of him. Rank 9, Immortal Gu. Fate. It looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura was weak. There was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. The old man gazed at this goo for a long while before he heaved a sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Unfortunately, its most important core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was close to destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his gaze revealing deep enmity. The person who inflicted such an injury onto immortal goo Fate was none other than a famed character in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke Fate, destroying the chains of Fate and allowing all living beings in the world to grasp their own destiny. But immortal goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, despite the care and protection from all immortals in Heavenly Court, the injuries Fate had suffered had yet to recover even after 1,000,000 years. This situation was caused by the attack of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The injuries on Fate immortal goo were not only represented in its physical wounds, it was also reflected on all the living beings who had escaped the judgment of Fate. The existence of these people in themselves signified the breaking of Fate. Thus, healing the immortal goo Fate had to be done in two aspects. One was to deal with the wound on the goo. The other was to clear the obstacles for immortal goo Fate by eliminating all those who had escaped the judgment of Fate. No matter which aspect, both were troublesome issues. Especially the second aspect. The 5 regions were extremely vast. Every moment, there would be someone who escaped their fate. It was extremely difficult for Heavenly Court to eliminate these existences. Even if Heavenly Court was the most powerful goo immortal organization, it only controlled Central Continent. The remaining 4 regions were linked to Central Continent through regional walls. The higher the cultivation of the expert, the more difficult it would be for them to pass the regional wall. The regional walls of each of the regions were like protective layers that isolated the 5 regions from each other and made them independent territories. In the beginning, when Fate Immortal Goo had just been injured, Heavenly Court was still seeing some efficiency in eliminating escapees of Fate. But merely some years later, there were countless escapees like waves formed in a sea, appearing repeatedly, to the extent that they could not be fully attended to. More than 10 years later, this situation spread like a wildfire throughout the 5 regions. Dozens of years later, immortal zombies appeared, humans that were supposed to be dead, but were still living. This was the classic example of escaping Fate's judgment. Back then, this situation had shocked, angered, and shaken the whole of Heavenly Court. As such a practice grew more popular to this day, a branch of immortal zombies appeared even in Central Continent. Survival was a basic human instinct. Even Heavenly Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate Goo seemed to be getting more distant day by day, and there seemed to be no hope. However, Heavenly Court had never given up. Because every generation of Heavenly Court Goo immortals firmly remembered the dignity of Heavenly Court during the Olden Antiquity era, and its glory during the Remote Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone in building this was Fate Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements used Fate Goo as the core, therefore allowing resistance against 3 demon venerables and ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. Completely healing Fate Goo was akin to grasping the paths in life for all living beings. This also meant that Heavenly Court would once again be paramount, becoming the supreme immortals among immortals, rulers among countless rulers. All their efforts had provided some results. Under generations after generations of efforts from Goo immortals of Heavenly Court and enormous prices paid over the course of history, Fate Goo was recovering bit by bit until the current state, where although it was dying, it could be barely used. It was because of this that pictures appeared on Heaven Overseeing Tower's walls. Fate escapees and Fate Goo were irreconcilably opposed. However, those that had escaped the judgment of Fate were truly too many in numbers. The ones that appeared in Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest ones, while also not being inside blessed lands or grotto heavens. in addition to not using wisdom path methods to conceal themselves. Therefore, they were easy to deduce. Soon, using the latest refinement path convention to heal Fate Gu's injury will result in a qualitative breakthrough. All the investments we made will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be brought about to fruition from this. After the refinement path convention, Fate Gu should be able to display 50% of its might. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord mumbled while caressing Fate Gu. His expression gradually eased up, the anger in his heart temporarily pacified. But before this, we still need to eliminate these main sinners who had escaped the judgment of fate. All lives have their trajectory and destiny predetermined since they are born. This is the law of heaven and earth, the rule of nature. How can we allow you to leisurely escape? This is life that does not belong to any of you. While thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear pictures which he had engraved in his mind when he moved up the stairs. Before fate recovers, I will act in the capacity of heaven and eliminate the tallest of these weeds. Central continent, Hu immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fang Yuan was inside the light with his eyes tightly closed. Behind him was the biggest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest, and had already grown to the size of a fat, mature, small tree with lush mushroom heads. Bright-colored lights shined on Fang Yuan's face. His breathing was deep and slow. Malicious thoughts rose up and down in his mind like waves, constantly crashing against each other. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. I took such a long time in accumulating malicious thought goo, but they were used up like this. He frowned, unsatisfied with this result. He had first attempted to deduce how to add pulling mountain and pulling water into the killer move myriad self. The result was that he used up half of the stock of malicious thought goo, but only made less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan then tried to deduce immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. He used up all malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. In the end, it was because my transformation path attainment is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this moment, he suddenly felt something. A moving perspective, cup goo came out of his immortal aperture. The goo brought a letter. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words on it. The time has arrived. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he stood up. The sender was Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had originally intended to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luo Po Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan had suddenly sent news which caused Fang Yuan to dispel the plan of Luo Po Valley. This news was regarding Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Changfan died, Dongfang Yu Liang was his legacy successor. But the latter was only a mortal Gu master. Thus, to stop the intention of other Gu immortals, Dongfang Changfan did not directly hand over the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yu Liang, instead arranged it at a hidden place. Fairy Li Shan had vast connections and specialized in getting intel. This time, the intel was that Dongfang Yu Liang had secretly headed off to an unknown location, attempting to inherit the wisdom path inheritance. Chapter 781. Tai Chiu is not an inheritance ground translator. Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Northern Plains, Tai Chiu. An intense battle was reaching its climax. On one side, there were 3 Gu masters. On the other side, it was a myriad beast-sized goat group. 2 Gu masters were in front, retreating under the fierce attacks of the goat group. Behind, one person had a robe filled with bloodstains. Even though his face was like jade, he had a tired expression. He was breathing roughly as his eyes were drooping. Suddenly, with a loud call, the myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led its group of elite goats as they attacked the 3 Gu masters. The assault became faster and faster. The goat group attacked from both sides, resembling ripples from a sea's waves, splitting up and leaving a path in the middle. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was right in front of them. "Young master, quickly retreat." The situation is dangerous. We will stay here, young master. Think of the future. The two Gu masters saw this desperate situation. Their eyes were wide open as they shouted. But the person behind them was in bad shape. It was as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu masters had a resolute expression as he made a decision, speaking, "Dong Po Kong, you are a flying master. Quickly escape with young master. I will stall them." The other Gu master, Dong Po Kong's body shook. Looking at his ally, he hesitated. Tan Wu Feng. The Gu master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. Previously, he was a demonic path Gu master. He, together with Hao Ji Liu, were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were very famous. Hao Ji Liu went to He Lu Lan. In the end, he died in there, along with everyone else later due to Fang Yuan destroying Imperial Court-blessed land. On the contrary, Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng went to Dongfang Yu Liang. Even though they lost in the Imperial Court contest, his life was preserved. He converted from demonic to righteous, becoming a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous leader, Dongfang Yu Liang. But right now, Tan Wu Feng wanted to stay behind and single-handedly resist the myriad beast goat group. He was using his life to gain precious time for his allies, for them to escape. There was no hope of surviving. This was truly a suicide mission. Dong Po Kong's heart shook. He felt moved. Even though Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path member, he felt suspicious towards Tan Wu Feng's motives and intentions for converting. Other than that, he also felt disdain and contempt. But right now, in Dong Po Kong's heart, these suspicions, disdain, all vanished, turning into an emotion of tragic guilt. Under the influence of his genuine emotions, he spoke. "Good brother, I will bring young master away now." Tan Wu Feng was staring with wide-opened eyes. Seeing the approaching goat group, he was anxious, shouting loudly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Dong Po Kong turned around and left, 2 streaks of tears falling from his eyes. He knew that he had to fight against time. If they wanted to escape, Tan Wu Feng's sacrifice was not enough. They needed his flying master attainment to be fully displayed along the way. Even then, they had less than a 30% chance of success. However, at this moment, the blood-bathed, white-robed Gu master opened his eyes, raising his head as he shouted, "7 starlight!" Saying this, his entire body shot upwards. 7 lumps of light of all colors were floating around him, rapidly circling around his body. Swoosh! A huge lump of star thoughts, under the support of the 7 starlight, burst out. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed in blue. Starlight shined brightly and hit the surprised goat group. The coiling mountain goat group's myriad beast king shouted loudly, but their momentum was too great. The goat group rammed into the countless star thoughts. "Young master, Lord Yu Liang." Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong saw this and were excited and joyful. An immense amount of star thoughts formed a star cloud as it rumbled endlessly. A moment later, half of the star thoughts were destroyed. But as they dispersed, the myriad beast goat king had died, along with dozens of elite goat beasts. The goat group lost their goat king and broke apart, splitting into multiple smaller groups led by 1,000 beast goat kings. The huge goat group had turned into numerous smaller groups that scattered everywhere. The blood-bathed, white-robed Gu master descended slowly to the surface. His body shuddered as he almost fell on the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and overturned the situation, he was barely hanging on now. "Young master!" Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong came up, holding this Gu master's arms. This Gu master was Dongfang Yu Liang. After Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal, Dongfang Changfan, died, he was his chosen inheritor. His face was extremely pale. He controlled his dizziness as he forced a laugh. "All right, we finally beat this myriad beast goat group. We have time to rest now." "Young master." Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Po Kong was holding Dongfang Yu Liang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, "Young master, Tai Chu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. After entering this place for 3 days, we had already encountered more than 10 waves of beast groups. Originally, we had more than 10 people. Now only us 3 are left. It is not a big deal if I die here, but young master is precious. If something happens to you, what will we do? Looking at this situation, why don't we retreat first before coming here again? Dongfang Yu Liang sat on the ground, smiling bitterly to himself, shaking his head. You do not know the situation. This is my last and only chance. I had already put everything into this attempt. It is like an arrow that has been shot. We cannot turn back any longer. We need to make use of our time now and rest, trying to recover our battle strength. Saying so, he shut his eyes, grabbing 2 primeval stones as he entered a state of rest. Dong Po Kong and Tan Wu Feng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded as they sat around Dongfang Yu Liang, taking out their primeval stones and meditating. At the outskirts of Tai Chu, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that as a mortal, Dongfang Yu Liang could advance so deeply into Tai Chu. This time, he expressed weakness and lured his enemies in, causing the coiling mountain myriad Beast Goat King to charge up and letting him kill the leader. He actually managed to survive this difficulty. Standing beside him, Gu Immortal Han Dong snorted coldly. This Tai Chu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living here. Even us Gu Immortals do not dare to charge in recklessly. Dongfang Changfan placed his inheritance ground here. He was guarding against us. Gu Immortal Su Guang added, That is right. Dongfang Yu Liang and the others are all mortal Gu masters. They have weak auras and do not attract the attentions of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. With the route that Dongfang Changfan planned for them, they would only meet some ordinary beast groups while entering the deep parts of Tai Chu. If we go, our Gu Immortal auras would leak and cause the resistance of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. More Gu Immortals are coming to the outskirts. The other 2 Gu Immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast direction, only to see that 3 Gu Immortals had just approached towards them. They were wearing black robes and had masks on, only showing their eyes. More people that want to have a share of the profits. Han Dong's eyes shined ominously. His tone was eerie. The 3 black-robed Gu Immortals descended. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lu Lan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu Immortal in Northern Plains previously. She had agreed to an alliance with Dongfang Changfan. She could not covet his possessions openly, thus she had to hide her appearance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were involved in the collapse of 88 True Yang building. They had to conceal their appearances. The 3 slowly descended, floating in the air outside of Tai Chu. They were not planning to go inside. They first glanced at Dongfang Yu Liang and the others before looking around. He Lu Lan chuckled. Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. The outskirts of Tai Chu had so many Gu Immortals hiding around. Just with my methods, I found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I found 26. Most of them are demonic path Gu Immortals, but there are also Gu Immortals from Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan took a look, but he only found 19. Although his battle strength had been raised, his investigative methods could not compare to an established veteran Gu Immortal like Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lu Lan, her investigative methods exceeded his. This made him internally alert. No wonder Dongfang Yu Liang is rushing to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, with this inheritance, one has a chance of becoming Northern Plains' #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal. Even their own Gu Immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Changfan make any mistakes? He signed an agreement with the Righteous Path Superforces so that they would not come after this. but he missed his own tribe's Gu immortals. Hai Lu Lan said. She frowned slightly. She felt that Dongfang Changfan would not be so careless. Dongfang Changfan is the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clues in Dongfang Yu Liang's mind. Such wisdom path techniques cannot be broken easily. Right now, the Gu immortals are all waiting here. It seems that they are biding their time until Dongfang Yu Liang opens the inheritance, before they start robbing it, Fang Yuan said. His motive in this journey was to get a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path inheritances had greater value the more complete they were. But currently it seemed like his goal was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they obtained it, they might form a situation where the inheritance gets split up. Thankfully, my battle strength rose a lot just now. I have a chance at competing. Later, when we snatch it, I should avoid being the center of attention, so that the crowd would not attack me together. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan made his tactics. Although he had high battle strength, there were many Gu immortals. He could not fight them together. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attempt doing that anyway. However, a change occurred right at this moment. A blinding flash appeared. As the light faded, Dongfang Yu Liang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Po Kong vanished from their original spots. This is a teleportation Gu formation. It was hidden underground. We didn't discover it. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements are indeed not simple. This Tai Chu was not the true inheritance ground. It was just a place to hinder us. Quick, while the Gu formation still has some aura remaining, quickly search for clues before it dissipates. The Gu immortal realized at once, showing up and charging towards the deep parts of Tai Chu. Grr. Desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were stirred. They rushed out from all areas of Tai Chu. Chapter 782. Myriad Self-First Style. Giant Hand Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, seeing a large number of desolate beasts appearing in their sights, with several ancient desolate beasts among them. The Gu immortals flying in the sky slowed down, their expressions turning dark. They were indeed worthy of being Dongfang Changfan's arrangements. Meticulously set out and interlinked, he had completely deduced today's situation. Even after he died, he created huge problems for these Gu immortals. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were alerted felt that the Gu immortals were intruders. Originally, they were resting in Tai Chu, peacefully in their respective territories. Dongfang Yu Liang and the others' intrusion was like a few butterflies flying into their garden. The beasts were not disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits entering their homes. They were alerted and went all out, even working together to protect their territory, Tai Chu. To humans, Tai Chu was one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce areas were their sanctuaries. They were places where humans could not take over. Seeing so many desolate beasts charging over at once, the Gu immortals were apprehensive. Although there was a good number of them, they were not united. Instead, they were wary of each other due to the wisdom path inheritance. It was hard to work together sincerely. They could not battle with the desolate beasts either. Once they fought, the chaotic battle would cause damage to Tai Chu if they destroy the traces left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The Gu immortals would have even greater trouble tracking them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plot was very obvious. They all understood it clearly in an instant. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not the point. We cannot spend too much time with these beasts and lose our clues. Get past them and find the traces, following the clues to the inheritance ground. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the area where the teleportation Gu formation was, but they had to slow down. Desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu immortals were worse. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would certainly not mind exterminating some of the competitors around them. Howl. A desolate beast flying at high speed engaged with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal's name was He Ruo. also known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She was skilled in transformation path. She shouted a curse. She felt sullen inside, but she could not blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being unlucky and placed in a bad position. Seeing that the desolate beast was charging over, she did not fight it. She turned into a blurry green-gray bird, spreading her wings and flying away, towards the crucial location. The desolate beast was unable to catch up to her. It turned around and targeted another unlucky person. The green-gray bird flew past the other Goo Immortals, becoming the Goo Immortal closest to the crucial location. Other Goo Immortals did not watch this without doing anything. A mere mortal killer move. You dare to stand out? Waves were crashing as a rank 7 Goo Immortal rode on a huge wave and blocked the green-gray bird. This Goo Immortal had a strong aura, but he was so thin his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin. They were everywhere. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding Goo Immortals showed a wary expression on their faces. This was a rank 7 Goo Immortal, Pi Shui Han. He was a member of the Demonic Path and cultivated Ice Path and Water Path. He was a famous expert. Peacock Flying Immortal. He Ruo saw that Pi Shui Han was obstructing her. She did not evade him. Instead, she snorted lightly, and an immortal goo aura burst out from her. He Ruo activated her immortal goo. The green-gray bird she had transformed into turned from blurry to clear. In an instant, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden peacock tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply as she flew past the waves, towards the Goo formation. Pi Shui Han's actions failed. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Indeed, after attending the Northern Plains auction, you think you have some ability now, heh heh." Saying this, he raised both his arms. Gurgle, gurgle, with 2 loud sounds. The water waves surged up, emerging from nowhere, blocking the green bird like 2 huge walls. Meanwhile, Pi Shui Han's speed did not decrease. He rode on the currents and charged towards He Ruo. He Ruo did not dare to fight with Pi Shui Han. She raised her head and spread her wings, rising into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves grew alongside her. Pi Shui Han smiled coldly. He rapidly got close to her. But He Ruo did not want to battle. She put all her efforts into escaping. Pi Shui Han could do nothing to her within a short period of time. Just as the two were fighting, one figure emerged from another side, like a flash of lightning. This person was brawny and muscular. His skin was bronze in color. Lightning was coiling around his body. His speed was faster than He Ruo. Fang Yuan felt some familiarity upon seeing him. He thought over it for a moment and realized that this person was Divine Lord Tian Du. This immortal cultivated lightning path. He alongside Shi Ho had once coerced an immortal zombie of Zombie Alliance, buying 150 kilograms of wilted essence with 1 immortal essence stone. Divine Lord. Tian Du saw Pi Shui Han and He Ruo chasing and fleeing. He found a chance and activated his movement killer move, gaining a huge boost in speed. Soon, he surpassed everyone and quickly became the person closest to the Goo formation. Ha ha ha! Divine Lord Tian Du saw that he was getting closer to the Goo formation and was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Divine Lord, hold up! Accompanying a calm and slow voice, one white-robed scholar appeared before Tian Du. Ah, unfettered scholar! Divine Lord Tian Du saw this person and his expression changed. His speed fell drastically. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Goo Immortal, unfettered scholar's match. He shouted quickly, "Shi-Ho, quickly lend me a hand." Shi-Ho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show up beside Divine Lord Tian Du. He was a muscular man, looking very rugged and brutish. His hair was in a mess and he held a skull in his hands. Divine Lord Tian Du cried out, pushing with his hands as a lightning dragon was unleashed. At the same time, Shi-Ho activated his mortal killer move, attacking unfettered scholar. The two were not weak in battle strength among rank 6 Gu immortals. Otherwise, they would not dare to extort a zombie alliance member. At this moment, they joined forces and had an impressive attack. It attracted much attention. "Come then." Unfettered Scholar smiled lightly. He moved his hand as two immortal Gu flew out. Boom! In an intense explosion, Xu Ho and Divine Lord Tian Du flew back after spitting blood, but Unfettered Scholar stood on the spot, having a calm demeanor. He was fighting 2 against 1, beating back Xu Ho and Divine Lord Tian Du. The immortal Gu he used had great power, but they were already placed back inside his immortal aperture. Nobody had seen them clearly. "Let's go." At this moment, from another direction, Gu immortal Lu Qingming shouted, as the Gu immortals Su Guang and Han Dong followed after him. Their advance caused gasps among the crowd. "It is the traveling 3 elites. Block them. Be careful when they join forces, their battle strength can match rank 7. The 3 elites gave off bright lights each. It was a dazzling scene, forming an image of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be unleashed when all 3 Gu immortals worked together. The killer move had great power. The 3 elites could charge forward fearlessly. Nobody could stop them for the moment. They got close to the Gu formation. There were 5 publicly well-known rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. There were more rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were not in large numbers. People like Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Li Shan, and others, they were famous people who had been around for a long time. In the Gu immortal world, most Gu immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites joined up, they had rank 7 battle strength. This made people wary. Furthermore, they had chosen their specific direction and had no strong foes of rank 7. Whether it was by coincidence or not, the 3 of them managed to become the ones closest to the Gu formation. They were extremely fast. Pi Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others could not stop them. They could only watch as the 3 elites landed on the Gu formation that was set up earlier. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The figures of the 3 elites vanished, while a huge bat-desolate beast flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bat is a space-path desolate beast. There were actually concealment-type Gu on this beast. The 3 elites were engulfed by it. Ha ha ha! Although they are not in mortal danger, they lost precious time and the valuable opportunity. Some Gu immortals were shocked. Some were taking pleasure from their misfortune. Ruin bat was not an exception. At this moment, the desolate beasts in Taichu had surrounded the Gu immortals, ready for a huge battle. The peach wolf, which was pink, cute, and had a tiny body, moved extremely quickly like light. The white hoof-ink horse was stalwart like a mountain. The blood-tongue tree had bloody and long tongues. And also, the chi-path ancient desolate beast, primeval return peacock, that could absorb the primeval energy of a huge surrounding area. 3 desolate beast-coiling mountain goats, and a lawless antelope that could give even a rank 7 Gu immortal a headache. The scene became chaotic at once. Desolate beasts and Gu immortals fought in intense battles, while the Gu immortals were wary of each other. But no matter how chaotic it was, the Gu immortals were protecting one crucial location. They tried to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. "Follow me." With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were in the chaotic battle. Fighting carefully and moving around agilely, they stealthily had gotten close to the Gu formation. Grrr! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan and the other's path. "You dare rob me?" Gu immortal Zhuo Zhan carried a huge hammer and wore a red bronze suit of armor. He rode on a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. At the same time, Divine Lord Tian Du, who was far away, laughed coldly. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into lightning as it shot over. It was known as Thunder Shuttle. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were about to strike when Fang Yuan stopped them. "Please don't worry. Let me use my method." As he said this, countless Gu worms flew up in his immortal aperture. Rank 4. All-out effort. Gu. Bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu flew up like butterflies, circling around one spot. An immortal Gu was proudly at the center. It was the strength path immortal Gu's self-strength. From the mesmerizing flying, the mortal Gu created traces of light in the air. Self-strength immortal Gu burst out with a blinding light, connecting all of the traces of light into one, forming a light lump resembling a small sun. The light shined on the ground in the immortal aperture. On the ground, there were hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms, standing and waiting silently. Before coming here, Fang Yuan made his preparations. He summoned his strength path phantom army prior to this trip. Immortal killer move, myriad self. First style, giant hand. Fang Yuan mentally called out. Tens of thousands of phantoms of Fang Yuan stretched out their right hands, raising them up high, palms facing the huge light lump in the sky. Around the light lump there were 100 group strength Gu entering it. At the same time, Fang Yuan in the outside world stretched out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The air within dozens of meters around him was pulled. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was pushed away and into the air. The giant hand gripped. Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu was trapped inside. The giant hand closed into a fist. It punched at Gu Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes were wide open and staring, after shouting in shock. He escaped in panic. Chapter 783, or one real among 100 fakes. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Once Fang Yuan's giant hand was unleashed, the effect was shocking. Countless Gu immortals looked over with surprised gazes. In truth, such a method of accumulating quantity and unleashing it all at once was a very common way of designing killer moves. Like the very common fire pellet Gu, it can summon one fireball. How could one increase its strength? Normal people would think like this. By accumulating fireballs during battle, they would unleash it all at once. This way, by raising quantity, the power of their move will increase. This was the most common and simply train of thought. But most things were easy to plan, yet the execution was not easy at all. If they formed the fireball beforehand, how could they store it? Even if they stored many fireballs, how can they shoot these fireballs at the same time? Even if they fire it, how can they ensure that the aim is accurate and that the fireballs are not shot in random directions? Only after resolving all of these questions would the Gu Master truly own what was known as a killer move. That was why the nurture, use, and refinement of Gu worms were deep fields. Especially in terms of using Gu, one needed creativity. Even if killer moves were created, because people were all different, each killer move would naturally have their own strengths and weaknesses. When Fang Yuan conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Self, it could be said that he had broken traditional confinements and fused enslavement path and strength path, making a great and rare achievement. He had a strength path foundation originally, and when he underwent immortal ascension using his second aperture, he queried heaven and earth, gaining a deeper foundation. Next, he made a huge sacrifice, taking a near-death risk, eventually using the rank 9 Wisdom Gu, gaining unlimited inspiration and creating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But his environment, Wisdom Gu, immortal ascension, destruction of imperial court-blessed land, they were all unique stimuli. The immortal killer move, Myriad Self, which successfully fused enslavement path and strength path due to the nature of its design, had surpassed most immortal killer moves. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan explored it in the future and developed it, he might be able to create a completely new path. Thus, even though the killer move, Myriad Self, was still in its initial stages, its potential was shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition battling, commanding an army and using the tactic of cannon fodder to drown the enemies in sheer numbers. Strength path created an individual champion. By adding great strength to oneself, one can kill whoever stands in their path. If they rage, the battlefield would be bathed in blood. In this aspect, a single person was a huge force. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan could use his own strength to create innumerable strength path phantoms that he could manipulate at will. When he battled with He Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced back He Cheng and Zhui Songzi. There was nothing they could do. In the killer move Myriad Self, this was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path. Right now was the opposite. It was enslavement path supporting strength path. What caused this crucial effect was group strength goo. This ancient goo worm was sent into the light lump for the killer move at the end, transferring the strength path army's strength and adding it all to Fang Yuan's own body. There was also one key point that was self-strength immortal goo. If it was cleansed goal immortal goo, he would not be able to summon the giant hand. The so-called giant hand was only a giant strength path phantom's hand. He Lu Lan had once controlled self-strength immortal goo. Her killer move's strongest transformation was a giant strength path phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, and saved He Lu Lan, obtaining her strength path true meaning afterwards. This true meaning became the final catalyst to create the giant hand. With all these causes, the move giant hand was formed. Self-strength, immortal goo was indeed the best-suited core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With it, Myriad Self developed a step further. It could finally interchange between the main and support roles for either path. Fang Yuan used this move instead of unleashing the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He had his reasons. These strength path phantoms had his appearance now that he was the culprit of a huge crime. He needed to hide his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity was exposed to a degree, and he had not deduced the killer move, vaguely familiar face, yet. Giant Hand was the move most suitable for Fang Yuan currently. It had incredible power and would not expose his identity. The huge fist continued to punch at Zhuo Zhan. Zhuo Zhan was breaking out in cold sweat. He retreated more quickly as he created some distance from the giant hand. Swoosh, the immortal goo thunder shuttle, which was immobilized, broke free from the giant hand, flying towards its owner, Divine Lord Tian Du. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of the giant hand was indeed influenced by the formless hands, but the two were very different. Giant hand was a strength path killer move, but formless hand was the essence of theft path. Formless hand could capture immortal goo, but giant hand could only immobilize them for a short period of time. That already could be considered very good. After attacking once, Fang Yuan stopped his offense. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand vanished into thin air. During the entire process of the attack, his right arm was making cracking noises. Even with his immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to sustain the attack. Now that he stopped the move, his strong arm drooped down weakly. The tendons and muscles under his skin were almost all torn. His bones were full of cracks and his arteries burst, mushing together with his muscles. Giant Hand extracted strength from all of the strength path phantoms, gathering it into Fang Yuan. Because the strength was too great, and Fang Yuan was like the foundation holding it together. This time, I activated Giant Hand using 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the giant hand's power can only be at this level temporarily. Even though it has room for improvement, my body had reached its limits. Fang Yuan sighed to himself mentally. His arm was slowly drooping down, but concealed by his wide black robe. In a short time, using the recovery ability of the immortal zombie body, his arm completely recovered. Even so, Giant Hand's power was too shocking. Zhuo Zhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated a great distance. His gaze towards Fang Yuan carried immense fear. The surrounding goo immortals subconsciously created some distance from Fang Yuan. He Lo Lan and Fairy Li Shan's faces were hidden under their black hoods. They both showed complex and surprised expressions. The power of Giant Hand had made them inwardly apprehensive and alert. But currently, Fang Yuan was their ally. They were on the same side. The two felt glad. These two emotions mixed together. It was a strange feeling. Their states of mind were complex, especially He Lu Lan. After sensing that Giant Hand had a hint of her own killer move's design, she felt a slight sense of dejection. Far away, Unfettered Scholar pushed Divine Lord Tiandu back as he grabbed at Thunder Shuttle Immortal Goo. Divine Lord Tiandu was anxious. He used his method and successfully took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal Goo. Unfettered Scholar did not achieve his goal. He was not upset. He smiled serenely as he turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. An impressive immortal killer move. Deep within his gaze, there was a solemn feeling. This is truly battle strength reaching rank 7. Lu Qingming and the others killed the ruined bat and returned to the outskirts of Taichu. Seeing this, they had wary expressions. Who is this? Pai Shui-han was guessing. This was the first time Giant Hand was used. It was obviously not a well-known immortal killer move. This is a Strength Path immortal killer move. Is the person Domination Immortal Chu Du? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. A Strength Path Gu immortal with such battle strength, there was only one well-known in Northern Plains. But soon, everyone shook their heads. With Chu Du's demeanor, he would not conceal his identity like this. After Divine Lord Tiandu took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu, he looked around. He did not want to fight Unfettered Scholar anymore. Now even Fang Yuan was a tough opponent, and the traveling 3 elites were back as well. He knew that with his strength, he could not take advantage of the situation. His expression turned ugly. Even though there was much going on, this all happened in a short period of time. After Fang Yuan used Giant Hand, he had retracted his hand and his arm drooped by his side. Under everyone's gaze, he went back to beside Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. He purposely kept his head low, not making any noise. It was like he did something insignificant. Fairy Li Shan was in front. He was walking behind her, together with He Lu Lan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan and the others were dressed in black robes. They wore the same clothes and were very mysterious. Seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, everyone guessed. He Lu Lan, who was beside him, could have the same battle strength as him. As for the one walking in front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might have even greater strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very familiar with people's minds. This small action by him was much more terrifying to other Gu immortals compared to his Giant Hand, even though the other immortals knew that he might be bluffing. But as Fang Yuan and the others landed on the ground and reached the Gu formation, as they were searching for clues to capture Dongfang Yu Liang, nobody stopped them. Everyone acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan's group. Of course, the bigger reason was that the Wisdom Path inheritance was nowhere to be seen. The immortals were shrewd people. They did not want to truly fight now. They fought earlier with probing as their intention. They did not use their real trump cards, or any all-out attacks. Fang Yuan and the others were searching for clues together. A few breaths later, they all gasped. What a teleportation Gu formation! Fairy Li Shan's voice was very hoarse. Truly worthy of Dongfang Changfan, he purposely left behind a Gu formation and misled us, He Lu Lan said. The clues here can help point out the correct direction, but to find Dongfang Yu Liang, we need to rely on luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand. He asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the others did not answer. They rose into the sky suddenly. They left Taichu, moving in 3 different directions and rapidly vanishing from everyone's eyes. A moment later, Unfettered Scholar landed as well. He inspected it and realized Fang Yuan and the others' words were not lies. As it turned out, Dongfang Changfan did something to the Gu formation. He did not make arrangements to destroy the Gu formation. Since this formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters, it could not transport immortals. If he destroyed the Gu formation, There would be Gu immortal experts who could capture all sorts of clues and traces, following them and finding Dongfang Yu Liang. After all, Dongfang Changfan was skilled at plotting and deductions. He was not an expert in teleportation Gu formations. Thus, he intentionally left behind many trails, while concealing the real route within them, making it hard for people to decipher what was real amongst the fake. This way, the Gu immortals would have to split up to find him. Even if someone found Dongfang Yu Liang, his pressure would be much lower. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the others chose the three most probable directions. Unfettered Scholar thought over it before choosing a fourth direction, rapidly leaving Tai Chu. After he left, the immortals landed one by one, getting their own clues and leaving in the directions they chose. In the end, only Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were left. These Gu immortals are so crafty, no one destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed it, clues would still remain. These demonic path Gu immortals have survived until today. They are not people who would do such strenuous and unrewarding tasks. That's right. They are hoping that even if they went the wrong direction, someone would find the real route. By then, if there is any commotion, they would rush over immediately. All right, let's go down and see what clues there are. Chapter 784. Ordinary desolate beasts are not my match. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. All right, let us go down as well and see what clues there are. Dongfang Wanshu dispelled his concealment methods and moved to the spot where Dongfang Yu Liang disappeared. Wasn't First Supreme Elder given special care by Lord Dongfang Changfan before death? A Dongfang tribe Gu immortal asked with some doubts. Yes, First Supreme Elder specially convened us to come together. There are none of us Gu immortals currently with the tribe. I was still thinking First Elder would already have some clues. The Gu immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanshu heaved a long sigh, speaking in a bleak tone. Don't call me First Supreme Elder. In my heart, only Lord Dongfang Changfan can be our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know Lord Wanshu was nurtured by Lord Changfan, but now Lord Changfan has already passed away. Who can avoid dying in this world? In my opinion, we should focus on the present. Right. Now Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance has attracted so many demonic path Gu immortals. Our tribe might be one of the super forces, but any carelessness could result in a catastrophic danger. We need to handle this prudently and safely. If not for Lord Wanshu honestly explaining that these are Lord Changfan's arrangements before death, we would have left behind at least one Gu immortal to guard against any accidents and protect our tribe's seeds. Unlike now, where we have all gathered here. The Gu immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanshu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanshu waved his hand. There is no need to worry. I might not have the correct clues, but I know the method to get those clues. He then closed his eyes and probed clues from the aura left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The Gu formation's aura kept on changing. Dongfang Wanshu got different results every time he checked. Dongfang Wanshu followed the instructions Dongfang Changfan gave him before death, engraving these aura clues in memory, comparing and examining them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew to the sky, saying to the rest, "Follow me." Where is this? Dongfang Yu Liang slowly woke up from his state of unconsciousness. His gaze turned from blurry to clear. He had a terrible headache, and in fact, not only did his head hurt, his entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes. Blood flowed from his internal organs and bones were fractured in many areas. According to the map left by Lord Changfan, we have only traveled half the path. How did we suddenly arrive here? Dongfang Yu Liang was puzzled, pondering on this while treating the wounds. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, the injuries on his body were soon being healed. I remember that when we meditated to absorb primeval energy from primeval stones, the teleportation Gu formation suddenly activated and sent us here. Could it be that the map Lord Dongfang Changfan gave me is actually fake? Maybe the latter half is fake, and the true final point is midway through it. Dongfang Yu Liang felt his guess could be correct. From his understanding of Dongfang Changfan, the latter indeed had such a way of doing things. These arrangements were set up to block the methods of other wisdom path Gu immortals. Gu immortals of other paths would be afraid of causing inadvertent damage, afraid that the clues with Dongfang Yu Liang would be ruined as well as being wary of each other. Thus they chose to stay behind and wait for the chance to move. Wisdom path Gu immortals, however, could search thoughts and extract the true clues of the map. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were teleported along with me, but I see no traces of them right now. Maybe they are nearby. Who knows? I should first look for them before exploring this hall. After a while, Dongfang Yu Liang healed the injuries on his body, then started searching around. He had found that this place was like a group of large halls, and he was inside a hall. The halls were beautiful but ruined, and could be considered to be a giant site of ruins. Dongfang Yu Liang moved with caution, but there was no one in the hall, not to mention enemies. Tan Wufeng, young master. After walking a while, Dongfang Yu Liang met Tan Wufeng, who also had been looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Po Kong at the exit of the hall. Dong Po Kong was lying on the ground, still unconscious. Dongfang Yu Liang and Tan Wufeng used some methods to awaken him. The three were happy at having reunited. Naturally, Dongfang Yu Liang was still the leader. He thought for a while and decided, if I'm not wrong, this should be where Lord Changfan set the inheritance. We have already searched the first hall but did not discover any clues. Let's take a look at the second hall. Sure enough, like he expected, when the three entered the second hall, they met with a test at the center of the hall. This was a complicated puzzle, involving a complex mystery. There were clues and evidence given, of which both truths and falsehoods were included. There was also a time limit, under which Dongfang Yu Liang had to use wisdom path methods to not only search through the false clues, he also had to deduce the truth of the case. Dongfang Yu Liang was indeed worthy of being the successor Dongfang Changfan chose. In less than 1/3 of the time limit, he passed the test and was richly rewarded with a set of rank 5 wisdom path Gu worms. With greatly increased strength, Dongfang Yu Liang entered the third hall. This test was a remnant Gu recipe. It required Dongfang Yu Liang to deduce the recipe within 15 minutes. Boom! A giant strength path hand smashed down like a mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out miserable bleats, filled with injuries and completely suppressed by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled hard several times, but the giant hand still pressed down on it firmly. Finally, the giant horned sheep's energy was used up and it gave up on resisting, not moving anymore. Fang Yuan let out a breath of cloudy air, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. He had followed the clues in his search, but the clues turned out to be false. And when he followed the 5th clue, he came across this desolate beast, giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was interested in it and started a huge battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected luck with Ye Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, Fang Yuan did not have a deficit in luck. This giant horned sheep he fought did not have any difficulty to handle Gu worms. Giant Hand was extremely useful. He repeatedly used it to subdue the giant horned sheep and soon restrained it. There were no twists and turns during the entire battle. Fang Yuan's superiority kept on accumulating until it turned into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. Giant horned sheep is purely a strength path desolate beast. I will raise it in the blessed land. At every set interval of time, I can cut off some of its flesh and use eat strength. Immortal Gu, to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. Who would have expected that I would be able to capture a giant horned sheep alive in this place? It is truly a surprise blessing. Fang Yuan relaxed his breathing. The injuries on his immortal zombie body had already healed. He willed, and the giant hand grabbed the giant horned sheep and transported it to his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he had frequently purchased strength path-related food in Treasure Yellow Heaven, which came out to be a significant expense. Once or twice was okay, but as it continued on, even Fang Yuan was feeling the effect of the huge expenses. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as long-term investment. But the transactions of desolate beasts were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not to mention that Fang Yuan only wanted pure strength path desolate beasts. I truly made a good move by extorting self-strength immortal goo. My battle strength has reached rank 7, and the giant hand is somewhat more practical than the strength path phantom army. Ordinary desolate beasts like giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even regarding the swamp crab which once damaged Dang Hun Mountain, I should be able to face it head-on. Even if it had gruel mud immortal goo, I could ensure the safety of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the pleasure of having the situation in his grasp. He rested and reorganized himself leisurely with no hurry. He was aware of the situation. There were many wolves, but only one prey. Only relying on his strength, the chances of devouring Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance were too low. If nothing unexpected happens, even if this wisdom path inheritance lands in my hands, it will only be an incomplete part. Sigh. I wonder when I would be able to obtain a truly intact wisdom path inheritance. As Fang Yuan thought over this, Fairy Li Shan's message appeared in his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information-gathering ability was indeed superior to Fang Yuan's. There were already some people who had discovered the true location of Dongfang Changfan's inheritance ground, and an intense battle was already underway at that area. Because of this loud commotion, more and more Gu immortals were heading there. Fang Yuan met with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. When they arrived at the place, a dozen or so Gu immortals were pacing around the outer perimeter. Ah, it is them. Careful, these three are extremely mysterious. I just returned from the area to the southeast, and saw that person using a giant hand to capture a desolate beast giant horned sheep alive. Demonic Path Gu immortals prioritized strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed made them apprehensive. Thus, when they slowly flew over, these Gu immortals subconsciously parted to make way for them in the air. This is the inheritance ground. Dongfang Changfan indeed put much thought into this. Fang Yuan observed from above, and soon said in a moved tone. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple. While alive, it was an immemorial, desolate beast with the battle strength of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a space path desolate beast with countless space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were influencing this space, constructing a land of illusory large halls. As long as someone stepped into its range, they would be dragged into the halls. Only if they were rank 8 Gu immortal would they be able to resist this huge force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Taichu. Its presence caused there to be no desolate beasts around a huge surrounding range. This was a forbidden place within a forbidden place, a fierce area among fierce areas. Dongfang Changfan was also only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he was actually able to arrange his wisdom path inheritance at this place. This was indeed another clear indication that he was worthy of being called the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal of Northern Plains. It was truly extraordinary. Right as the Gu immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yu Liang had already been smoothly succeeding and was charging into the 8th hall. My chosen inheritor, you have finally arrived. A lump of star will condense into Dongfang Changfan's appearance in front of Dongfang Yu Liang and the others. Master, Dongfang Yu Liang prostrated with tears in his eyes. The star will slowly nodded and looked at Dongfang Yu Liang. Being able to come here shows your superior talent. This is not the final hall, but it is the end of the inheritance, As long as you are able to perfect this goo formation and successfully activate it, you can be said to have completely obtained this wisdom path inheritance and receive my wisdom path, immortal goo. Master, I will definitely do my best. Dongfang Yu Liang showed an intense fighting spirit. You need to be quick, there is not much time left. The star will raise its head, gazing at the sky. Chapter 7, 185. Phantom Beasts. Obstruct the way, immortals are troubled. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions continued to occur. In the sky, goo immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they had now found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path goo immortals were all practical and straightforward. Without much hesitation, someone flew down. Since Dongfang Changfan chose the corpse of an immemorial ruin bat as his wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his own reasons. The huge phantom beast army was stirred, like a giant black cloud. They rose from beneath the feet of the demonic path goo immortals. These phantom beasts were all of strange appearances. They attacked fearlessly. They were skilled at dodging, and there were several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocking the demonic path goo immortals. Phantom beasts are normally rare. They only appear in places with numerous space path Dao marks. There are so many here? Hai Lu Lan was fighting fiercely as she cursed. She lost self-strength. Immortal goo, her battle strength plummeted. Even though she could use Strength Chi Immortal Goo to replace it, and still summon the giant Strength Path Phantom Killer move, she could not show her appearance now. Thus, when fighting, she was very restricted. Stay calm, Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts have the natural ability to turn into phantoms and avoid attacks. Inspiration for the Phantom Path of Goo Masters was obtained from Phantom Beasts by Goo Immortal Shu Wu Xie. As long as an ancient desolate beast-level phantom beast doesn't appear, we will be able to enter the corpse of the immemorial ruin bat eventually. As she said this, a large group of phantom beast birds flew over. Fang Yuan snorted, keeping them away from the other two as he used myriad self-first style, giant hand. A strength path giant hand appeared, stretching its fingers and grabbing. The strength path hand had great power, but when it grabbed, it caused little damage. In this 1,000 phantom beast group, only some dozens had died. Most of the phantom beasts had turned vague. They became nearly invisible as they remained in their places. When Fang Yuan retracted his strength path hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They became solid and had real bodies, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others again. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Next to him, Fairy Li Shan waved a hand as a sea of fire spread out. The fire burned in the air, over the entire surroundings. They formed a large barrier. The phantom beasts charged into the sea of fire, using the same ability again and avoiding the flames by turning into phantoms. Their advancement did not slow down. But the moment they ran out of the fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for them. He grasped with his strength path giant hand. Splat! This time, Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. Hundreds of phantom beasts were turned into meat paste. They lost their lives. The hand slowly opened up as flesh and blood rained down from the gaps between his fingers. Blood was pouring like a drizzle of rain. This group of phantom beasts had around 1,000 in number, with this grasp from Fang Yuan. Most of them died. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit when faced against the imposing Fang Yuan. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan killed this group of phantom beasts so easily. But he was not smug. He had a grim expression. The ordinary phantom beasts are still fine. They can only turn into phantoms for a short while. We can eradicate them with some cooperation. But the problem lies in the desolate beast-level phantom beasts. Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan nodded. They were observing the surroundings and paying attention to the battles elsewhere. Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han, the two rank 7 Goo Immortals, were fighting with 2 desolate-level phantom beasts each. Desolate-level phantom beasts were truly special. They could turn into phantoms for a long time. Thus, even though they were rank 6, they were hard to deal with. Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han could not take them down even though they hurried to do so. But the two had rich experience. After fighting for a while, they recognized the situation and became less rash. They started to deal with the situation calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in a dangerous situation. One desolate-level phantom beast turned phantom. Its speed rose quickly as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, but the phantom beast also could not touch Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast became solid. Han Dong was inside the phantom beast's body. Once this happened, he entered the phantom beast's stomach. The phantom beast growled proudly. It flew away and left with Han Dong, leaving Lu Qingming and Su Guang behind. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were the traveling 3 elites when they joined forces. They could match a rank 7 Gu Immortal. But they were cooperating when doing that. They were not as powerful individually. Once Han Dong was gone, the remaining 2 Gu Immortals' battle strength fell drastically. They were no longer as imposing as before. The two were anxious. They chased and attempted to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that engulfed Han Dong flew down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks without turning phantom again. Han Dong was attacking it from within its stomach as well. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Along the way, it was clearly troubled. It was spitting blood. Why is this phantom beast so stubborn? Earlier when we fought, they would all turn phantom the moment any attacks got close. Quickly turn phantom now, Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's face was grim. Can you still not tell? There is a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Changfan, I underestimated you. In a hall within the ruins, Dongfang Changfan's star will watch the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was shining in starlight. His thick and condensed body was shrinking rapidly, becoming more dispersed. This was the ability of the #1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he had died, the methods he left behind could still be used, controlling this phantom beast army, to fight for precious time for his inheritor. Quick, faster, just a bit faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yu Liang was full of sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential, trying to finish this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After he passed it, he would obtain Dongfang Changfan's immortal Gu, the core essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate-level phantom beast was bringing Han Dong back to its home, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Changfan had such incredible enslavement path methods, he really concealed them deeply. Brother Han Dong will be in deep trouble if he can't escape. What shall we do? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are all very similar. They almost have the same origins. That is not strange. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with a determined light. But Dongfang Changfan, we feared you when you were alive, avoiding you and your deductions. Now that you are dead, you are still causing trouble for us. But do you think such methods are enough to take us down? You are looking down on the talents of this world. Saying so, his body shook as his arms spread open, resembling a bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, his arms swung in front of his chest, without bending at all, as his hands clapped in front of him. With a loud, crisp sound, an intense wind blew from the force of his clap. The wind danced in the air, forming tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. The wind blades spun around each other, forming a ball-shaped mass resembling dark green vines. They intertwined together as they were sent attacking at the desolate-level phantom beast. It's here. Brother Lu's immortal killer move, Entangled Wind. Su Guang's expression lightened. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If used on the phantom beast, it would definitely suffer a huge blow. Han Dong would be saved. Furthermore, this move, Entangled Wind was strong and incredible. It was a famed move of Lu Qingming. It could be manipulated at will. The wind blades could gather and separate with just his thoughts. That was why, even if the phantom beast turned phantom the moment it was hit, causing entangled wind to hit Han Dong, Lu Qingming could still separate entangled wind in time using his own strength. Once entangled wind was split up, even though the attack range would increase, its power would reduce. Han Dong would survive it. But just when he was about to succeed, a vine dragon flew over, targeting the entangled wind. Unfettered scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and stared with a furious expression. He hurriedly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. A water lotus appeared below the entangled wind all of a sudden. This was the action of the rank 7 Gu immortal, Pi Shui Han, who freed himself for a moment. Lu Qingming snorted coldly as the entangled wind split up. A small portion of it could not dodge and entered the water lotus. But most of the wind blades dodged the water lotus and gathered together again, forming a smaller entangled wind, and charging towards the desolate level phantom beast. But right at this moment, a strength path giant hand came out of the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud bang, the strength path giant hand and the entangled wind both dissipated. The desolate level phantom beast found an opening and landed on the palace below. With a ripple in space, it vanished. Ah! Success had been just around the corner. Su Guang growled loudly in anger, turning towards Fang Yuan with a furious expression. I will kill you! Fang Yuan snickered coldly. He waved his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack, but Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him in time. Stay calm, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were blood red. We will definitely take revenge for this later, but now, the urgent matter is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang controlled his anger and clenched his fist. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu is right. Only after finding Han Dong, we would have rank 7 battle strength by combining our strength. Before this, only the two of them were left. Finding trouble with a rank 7 battle strength expert like Fang Yuan was just asking for humiliation. The two talked at a low volume for a while, before turning around and attacking the palace below. The palace was unmoving from start to end. It was only a mirage. As space rippled again, 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming wanted to save someone. They went all out and stopped preserving their strength. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were pushed back. Pi Shui Han saw this and laughed coldly. This was the result he wanted to see. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other. Until the last moment, nobody would go all out. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the way, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. I have one less true competitor now. At another side, Unfettered Scholar smiled. As he dealt with the desolate level phantom beast, he looked at Pi Shui Han and Fang Yuan, especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the others were still standing in a spot without a desolate level phantom beast fighting them. A solemn gaze flashed across his eyes. These 3 are having it easy. This is not a good thing. Unfettered Scholar moved as he thought, luring the desolate level phantom beast towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing this, his gaze was cold. He retreated as he stretched out both hands. 2 giant hands flew out, charging towards Unfettered Scholar without any restraints. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him from his surroundings. He can actually use 3 hands at once? Unfettered Scholar's movements paused. The wariness in his mind intensified. Just as they were all harrying and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu immortal appeared silently behind Dongfang Yu Liang, who was in the large hall. His eyes were shining with divine brilliance. His gaze swept across Dongfang Changfan's star will, as well as Dongfang Yu Liang, who was working hard. He stared at the walls of the hall and the huge goo formation on the ground. Good formation, good formation. Even I, old Lord Kenyang, am seeing this for the first time in my life. He praised continuously. Chapter 786. 1 against 2. Rank 7s. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Who are you? Dongfang Yu Liang saw old Lord Kenyang and was shocked. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong were vigilant. The aura old Lord Kenyang naturally sent out made them feel a strong sense of fear. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly turned around, saying to old Lord Kenyang calmly, "You are also here to inherit my wisdom path inheritance." Old Lord Kenyang was slightly stunned. After assessing the star will, he said with a tone of surprise, "Oh, I am also qualified? You could pass the test. You are a capable person. Since you appeared at this moment, you have an affinity with the inheritance. The wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Changfan, left behind cannot be passed down to those cowardly and useless people. That would just be ruining my reputation and letting our descendants laugh at the great wisdom path Gu immortal, who can't even arrange his posthumous matters properly. Isn't that right?" The star will paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you have shown your outstanding skill, you naturally have the qualifications to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. But this lad was picked by my main body now that he is in the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will not be able to get it. But if he fails, you are allowed to try. Dongfang Changfan, you are indeed peerless within northern plains. You had such a disposition." Old Lord Kenyang looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will, sighing as he spoke matter-of-factly. "I was going to snatch it forcefully, but since this is the case, I do not mind waiting." Old Lord Kenyang was indeed powerful, but this place was arranged by Dongfang Changfan. Even if he snatched it, he would only get an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. For wisdom path inheritances, the more complete they are, the more valuable they will be. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, old Lord Kenyang did not want to lose it. His gaze went from Dongfang Changfan's star will to Dongfang Yu Liang. After looking at him for a while, he turned to Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong had been completely on alert since he appeared. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze was very calm, but for Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong, they felt as if a fire alarm was blaring. An immense sense of danger was filling them. "What are you thinking of doing?" Dongfang Yu Liang sensed something amiss. He shouted loudly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered. He did not move, but Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong's bodies had ignited on the spot. "Ah!" The two screamed out shrilly. They collapsed on the floor and struggled intensely. But the yellow-green flames continued to burn. It roasted these two rank 5 Gu masters and made them feel pain that could make one wish for death. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed a cold and cruel smile. His intention was to deal with Dongfang Yu Liang. If he failed, the opportunity would come. But if he wanted to exterminate Dongfang Yu Liang, the star will at the side would not allow it. This would cause old Lord Kenyang to lose his opportunity. Thus, old Lord Kenyang targeted Dong Po Kong and Tan Wu Feng. To Dongfang Yu Liang, these two people were loyal subordinates. They were his right-hand men. He was naturally affected greatly. He was also an astute person. He knelt down and begged Dongfang Changfan's star will for help. "Master, without these two, I would not have made it here. Please save them." Star will waved its sleeves. It said coldly, "Mercy does not suit an army commander. Kindness does not suit scheming. Dongfang Yu Liang, you are the disciple of my main body. But my main body is dead. I am only a star will left behind. My main purpose is to find a suitable inheritor for this inheritance. The help I gave you has already reached its limit. There is no use even if you beg me. Rather than wasting time here, I would rather you use your time well and complete the Gu formation, passing the test. The star will said that out loud, but at the same time, a voice was transmitted into Dongfang Yu Liang's mind. Yu Liang, oh Yu Liang, the situation is extremely dangerous. This Gu immortal is a huge threat. He has great battle strength. Even my main body would be wary of him. Furthermore, I am only a will now. I deceived and managed to stall him. You have to quickly complete this Gu formation. This formation is both an inheritance and also a way to deter enemies. If you can complete it in time, you will be able to use it to challenge Gu immortals. By then you might be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure. They never lied. Their actions and words were all truthful. But the star will was a will. It could lie. Dongfang Yu Liang heard the star will's transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood the star will's difficulty. He shouted loudly as he stood up. He screamed at Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong, "Brothers, you have to hang in there. I will definitely save your lives." Saying this, he turned back with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Old Lord Kanyang frowned. He willed and the fire became larger. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's faces contorted from pain. Their painful cries became twice as loud. Even though they cried out in grievous pain, they could not die. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Old Lord Kanyang, they were like wooden puppets. They were completely controlled. They could not die even if they wanted to. As Dongfang Yu Liang heard the cries, his mind became clearer. His gaze became more firm. He was not overrun by anger and hatred. Instead, his eyes started bleeding. This was the result of him deducing intensely and expending his mental strength. Old Lord Kanyang tortured the two and saw no effect. Instead, it made Dongfang Yu Liang try even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being constructed at a faster pace. Old Lord Kanyang's face showed some worry. At this rate, if Dongfang Yu Liang succeeds, his plans would be ruined. Dongfang Yu Liang had quite a chance to succeed, not only because he was doing well now, but because he was the person chosen beside Dongfang Changfan. He had to have potential. If Dongfang Yu Liang obtained the inheritance, with Old Lord Kanyang's battle strength, there was a possibility that he could snatch it. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent Gu immortal. Coming to northern plains was risky in itself. The 5 regions in this world, no matter which one, were hostile to foreigners, especially in northern plains now that 88 True Yang building had collapsed. There was a huge wave of commotion. If his central continent Gu immortal identity was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Thus, Old Lord Kanyang would rather move secretly, trying to save time and keep himself concealed. He would want to avoid any battle. Old Lord Kanyang took a look at Dongfang Changfan's star will, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He felt an urge to attack Dongfang Yu Liang secretly, but he was afraid that he would lose the opportunity because of this. If he lost this chance, in the end he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance. It had little value. But he was afraid of the star will lying. With Old Lord Kanyang's experience, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Changfan was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even the star will that he left behind after dying could influence a strong foe like Old Lord Kanyang and make him uncertain with just a few words. Outside in the sky, Gu immortals and phantom beasts were fighting chaotically. Unfettered Scholar saw Fang Yuan's 3 hands. His wariness increased. He only froze momentarily. Soon, he raised his speed and charged towards Fang Yuan. Even though he was facing 2 strength path hands, he did not have any intention of retreating. He wanted to force Fang Yuan and the others into trouble, to probe their true abilities. Fang Yuan saw that he did not manage to deter Unfettered Scholar. He was not upset. He manipulated the 2 hands and without any scruples. attacked Unfettered Scholar. He dared to attack. He really attacked. Heh. Between two rank 7 battle strengths, this will be a good show. I have to hide far away, to not get dragged in. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a huge space for Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar to fight. Unfettered Scholar was agile. Even though Fang Yuan's 2 hands grabbed, they could not touch even his clothes. Unfettered Scholar was dressed in a white robe. He wore a tall hat and had black hair. He flew like an agile crane, free and unrestricted. Seeing the 2 hands fail in getting him, Fang Yuan's body shook as 2 more hands showed up. Along with the Strength Path giant hand protecting his body, he summoned a total of 5 giant hands. Each of his Strength Path giant hands took the strength of 20,000 Strength Path phantoms in Fang Yuan's aperture, gathering and focusing on one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. In accordance with Fang Yuan's current body toughness, he could only take the strength of 20,000 phantoms each. Any more and his arms would break apart even before attacking. But do not forget, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed zombie. He had 8 arms. If he used all of them, he would be able to summon 8 Strength Path giant hands. 5 was not his limit yet. 4 of the Strength Path giant hands flew in the air, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The latter was still safe and sound, even though it was harder now. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan. "Sir, is that all you can do?" He called himself unfettered. He was naturally skilled at movement. Fang Yuan's Strength Path giant hands were powerful, but they were not fast. They could do nothing to Unfettered Scholar. Unless Unfettered Scholar made a mistake, there was no chance of Fang Yuan capturing him. This was the limitation of Giant Hand. Giant Hand was powerful, but it had weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Unfettered Scholar was leading in the battle, he was shocked inside. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made him feel heavy, especially with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan standing behind Fang Yuan, fighting with minimal force. Could those two be even more powerful? Even if Unfettered Scholar himself fought, he could not force out the true strength of these 3 people. At another side, Pi Shui Han was also suspicious. This can't continue. His gaze was determined. The waves below his feet split. A wave that was more than 100 feet tall crashed at Fang Yuan and the others. Actually, Pi Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were not on good terms. They even had fought with each other previously. They had old grudges. But right now, after seeing Fang Yuan's strength, Pi Shui Han was not an ordinary character either. He put down his grudge and turned his firepower towards Fang Yuan, assisting Unfettered Scholar. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The other Gu immortals quickly retreated. "Come then." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had no fear. 3 more hands flew out. A total of 8 Strength Path giant hands. 3 were blocking Unfettered Scholar. 3 were flying at Pi Shui Han. The last 2 were floating around him, prepared and ready to strike. It gave others a huge sense of threat. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies also gave off immortal Gu auras. These immortal Gu auras were not just 1 each. They each had at least 2 auras. They oozed out, unconcealed. But just this could not scare off Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han. The 2 looked at each other before one of them shouted, "Having so many immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous experts. You are hiding your identity so deeply. Don't tell me you are Righteous Path Gu or immortal The other person, Unfettered Scholar, shouted, "I am familiar with many Northern Plains Gu immortals. I wonder which old friend could be playing a joke on me. Or perhaps none of you are Northern Plains Gu immortals." Both of their words were deadly. One was slandering them to be Righteous Path Gu immortals. They were trying to set them apart from the demonic path cultivators. The other was more ruthless. He said that Fang Yuan and the others were not people from Northern Plains. He was trying to stir up the feeling of a common enemy in these demonic path Gu immortals. Gu immortals were all calculating and scheming people. When they fought, it was not just using swords and blades. They fought using words. They competed in terms of wisdom and strategy. Chapter 787. Plotting for the Tribe, Even After Death. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Ever since 88, True Yang Building collapsed, and Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. The entirety of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world had stirred up in shock. They were trying to find the culprit behind this. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had malicious intentions. Not only did they join up and attack Fang Yuan together, they even slandered and tried to isolate him. By now, Fang Yuan had to speak. "Are you two trying to slander me into doing something foolish? Heh. You are looking down on me. You are looking down on all our fellow immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu immortal. My Northern Plains aura is clear for everyone to see. If you want to defame me, you should at least make a credible lie." The other demonic path Gu immortals retreated even further now. Hai Lu Lan's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan obviously was the culprit behind it all, but he was speaking now like he was innocent, with such confidence. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not know that although they were deliberately making slander, they actually hit the truth. The one who caused Imperial Court, Blessed Land's destruction, who else could it be but Fang Yuan? The contest of words was countered by Fang Yuan. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not speak. They attacked even more fiercely. Being attacked at once by two rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead became covered in sweat quickly. He defended himself from all directions. He was barely holding on. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while his opponents were true rank 7 Gu immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge difference. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer, Move Myriad Self, to display rank 7 battle strength. But the longer the strength path giant hands were used, the more Fang Yuan's arms would be unable to sustain the burden. They would gradually reach the point of exploding into meat paste. "I have a wood path killer move, but it is a trump card of mine. I barely use it normally. It can be used on one of the enemies and possibly gravely injure them. But I will need you to restrict them and move the location elsewhere." Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and transmitted this to him. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled bitterly, replying, "The strength path giant hands have incredible power, but they are slow. It is extremely difficult to trap any one of them. There is little hope. Fairy, you can wait for a moment. I still have a plan. If this fails, it will not be too late for you to strike." "Oh?" Fairy Li Shan heard this and held in her anxiety. After several rounds, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were closing in. Fang Yuan's disadvantage was getting higher. Now is the time. A bright flash shined across Fang Yuan's eyes. He manipulated 6 strength path giant hands as he slammed down. Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were both below the giant hands. They felt a strong pressure coming down from above, slamming towards them. At once, the air seemed to have frozen. The giant hands whipped up strong winds, causing Unfettered Scholar's clothes to flutter, as Pai Shui Han's expression tensed. The strength path giant hands slammed down together. They were so fierce that the onlookers' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former scoffed while the latter smiled lightly. They used their movement killer moves and avoided the hands. But Fang Yuan acted differently from before. He did not stop his attack. He continued exerting force, slamming the 6 giant hands down on the ground. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Dongfang Changfan's Star Will below became stunned. "Oh no." The Star Will's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Boom! 6 strength path giant hands slammed down in the air, causing ripples to appear in the space. The loud sound was like the boom of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks embedded in the air were smashed by the strength path giant hands. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements were destroyed. The concealment illusion was gone. The immemorial, desolate beast-level ruin bat corpse's true appearance was exposed. What a huge ruin bat! Its body was sprawled flat on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters in size. Its wings were thick and huge, covering a few li of sand. The bat wings were slightly lower, while the head was the highest. Looking upon it from a high altitude, it resembled a small mountain. On the ruin bat's back there was a huge wound. The wound was extremely deep. Fang Yuan looked at it and knew that it was the ruin bat's fatal injury, but he did not know which existence caused it. At the periphery of the injury, the flesh and fur of the ruin bat was corroded, showing its white bones. On the skeleton there were extremely thick space path Dao marks, interweaved together to conjure a small space. Inside this space there was a hall that was so run down it looked like ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken into this small space. It was connected to the outside world now. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside. Whoever snatches it first gets it. Fight our way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of Northern Plains' #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in this generation, to the demonic path Gu immortals. It was extremely attractive. Fang Yuan opened a pathway directly. It triggered the greed in all of the demonic path Gu immortals. The first demonic path Gu immortal flew down, causing the other demonic path Gu immortals to feel an intense sense of urgency. They rushed down one after another. Unfettered Scholar was hesitant. While Pi Shuihan had already given up on Fang Yuan, he flew into the tunnel below. Unfettered Scholar sighed lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply. He turned into a white light and fought his way into the tunnel. But at the next moment, 6 brand new desolate-level phantom beasts, as well as an ancient desolate-level phantom beast, flew out of the small space, colliding with all of the demonic path Gu immortals. The two sides fought in a chaotic mess again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan saw this and squinted, slightly shocked inside. Old Lord Kan Yang was also shocked. The situation was getting more urgent, seemingly thoroughly sobering him. Snorting coldly, a cruel smile appeared on his face as a huge flame turned Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong into charcoal. These two poor rank 5s. At the peak of the mortal world, they had a tough journey in following Dongfang Yu Liang, reaching this stage. In the end, they were killed by Old Lord Kan Yang in an instant, burnt to death. At the same time, as Old Lord Kan Yang snorted coldly, Dongfang Yu Liang, who was working hard, spat out blood like he was struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground. "Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to attack me." Dongfang Yu Liang struggled to get up. He was shouting in anger and hatred. Old Lord Kan Yang's eyes darted around. He sneered, "Don't frame me. I did nothing." In saying this, the corners of his eyes were locked on Dongfang Changfan's star will. This was Old Lord Kan Yang's probe, to see if this star will's methods were real or not. Dongfang Changfan's star will saw this and heaved a long sigh, saying, "It has gotten to this point, so be it, everyone come out." Once he said that, a change occurred. In the hall, a mysterious light burst out. When the light faded, 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They were surrounding Old Lord Kan Yang in the middle as they shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to target our tribe's inheritance. Your death date will be today." Although this old scoundrel is despicable, the traitor in our tribe is even more deplorable. Quickly tell us, who was the one who informed you in secret? Old Lord Kan Yang was no longer calm. Panic flashed across his eyes as he looked at the star will with much rage and shock. "So this was a plot against me." Dongfang Changfan's star will nodded. "Indeed. Before my main body died, I had instructed Dongfang Wanshu and taught him the correct method. Using this, he obtained the secret passageway from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the 7 Gu immortals around him this secret passageway. After that, on the way here, they met with my arrangements and were attacked by the desolate beasts, keeping them busy." Meanwhile, the traitor in my tribe is evidently among these 8. The traitor was stalled by the desolate beasts and could not come here. Afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would end up in the hands of others, he sent this secret information using a certain method to you. After receiving the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first. Old Lord Kanyang's expression was grim. He stared at the star will as he said eerily, "So that is it. Even though you knew that Dongfang tribe had a traitor, you did not know who it was." "That is correct," Star will nodded. "But now it seems the traitor is among these 8. Who was it? Who betrayed our bloodline? Who betrayed our tribe?" Dongfang Wanshu screamed. "At this point you have already exposed some clues. It will only take some effort to find you. Why are you not owning up?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had solemn expressions while the others had a furious look. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. Old Lord Kanyang was a true rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Even though Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were greater in numbers, they knew that one of them was a traitor that caused them to be wary of each other. They did not attack directly. Old Lord Kanyang frowned slowly, looking at the star will. "Wait, since you saw through the plot and were targeting me from the start, you could have triggered the arrangements before I entered. Why did you wait until now?" The star will stood on the spot, refusing to answer him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence. Noises of the intense battles from above could be heard. Old Lord Kanyang twitched in sudden understanding. "I get it. You want to borrow my strength to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. All you need to do is to intentionally make Dongfang Yu Liang fail, and I would think that I could compete for this inheritance. By then, all of the demonic path Gu immortals outside would be my enemies. Of course, with your wisdom, you can certainly think of another, better method to make me your pawn. When these demonic path Gu immortals and I fight it out and become weakened, your Gu immortals would be able to reap more profits. It is a good plan. What a great scheme. Unfortunately, any sort of arrangement is not safe from accidents," the star will said, acknowledging Old Lord Kanyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6-strength path giant hands. "Teacher." Dongfang Yu Liang was standing stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him made him feel helpless. He was both joyful and sorrowful. He was joyful because the enemy was restricted. The tribe was prepared for it. He was sorrowful because he was just bait. He was a pawn meant to attract the enemy. His hard work, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Po Kong's sacrifice, they seemed like foolish, laughable jokes. As if he sensed Dongfang Yu Liang's thoughts, the star will turned around and looked at the inheritor that he chose. "Yu Liang, you do not need to think too deeply about it. I was using the wisdom path inheritance to trap our strong foes and exterminate the traitor in our tribe. But the arrangement here is real. The wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He is from Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They also have their wisdom path Gu immortals. It is only when I place the true wisdom path inheritance here that I would not leave behind any flaws that would allow the enemy's wisdom path Gu immortals to find out." "So that's it." Dongfang Yu Liang's heart shook. He felt ashamed, but also deep admiration. He was ashamed about his own foolish thoughts. He was also admiring his teacher, Dongfang Changfan. The latter taught him painstakingly. Even after death, he plotted and attempted to protect Dongfang tribe, eliminating their traitor. The enemy was so strong, Dongfang Changfan made such an arrangement due to his wisdom, but also because he was helpless against such a strong foe. After experiencing the difficulty that his teacher was feeling, Dongfang Yu Liang felt even more deeply ashamed of himself. Chapter 788. Cards Revealed. The True Traitor's Identity. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. All right, Yu Liang, go and complete the Gu formation. As long as you go through this last round, you will be able to obtain my main body's true inheritance. As for you, old Lord Kenyang, you will die here today. Dongfang Changfan's star will said slowly. Old Lord Kenyang took a step back. He spoke arrogantly. Although I am alone, you are only a group of rank 6 along with a mere will. You want to take my life? Don't forget that my ally is among you. There are also demonic Pathgu immortals outside. They are like hungry wolves. Your phantom beasts can't hold them off for long. Although he said that, his face showed a vigilant and alert expression. To live to his age and obtain such accomplishments, a vigilant nature was a necessary trait. Old Lord Kanyang's words were true. He attacked Dongfang tribe's weakness. That was also why Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals did not attack rashly, despite having an advantage in numbers. Dongfang Changfan's star will laughed. During the remote antiquity era, star constellation Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, died. But she deduced matters over 1,000,000 years after her death. It caused 3 future demon venerables to return empty-handed, protecting Heavenly Court. Although I, Dongfang Changfan, am far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still somewhat deduce matters within 100 years after my demise. Since I made such an arrangement, I have my trump cards. Saying so, an illusory Gu formation appeared in the hall. Countless Gu worms flew around. They were like the threads of countless spiders, weaved in the large hall. Compared to this new formation, the Gu formation that Dongfang Yu Liang was completing resembled a baby in front of an adult. Old Lord Kanyang saw this and his expression turned ugly. This is a phantom formation. To think that you, Dongfang Changfan, had such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary Gu formations, once exposed, were easy to target and destroy. That was because the Gu worms that made up the Gu formation were of solid form. The Gu worms themselves were very fragile. Even the immortal-level Spring Autumn Cicada could be destroyed by Fang Yuan if he squeezed it between his fingers lightly. But this phantom formation was a high-level method involving phantom path. It made all of the Gu worms in the Gu formation turn phantom, while not obstructing the effect of the Gu formation itself. The phantom beasts could hold off Fang Yuan and the other demonic path Gu immortals for so long because of their ability to turn phantom. Once they turned phantom, no moves would have any effect on them. The star will displayed the Gu formation outright, not afraid of old Lord Kanyang destroying it. That was because the Gu formation had turned phantom. Old Lord Kanyang could only watch it activate. There was nothing he could do. As the Gu formation started to activate, a blinding light filled the hall. Ha ha ha. Old Lord Kenyang laughed loudly. Since I cannot do anything to the phantom formation, I will kill all of you instead. Everyone, be careful. He is attacking. Beware of the traitor. Do not be too careless. This is a life and death moment for our tribe. That's right. As long as we survive this, all will be smooth sailing. The Dongfang tribe Gu immortals were all waiting in seriousness. They were deeply focused. Everyone, don't be anxious. For the time being, he can't get here. Dongfang Changfan's star will was very calm. At the next moment, old Lord Kanyang charged over, but his movements were very slow. The fire that he shot out was originally very fast, but now it was slow like a snail. This is? Old Lord Kanyang quickly realized that he did not become slower. Instead, a mystical change had occurred to the space in front of him that could not be observed with the naked eye. The distance seemed short, but the space was condensed. I spent decades and immense effort to design this. Although this hall looks ordinary and is no different from the other halls, I had shifted most of the space path Dao marks on the corpse here. Although we and old Lord Kenyang are only tens of steps apart, our true distance is gigantic. The star will said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe Gu immortals were relieved. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the Star Will with much admiration. The Star Will nodded. Now is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth. This formation is a large formation. With my Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the core, and Blood Path Immortal Gu as support, once activated, the power will be overwhelming. It can shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, because of the Blood Path Immortal Gu, it has an amazing effect against Gu immortals. As long as the Gu formation is activated, not only can it kill Old Lord Can Yang, it can even slaughter all of the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will be renowned in northern plains. Both the righteous and demonic paths, and the other major forces would be greatly wary of us. After this battle ends, Yor can move this formation back to our blessed land. If Yu Liang can obtain my inheritance, he will be the person in charge of controlling this formation. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals heard this and became excited. In contrast, Old Lord Can Yang's expression was unable to conceal his suspicion and wariness. The Star Will continued. My main body had formed an agreement with the Righteous Path superforces before dying, creating an alliance, but in this world, only power that one has in their own hands can best ensure safety. You must remember, do not unnecessarily place hope in others' hands. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals nodded. They expressed that they had learned a lesson. Dongfang Yikong shouted, Lord Changfan, our tribe still has that traitor. No matter how vigilant we are, we can't defend against an internal threat. Don't be anxious. The Star Will laughed. I'm not finished yet. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. This Gu formation is very powerful, but it has a severe drawback. To activate this Gu formation, it will need to use the Immortal Aperture Origin Core of Gu Immortals. What? Many of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals shouted in shock. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture, the base of it all. Once it was drawn out, the painstakingly developed Immortal Aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink, and the primeval energy would dwindle. Life forms within would die en masse. The Gu immortal themselves would weaken instead of progressing. Once the time comes, heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities in the Immortal Aperture would be devastating. The shrinking of the Immortal Aperture would mean the weakening of the Gu immortal. They would die from disasters if they were not vigilant. Since their lives were at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals lost their bearings. But soon, one Gu immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanshu. The people in the hall heard him speak. There cannot be benefits without losses. Lord Changfan had planned this with much difficulty, creating this situation now. For Dongfang tribe, what reasons do I have not to make such a sacrifice? That's right, truly worthy of Lord Wanshu. I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. The Star Will smiled. He was silent as he looked at the others. The other Gu immortals looked at each other, nodding quickly. They decided to eliminate the tribe's strong foes by sacrificing themselves. No need to rush. The Star Will waved his hand. He said slowly, I have something else to tell all of you. Once you enter the Gu formation, the Immortal Aperture Origin Core would start being extracted. By then, none of you would not be able to move or leave forcefully. Your lives and deaths will be in my control. Are you still willing? If you are not, you can step out now. The Gu immortals' expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanshu's eyes were shining with a lively light. He looked around and smiled coldly. Traitor, you should reveal yourself now. If not, it will be too late. Star Will's words were naturally for the traitor. As long as one thought about it, they would realize. If there was really a traitor, after hearing this, they would feel great mental pressure. Once they entered the formation, their life would not be in their own hands. If they were exposed when attacking Old Lord Can Yang later due to panic, then they would not be able to fight back at all. If there really was a traitor, they would have other goals and would not want to attack old Lord Can Yang. They would not want their lives to be in the Star Will's hands. After that, a few breaths later, none of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals in the hall stood out. All right, at this point I, Wan Shu, have to admire you. No wonder you could conceal yourself in the tribe for so long and so deeply, Dongfang Wan Shu said with much hatred. The Star Will laughed lightly. In that case, enter the formation. The Phantom Gu formation had 8 core points. The Dongfang tribe Gu immortals entered and occupied 1 each. The Gu formation activated slowly. The Gu immortals' expressions changed as they felt their immortal apertures tremble. A strong suction force was emitting from the formation. Relax your mind. Cooperate with the formation. Let it run fully. The Star Will was solemn. The Gu immortals were hesitant, but they eventually opened their immortal apertures and allowed traces of their immortal aperture origin cores to be drawn out, flowing out from the 8 core points of the formation. In the Phantom formation, a faint blood-colored light quickly surfaced. Under the effect of the blood-colored light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores converged in the Gu formation. They were actually fusing into one. This formation is really mystical. A Gu immortal saw this and could not help but praise. This is because all of you have Dongfang tribe's bloodline in you. Your bloodlines are close, your origins are the same. Therefore, your bloodlines can mix, and your immortal aperture origin could fuse. Only by fusing could they accumulate in quantity and summon a huge force. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes were shining with brilliance. He looked around but could not find out any flaws that could expose the traitor. No matter. The Star Will laughed lightly. In this situation, regardless of who the traitor is, they are already under my control. They are putting in strength for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more of your immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Right. We will kill all of these accursed demonic Path Gu immortals. They dare to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation burst out in a bright light. The Gu immortals snorted as their expressions turned dark. Some of them were frowning while others were feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores were like lumps of water as they fused in the Phantom formation, converging into a huge force. They resembled a slumbering, fierce beast. No matter who it was, anyone could feel that this force was huge. Even the surrounding air had ripples it in, as if it could not hold such power. The Gu immortals in Dongfang tribe had red faces. Some of their bodies were trembling. Some of them had ruthless expressions. They were all looking forward to this rampaging power. But this power was not unleashed yet under the control of the Star Will. It was prepared for release, but remained in place. No need to rush. The Star Will looked into the sky at the chaotic battle. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic Path Gu immortals were all slaughtered. Almost none were left. The Star Will was like a flood dragon, hiding in the river, waiting for the best time to strike. Once the time was right, the flood dragon would soar into the sky, overturning rivers and seas. By then, the unfortunate people would be the one charging at its front. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang stood up, shouting loudly, "Master, I did it! I succeeded in completing this Gu formation. I completed your request." The Star Will's gaze swept towards him. He showed a pleased smile. "Very good. Yu Liang, you did not disappoint me. Enter the formation too. Stand at the center. Although you are immortal, you will need to ascend to immortal eventually. When the battle begins, you will experience the power of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help for your future." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved he was choking back tears. He leaped, jumping into the air with the power of the Phantom formation. He stood in the formation's central core as he floated in the air. In the sky, despite unfettered scholar and Pai Shui Han's heavy disturbances, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. The sky in front of him was clear. There was nothing stopping him. The chance was only momentary. He latched onto it and flew down with minimal attention to his safety. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left protecting his body. It is time. The star will saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe Gu immortals were all looking into the sky with much bloodlust. At the next moment, they saw old Lord Kan Yang flying up, blocking Fang Yuan's attack as he forced the latter back into the sky. Eh? This turn of events made all of the Dongfang tribe Gu immortals look on with stunned expressions. All of my efforts were not in vain. In forming this plot to regain my life through possession, now is the moment. The star will laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. Dongfang Changfan's soul suddenly appeared, charging into the phantom formation's center as he entered Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth. The true traitor in Dongfang tribe is that beloved Lord Changfan of yours. Ha 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 ha. Old Lord Kan Yang was laughing maniacally. Chapter 789. Blood Veil Obstruct Immortals Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What? Dongfang Wanshu stared with wide-open eyes. This is not possible. Dongfang Yikong firmly denied. How could it be Lord Dongfang Changfan? Everyone, be careful. This is likely to be an illusion. The enemy cannot break the formation, so he is trying to confuse us. All the Gu immortals of Dongfang tribe had incredulous expressions, unable to accept this shocking fact. Old Lord Kan Yang scoffed. Confuse you guys? Laughable. All of you are incapable of moving. You aren't even worth confusing. You have already become meat on the chopping board, unable to free yourselves. It is funny how you still cannot see the truth. He he he. These words were like shocking strikes of lightning that ruthlessly assaulted the Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will. Dongfang Wanshu shouted, Lord Changfan, this is not real. Dongfang Yikong asked, Lord Changfan, please speak up. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Changfan, what are your intentions? Countless questions and shouts echoed in this hall. The star will chuckled, seemingly at leisure. He was only a will, but had condensed into the image of his body back when he was alive. His frame was upright, his face like that of jade. His eyes full of splendor and a graceful aura of a great commander was revealed. However, right now, this sight, this attitude and demeanor, caused a chill to emerge in the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. The phantom formation transformed again. The enormous power which it had condensed was finally being released at this moment. It was like a surge of waves. Blood-colored light shot out everywhere, forming a thick, bloody veil that covered the main location in the ruined bat's corpse. At this sight, Dongfang Wanshu and the rest finally had a huge change in their expressions. They had thought this formation was used for attacking the enemies, but its true use was to defend. This chilling fact was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, tearing apart the lies told by the star will. Dongfang Changfan, why are you doing this? Why are you harming us? Dongfang Wanshu looked malevolent, his expression filled with pain and grief. What could it be for? Being alive is the foundation for everything. Who would want to die? Who doesn't want to live? As long as there is the sliver of a hope to survive, who can resist the temptation? Old Lord Kan Yang sneered, staring at the phantom formation intently without blinking. Looking at the phantom formation operating normally, old Lord Kan Yang could not help but take a deep breath. This possession technique really has an extremely high price. It needs the sacrifice of Gu immortals every time it is activated. If it was true, this possession technique could not be used widely as the activation conditions were too costly. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly shook its head. Old Lord, you don't need to worry. I previously obtained this possession technique in 88 True Yang building. The contents inside allow one to possess mortals and even Gu immortals. But to possess Gu immortals, one's cultivation must be higher than the target. Moreover, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This is akin to a raven taking over a seagull's nest. It is unfitting and has great disadvantages. While alive, I was a wisdom path gu. Immortal, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path gu immortal as the possession target. Thus, I exerted effort to think and plan for so many years before I finally obtained this formation. This formation was created with the possession technique as the foundation. It can let me possess a mortal, and at the same time, it can mobilize the origin cores of gu immortals of the same bloodline and create a completely new wisdom path immortal aperture, allowing me to immediately become an immortal after possession and avoid the dangerous stage of having weaker cultivation initially. Hearing the Star Will's explanation, Old Lord Kan Yang sized up the Star Will while also being inwardly shocked. This Dongfang Changfan concealed his abilities really well. Not only is his wisdom path attainment enough to be known as the best in Northern Plains, he also can use space path Dao marks and manipulate the Phantom Beast army. Now it seems his blood path attainment is also not low. The Star Will did not know of the churning of Old Lord Kan Yang's inner thoughts, still continuing its explanation. Don't underestimate this formation. With these 8 gu immortals sacrificing themselves, they will be supplying me with abundant resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will absolutely be the best within high grade. There is also another key point. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fish, insects, and so on. It would be as if I had managed the blessed land for many years. This would save hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I complete possession, not only would my cultivation be restored, I will also have enough resources, much more than when I was alive. Old Lord Kan Yang, feel free to observe and ask questions as you desire. I will explain the key content of every step. A heated expression flashed across Old Lord Kan Yang's face. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Changfan's Star Will. You truly made a good plan, wanting me to keep you safe from danger. My presence here was to help you resist these demonic path gu immortals, and when you succeed in advancing to gu immortal, there will definitely be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. At that time, I will be by your side, forced to take action even if I don't want to. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will smiled without any shame from having his scheme exposed. He looked at Old Lord Kan Yang and said with a quiet and deep voice, "If you want to gain something in this world, you need to be prepared to pay the price. How can there be free things? In particular, the more you want to obtain, the higher the risk will be. What is Old Lord's decision? Please confirm it quickly." Old Lord Kan Yang snickered, but inwardly he deeply admired Dongfang Changfan for being decisive in what to give up. Back then, when Dongfang Changfan obtained the possession technique from 88 True Yang Building's True Inheritance secluded domain, he had also discovered the arrangements of Central Continent's 10 great sects. Meanwhile, Immortal Crane sect had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Changfan became a gu immortal and joined the higher-ups of the tribe, he secretly discovered this fact. But he did not expose this, instead following this clue to covertly engage in cooperation with Immortal Crane sect. He used the possession technique to make a transaction with Immortal Crane sect. Lifespan gu were hard to find. Any gu immortal would scramble for any methods for life extension. Let alone when this possession technique came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and had long history with deep foundations, but even it could not resist the temptation of the possession technique. The two sides had their own needs. Dongfang Changfan slowly released the contents of the possession technique while obtaining resources from Immortal Crane sect. He used these resources to quickly advance and successfully passed many tribulations. He also supported the next generations of the tribe and formed schemes directed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe to glory. In cooperating with a person like Dongfang Changfan, Old Lord Kan Yang was very cautious, not relaxing his guard, even though he was stronger. He did not think for long, nodding and accepting. Dongfang Changfan's star will gave a laugh. Good, I will explain the first step. Old Lord Kenyang listened, paying full attention. It was clear to him that Dongfang Changfan was using him, but Old Lord Kenyang had come as a representative of Immortal Crane Sect's will, thus he also had no other choice. Old Lord Kenyang thought of the heavy reward from the sect for completing this mission, and that was his motivation to continue. Dongfang Tribe's 8 Gu immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yu Liang was unconscious and motionless, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down at another sight. He saw an incomparably large blood veil which covered the ruined bat's corpse like a mountain. The blood veil was extremely thick, with greatly plentiful quantities of blood-colored light, and the terrifying might it showcased could make one's heart palpitate. The demonic Path Gu immortals turned their attentions to the blood veil and stopped their internal conflicts. Some among them tried using their methods in attacking the blood veil, but it was like pebbles being thrown into a large lake. There were only slight ripples on the blood veil, and it stood unmoved, stable like a mountain. Such a strong defense. What Gu formation is this? I have neither seen it nor even heard of it before. Dongfang Changfan truly left behind an endless number of arrangements. The demonic Path Gu immortals were making guesses. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was an expert in blood path and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen nor heard of this Gu formation. Who cares what Gu formation this is? It will break with one smash from my hammer. Gu immortal Zhuo Zhan shouted and charged forward. He was riding a flying boar desolate beast. His body was covered in armor, and he was holding a giant hammer. He had a burly build and was easily irritable, but he bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuo Zhan felt very proud for being in the limelight, his expression turning even more fierce. But several breaths later, his fierce expression was gone completely, replaced by shock and fear. As he approached the blood veil, the blood in his body went out of his control and started flowing out of his body. Gu immortals were called immortals, but their bodies, for the most part, still retained the normal workings and functions of the human body. Blood supported the movement of the body and was a crucial part. Zhuo Zhan was still a far distance from the blood veil, but half the blood in his body had sprayed out. If he continued, before he even reached the blood veil, his blood would completely seep out and he would turn into a dried-out corpse. Such an odd formation. This is the effect of Mensi's blood Gu. It can draw out blood. Mensi's blood Gu is one of the blood path inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor, who could have thought that the rumor of Dongfang Changfan obtaining it was not only true, he also raised this Mensi's blood Gu to immortal Gu level. The demonic Path Gu immortals showed moved expressions. Several Gu immortals tried all kinds of methods, but everyone failed. Everyone was aware that unless they used methods that targeted defensive abilities, they would not be able to break this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned tensely. He himself was an expert in blood path during his previous life, but he currently did not have any blood path immortal Gu, and he cultivated strength path. Without the necessary starting components, one couldn't get anywhere. He was unable to do anything to this formation. The situation was troublesome, and everyone was feeling anxious. Dongfang Yu Liang had been inside for so long, he might have already completely obtained the inheritance. The current plan should be to use long-range killer moves. Everyone, attack together. Let's destroy Dongfang Changfan's arrangements first before we fight for the spoils. Otherwise, under the eyes of numerous immortals, a mortal would seize the inheritance. If that really happens, I, unfettered scholar, would have no face left to continue living in northern plains. Unfettered scholar suddenly shouted. He immediately made his move after shouting. The demonic Path Gu immortals agreed. For a while, water and fire converged, lightning and wind struck. Colorful lights sparkled, and countless explosions struck the blood veil, reducing its mass. Everyone had joyful expressions before they soon turned grave. The blood veil continuously shrunk but also unceasingly regenerated. Especially for the parts further inside, the demonic path Gu Immortal's attacks clearly showed insufficient damage. Chapter 790. Contest of Offense and Defense. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, resisting the wanton attacks of the demonic path Gu Immortals. Having not expected such resistance from the blood veil, and under the urgent situation, Pi Shui Han shouted, "Make way!" He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and had already formed a reputation within the demonic path. Everyone parted ways and opened up a space for him. Water Path and Ice Path killer move. Flood Glacier. Inside Pi Shui Han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated, while his rank 7 red date immortal essence was being consumed, bead by bead. Rumble. Endless waves started surging out of thin air from the space within hundreds of steps of Pi Shui Han. Surging waves, like innumerable raging dragons, roared and crashed down with a catastrophic momentum. The giant wave was still crashing down when it underwent another transformation. Crackle. The giant wave started condensing into ice from inside to outside. Within several breaths, the monstrous giant wave turned into an enormous glacier and pressed down like a giant whale, or a pillar falling from the heavens. The ice-cold, chilly air could make one tremble. The terrifying attack made people hold their breaths subconsciously. In the hall, Dongfang Changfan's star will no longer had the leisurely attitude from before, and all his focus was on raising the defensive power to the maximum. The previous demonic path Gu Immortal's attacks were fierce, but they lacked coordination, and although they were numerous in quantity, they had limited qualitative increase in power. Now that Pi Shui Han used this trump card, his strength was united as it was his own power, and was stronger than the earlier chaotic attacks by at least 10 times. Rumble. The glacier heavily smashed at the blood veil. The blood veil deformed from the enormous weight, but was still able to rigidly resist the pressure of the glacier and the corrosion of the cold aura. Immortal killer move Flood Glacier was powerful, but Dongfang Changfan's blood veil was arranged from the origin cores of 8 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures, and also was aided by the arrangements prepared at this location. Pi Shui Han, alone, could not break through the blood veil. But this killer move was still astonishing. The demonic path Gu Immortals looked down from above, and saw that with the ruined bat at the center, the entire surroundings had turned into a glacier. The dead immemorial ruined bat was huge, like a mountain. And now that it was covered by the glacier, it was as if it wore a heavy suit of ice armor, looking even more gigantic. Inside the translucent glacier was a giant red blood veil. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere. Frost had covered the vegetation on the periphery and was expanding. For a while everyone looked at Pi Shui Han with astonished gazes. Although the killer move had not broken the blood veil, its power still left a deep impression on everyone. Even if I used all 8 strength path giant hands together, I wouldn't be able to resist this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. This was the true strength of an veteran rank 7 Gu Immortal. Compared to this, Fang Yuan was still lacking greatly. Previously, Fang Yuan had been able to fight against 2, blocking Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han, because the 2 had not used their trump cards. Gu Immortals were rational. They all came for the wisdom path inheritance, and had no deep hatred against each other. They would have to be mentally handicapped to fight each other to the death. But now, the Gu Immortals realized something was wrong. Only then did Pi Shui Han use a trump card and put out his full strength. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with my immortal killer move Myriad Self, it is only barely at that level. If I had to truly fight an expert like Pi Shui Han to the death, the one who is likely to lose is me. But if I had to confront this move, I would not face it head-on, but attempt to evade and detour around to battle. The power of the immortal killer move, Flood Glacier, made Fang Yuan aware of some of Pi Shui Han's strength, and also made him aware of the gap between him and Pi Shui Han. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a slight sense of urgency. The cultivation of Gu immortals was a major factor in influencing battle strength. A part of Pi Shui Han's power was because he had used rank 7 red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan already had made extremely superior progress in this life, but the thing hindering him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation was only at the bottom of rank 6 with not even one tribulation passed. Cultivation is the base, the foundation. My immortal zombie body might be strong, but there is no room to greatly improve. I still have to search for the method to regain my living body. Brother Pi really is mighty. Let me also test my hand. At this moment, Unfettered Scholar laughed brightly and flew towards Pi Shui Han. Pi Shui Han coldly snorted, with an ugly expression on his face. He had made such an effort in front of everyone, but had still not been able to break the blood veil. Seeing Unfettered Scholar coming over, he slowly gave way for the central position. Under everyone's gazes, Unfettered Scholar flew right above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already been preparing earlier. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were completely white and shot out 2 thin rays of faint white light. This move looked very inconspicuous, purely based on how imposing it appeared. It could never be compared to the glacier earlier. The Gu immortals who were unaware were rather baffled at this. However, Pi Shui Han's complexion changed. When the 2 faint white light rays shined down, the glacier instantly melted and the blood veil intensely shook, unexpectedly displaying immense power. This is Unfettered Scholar? What an amazing move. 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Old Lord Kan Yang, however, recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated into northern plains for many years over 88 true Yang building. Since Old Lord Kan Yang took the risk to come, he naturally had a lot of information on northern plains. Unfettered Scholar originated from Central Continent's Chen clan. Central Continent's Chen clan specialized in rule path, but Central Continent was ruled by a sect system and did not leave room for clans to prosper. After being pushed aside, Chen clan moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Chen clan might be a super force with Gu immortal level strength, but under secret repulsion from Huang Jin bloodline forces, it finally weakened. By Unfettered Scholar's time, he was the only outstanding talent remaining, and the clan already did not exist anymore. He was left to fight alone and fend for himself. Chen clan specialized in rule path, and among its Gu immortals, rank 6 could use the killer move 100 disintegrations, rank 7 could use 1,000 disintegrations, and rank 8 could use myriad disintegrations. This killer move is extremely powerful and can attack as well as defend, disintegrating almost any mysterious elements. In Central Continent's past, many Gu immortals from sects suffered crushing defeats under the might of myriad disintegrations. Old Lord Kan Yang sighed as he recalled. You have spoken so much nonsense. Are you still not going to strike? The blood veil is being consumed greatly because of Unfettered Scholar. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores that are being used up. Dongfang Changfan's star will urged. Ha ha. Old Lord Kan Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not seem like he was going to fight. Unfettered Scholar is only one person, while you have the collaboration of 8 people. He also doesn't know the situation here. Watch me use my method. He then let out his rank 7 aura. The aura immediately shocked the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. They actually have a rank 7 Gu immortal? Aren't all the Gu immortals of Dongfang tribe rank 6? Could it be that someone advanced to rank 7 but kept it a secret all along? Or maybe Dongfang tribe invited reinforcements. Don't forget they are of Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The Gu immortals were startled and puzzled. Unfettered Scholar looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shaken. His killer move was powerful and had a huge origin, but its consumption of red date immortal essence was extremely intense. The other side had a rank 7 Gu immortal, thus they could clearly fight toe-to-toe with him. His side has numerous people, but everyone had their own intentions. Unfettered Scholar could not help but consider. He could not brainlessly charge ahead and waste his immortal essence. Otherwise, during the time when they fought for real, he would lack the necessary immortal essence to continue, and all of his efforts would have gone to waste and to the advantage of others. Unfettered Scholar stopped his killer move when he thought of this. See, didn't it stop? Old Lord Kanyang laughed heartily, a pleased expression on his face. He only leaked his aura and was able to make Unfettered Scholar stop. Just based on scheming and deceiving, Old Lord Kanyang might not be a match to Dongfang Changfan, but his plentiful life experiences were enough for him to know people's mindsets and use the situation to make schemes. The longer the time prolongs, the more favorable it is to that Dongfang Yu Liang. This blood veil is extremely thick. We need to use our trump cards to attack it if we want to break it. Unfettered Scholar spoke, his gaze cast towards Fang Yuan. Traveling 3 elites lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang were only at rank 6. Besides Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han, there was only Fang Yuan who had shown rank 7 battle strength. Pi Shui Han also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic Path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take easy benefits. Fairies, please guard me while I exert all my strength. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, and after obtaining affirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the blood veil was covered with a layer of glacier, looking like a stuffed large iceberg. Fang Yuan paid no attention to it, moving his 8 strength path giant hands in 8 directions. The giant hands opened up and the palms tightly stuck to the surface of the iceberg. The 5 fingers then started to dig into the iceberg. "Rise!" Fang Yuan called out immediately. A rumbling noise resounded in everyone's ears. At first, this noise was only slight, but soon the sound got louder and louder, until the rumbling resounded like bursts of endless thunder. Earth shook and giant cracks started to appear on the ground surrounding the iceberg. In everyone's astonished gazes, the iceberg that covered the blood veil was actually slowly rising, like it was going to leave the ground. The hall was trembling and swaying. Old Lord Kanyang blurted out, "This is?" The star will also changed expression. "Not good. I have already remodeled this immemorial ruin bat's corpse, and to make it stable I connected it to the ground to form a mountain based on the corpse. The other party seems to have the ability to pull mountain roots, which happens to counter my arrangements. Kanyang, you need to make a move." Dongfang Changfan's star will was so anxious that his figure almost collapsed. His main body could indeed make great calculations, but human minds had their limits. The arrangements were set long ago, and even the most extensive calculations could have mishaps. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain immortal Gu was one such mishap. Pulling mountain immortal Gu could target any mountainous body. When Dongfang Changfan was alive, he had linked the immemorial ruin bat's corpse to the surrounding landscape, forming what could truly be called a corpse mountain. This arrangement instead became a flaw which happened to be used by pulling mountain immortal Gu. "This mountain with roots connected to the ground can be pulled up?" Pi Shui Han stared with wide open eyes, his gaze constantly flickering. Who could this person be? Unfettered Scholar was startled and puzzled, while he used his killer move, 1,000 disintegrations, at the blood veil again. Being attacked from 2 ends, the situation did not seem to bode well for Dongfang Changfan's side. Old Lord Kanyang laughed before finally making his move. "Look at my life chasing fire." Chapter 791, Unstoppable Life Chasing Fire. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Immortal Killer Move. Life Chasing Fire. Old Lord Kanyang looked solemn as he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a weak flame. The faint yellow flame swayed, appearing dim and weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Old Lord Kanyang's pupils, however, let out a sharp and bright radiance, and as he gazed at this flame in his hand, A proud expression appeared on his face. This was the supreme technique which he had used to make his name and shake Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go. Old Lord Kenyang lightly shook his palm. The life-chasing fire made a whooshing sound as it shot out rapidly. The star will quickly opened up a path. The unremarkable-looking life-chasing fire moved out of the blood veil and pierced into the cold iceberg. Boom! Almost at the same instant, there was a large yellow flame that blazed to the sky and burned the whole iceberg. Almost all the demonic Path Gu immortals in the air were taken aback at this change. Soon, they revealed odd expressions. The reason was, although the fire was fierce, it had no heat. The iceberg covered in the fire was completely undamaged, with no signs of melting down. Some demonic Path Gu immortals were just about to ridicule it, when the rank 7 demonic Path Gu immortal, Pi Shui Han, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone followed the voice and saw a sight that gave them a great shock. Pi Shui Han was covered in fire, of such intensity that his whole face twisted in pain. Great amounts of cold air were being let off from his body, and a river of water started flowing around him, like a dragon coiling around his body. The faint yellow fire, however, did not weaken, instead looking like it was growing even fiercer. What move is this? How did Pi Shui Han get attacked? Why didn't I see it? Such a strange fire. Everyone evade it. The demonic Path Gu immortals retreated one after the other, while looking with lingering fear at Pi Shui Han exerting all his efforts to extinguish the fire. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Not good. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken as he realized something amiss, and quickly withdrew the 8-strength Path Giant hands. But it was already too late. The fire burned the iceberg and quickly had spread to the 8-strength Path Giant hands. The Strength Path Giant hands were completely unharmed, but a faint flame had emerged out of thin air in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, quietly burning his 160,000 Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms had their arms raised. They had been providing the strength to form the 8 Strength Path Giant hands in the outside world. They were bathed in the fire, but were completely safe. Fang Yuan's heart shivered at this sight. This is truly that killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan was aware of the terrifying power of this move. He quickly made a decision and willed. The 160,000 Strength Path Phantoms collapsed. Without these Strength Path Phantoms, the 8 Strength Path Giant hands pulling the iceberg also crumbled apart. Boom! The ruined bat's corpse mountain heavily fell down, producing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground cracked, and countless stones were splattered, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Fang Yuan suffered an intense backlash from forcibly halting use of Pulling Mountain. He felt intense dizziness and nausea. His body shook and he almost fell down from the air. Hai Lu Lan saw this and quickly moved to support him. Fang Yuan, however, evaded and shouted, "Don't approach me!" He quickly retreated backwards. A faint yellow flame started to burn his body like Pi Shui Han. At the same time, Unfettered Scholar turned pale. He was also struck by this move, and his body was similarly burning in fire. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually detect auras and follow our attacks back to the source, directly reaching our immortal apertures. Unfettered Scholar was greatly shocked. Unfettered Scholar realized at this moment why Pi Shui Han was in a panic. Not only were their bodies burning, the fire was spreading in their immortal apertures as well. The former was okay, but the latter was a Gu Immortal's headquarters, their foundation that had been managed meticulously for countless years, and also where innumerable cultivation resources had been stored inside. Now that this foundation was being burned, it was like the fire was burning directly at the Gu Immortal's heart, make them bleed from the heartache. Pi Shui Han not only was extinguishing the fire on his body, he was even more importantly putting out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by water or ice. The surrounding demonic Path Gu immortals started to move away from Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar, and Pi Shui Han, fearing this strange fire would spread to them as well. Why are the flames on Fang Yuan weaker than the other two? He Lulan was bewildered. The remaining Gu immortals soon discovered this difference. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked even more unfathomable to everyone. Unfettered Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. There was only a thin layer of flames on him, as if they were the fires of an oil lamp, while the flames on Pi Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were blazing like a torch. In just a few breaths of time, Unfettered Scholar's body was already mostly burnt and started to emit the smell of burning meat. Unfettered Scholar himself was calm and not particularly panicked. The reason was that he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move. 1,000 Disintegrations. He wildly activated the killer move. The light in his white pupils turned even more vigorous. But this time, the light did not shine on the iceberg and the blood veil. Instead, it shined on himself, on his immortal aperture. The faint yellow flame started to disintegrate continuously under the white light, weakening rapidly. Soon, the flames on his body completely dispersed, and the fire in his immortal aperture was also suppressed. 1,000 Disintegrations was very useful. It could not only be used to attack enemies, but could also be used for defense. Offense and defense in one move, and its power was also extraordinary. In a short while, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body completely dissipated. Only Pi Shui Han was still trying out all sorts of methods, but the flames on him were instead burning even more. His whole body was darkened from burns. The intense odor of burnt meat was spreading everywhere. He had no choice but to activate Healing Gu to heal his injuries and also endure the burning of the fire. He shouted furiously. He felt pain, not only physically, but also heartache mentally. The fire was spreading in his immortal aperture. Large amounts of resources were being burnt to nothingness. But he still had no way to put out this fire. What to do? What to do? Pi Shui Han thought rapidly in extreme anxiety. Fang Yuan, an Unfettered Scholar, just watched on coldly and silently. The remaining demonic path Gu immortals stood further away. Some gazes were flickering, eager to make some trouble. If Pi Shui Han were to be seriously injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu immortals would absolutely be moved and interested in attacking Pi Shui Han, adding on to his misfortune. Suddenly, Pi Shui Han gave a loud shout before soaring high, and with his whole body in flames, he shot far away like a meteor. This fire was giving him enormous trouble, and there were many demonic path Gu immortals present. He could not stick around. Pi Shui Han's retreat was a wise choice. Seeing him rapidly disappear into the horizon, several demonic path Gu immortals at the periphery also stealthily left, following the trail of Pi Shui Han. In the hall, old Lord Kan Yang laughed heartily, saying to Dongfang Changfan's star will, "How was that? Truly worthy of being called life-chasing fire." The star will nodded. This fire has the ability to trace auras back to their source. Gu immortals normally place Gu worms in their immortal apertures. Thus, this fire would burn their immortal apertures. This fire also uses life as the fuel. As long as life has not been extinguished, it will keep on burning. Thus, special methods must be used to extinguish this fire, like the technique of 1,000 disintegrations. If one doesn't have such methods, then they have to be resolute in cutting off the burning part, restraining it from burning sources of life force within their body as much as possible. As long as the life force is used up, this fire will disperse. Unfortunately, this Pi Shui Han did not think of this point and continuously healed himself, which increased his life force, increasing the intensity of the fire. The star will chuckled as it said this, and praised, "Old Lord Kan Yang, your move is a truly unique and innovative method. As long as this fire strikes the enemy, they will fall into chaos. If it is allowed to keep on burning, even the wealthier Gu immortals will have their foundations greatly damaged and have no battle intent." Listening to the star will praise his method so much, old Lord Kan Yang's pleased expression instead disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. The reason for old Lord Kan Yang's fame was the killer move life-chasing fire. Once this fire burned, even if it was eliminated, the enemy would be low in spirits. If they attacked, the fire could follow the attack and burn their immortal aperture. Immortal apertures were the foundations of goo immortals, and it would be greatly damaged if it was burned a few times. Even if the fire did not burn the enemy to death, it could ruin them. Thus, old Lord Kan Yang had already been able to roam unhindered around Central Continent in his early years, and was very well known. Goo immortals fighting him would have a headache. After becoming rank 7, old Lord Kan Yang did not wander around much, but just based on his battle strength, he was in the top 5 of Immortal Crane Sect. The matter of 88 True Yang Building's collapse was simply too important, so Immortal Crane Sect had sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, it restrained Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar, and caused Pi Shui Han to retreat in a miserable state. Old Lord Kan Yang was repelling the enemies on the surface, but was covertly also trying to intimidate Dongfang Changfan. However, Dongfang Changfan was aware of the details of life-chasing fire. His words were appreciative, but in truth were a counterattack against Old Lord Kan Yang. If Old Lord Kan Yang could still show a good expression, that would be strange. Life-chasing fire? Old Lord Kan Yang. Why is he here? Fang Yuan hovered in the air, looking at the blood veil below in uncertainty and doubt. He might have his previous life's memories, but there was an extremely large difference between having them and being all-knowing and omnipotent. Dongfang Changfan's possession scheme was kept in extreme secrecy, and Fang Yuan was not aware of it. Now that he saw a Central Continent goo immortal mixed up with Dongfang Changfan's inheritance, he naturally felt surprised and bewildered. When old Lord Kan Yang repelled him, he had done so evasively, and had not revealed his identity at all. Old Lord Kan Yang had methods to conceal his aura, and with them being used, his aura was the same as a Northern Plains goo immortal's. The other demonic path goo immortals did not discover anything wrong, which showed how ingenious old Lord Kan Yang's methods were. Not good, Fang Yuan inwardly shouted. Thoughts of retreating rose up inside him. He knew Central Continent's forces had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains to search for him. The culprit. He also knew someone had gone to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance with suspicions about his Sha Huang identity. The reason I could resolve life-chasing fire was because I knew the details of this move and made the decision quickly. And as an immortal zombie, I am among the living dead. My immortal aperture is a dead land with sparse life force. Thus, it could not be burned. Old Lord Kan Yang has plenty of experience. He might have already discerned that I am an immortal zombie. Hiding myself like this, perhaps he might become suspicious. The more Fang Yuan thought, the heavier his state of mind. Chapter 792. Lightning of Heaven and Earth. Risky Attempt. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, a wisdom path inheritance was indeed precious and rare. But even if he gained a complete inheritance, risking his true identity in the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals was absolutely not worth it. Old Lord Kan Yang had restrained the group of demons with one burst of fire, and even sent Pi Shui Han retreating far away. Fang Yuan had realized the bad situation and also was considering retreating, thus he naturally stopped his attacks. The rank 7 Unfettered Scholar also did not risk attacking. He thought higher of Fang Yuan from the way he dealt with the life-chasing fire. He himself had to rely on 1,000 disintegrations to get through that danger, which made him feel Fang Yuan was even more mysterious. And besides Fang Yuan, there was still the 2 black-robed goo immortals, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus, Unfettered Scholar restrained his desire to make a move and only observed Fang Yuan's side. His thoughts were obvious. He was waiting for Fang Yuan's side to make a move. For a while, the surroundings above the ruined bat's corpse became silent, while inside the ruined hall, curses were still being endlessly hurled out. Dongfang Tribe's 8 goo immortals could not budge even a bit, but had retained the ability to speak. Since the moment Dongfang Changfan's possession had begun, They had been throwing curses and shouting at Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang Changfan's star will turned a deaf ear to this. He saw the situation outside had quietened down. The group of demons would be restrained for a while. He smiled. Finally, the time is ripe. My possession and rebirth will start at this moment. Old Lord Kenyang, I have explained the previous main steps to you. The crucial time has arrived. I will have to trouble you to guard me. Being indecisive when a decision was needed would instead worsen the situation. The star will made the decision and did not hesitate any longer. A change occurred. A large vortex suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy started fermenting in the vortex. It condensed into form before suddenly bursting out. It turned into a giant blood pillar that directly shot straight down to the center of the phantom formation, covering Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Old Lord Kanyang's eyes opened wide, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Old Lord Kanyang understood after seeing this change. This blood veil was not used just to defend, but was also involved in a purification process. The extracted 8 immortal aperture origin cores were like 8 metals melting together. It then used the demonic path Gu Immortals attacks to temper the melted origin cores, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals, before pouring the fused product into the possession target. Dongfang Changfan had arranged the situation exquisitely, calculating the demonic path Gu Immortals within his plan. Even Fang Yuan was in the dark, used by Dongfang Changfan into unknowingly becoming a blacksmith. Now, the blood energy flowed backwards, filling Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Naturally, the blood veil would weaken. With the weakening of the blood veil, the defense immediately fell. Old Lord Kanyang had a heavy duty from the sect and with enormous benefits in front of him. How could he stay still and not share the burden? Seeing the blood veil weakening, the demonic path Gu Immortals indeed were moved. It seems the previous attacks were effective. There is hope in breaking the blood veil. Everyone attacked together. The Gu Immortals attacked one after the other. Countless attacks rained down like a violent storm. The blood veil was sending the blood energy inside, while also having to endure the attacks. Immediately, it was strained and started to sway unstably. Old Lord Kanyang had no choice but to take action, using an immortal killer move. Final Afterglow. A light barrier emerged outside of the blood veil. It looked to be condensed from the afterglow of the setting sun, and was so thin and faint that it was almost like there was nothing. Countless attacks passed through this light barrier and landed on the blood veil, however. Their power was reduced to less than half the original. This was the use of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense. Instead, it weakened the power of most attacks. Even immortal killer moves on the level of Flood Glacier would be weakened by 30%. And what the demonic path Gu Immortals were using right now were mostly all mortal killer moves. After being weakened by Final Afterglow, they only appeared strong, but had little threat. Dongfang Changfan showed a joyous expression. The situation was extremely beneficial to him in this way. The phantom formation was constantly extracting the 8 immortal aperture origin cores and fusing them to create the blood veil. When the blood veil suffered the attacks, the foreign wills and auras hidden inside the origin cores were gradually being removed. Afterwards, the purified blood energy would then pour into Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Dongfang Yu Liang was a Gu master with a rank 5 peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul was already eliminated by Dongfang Changfan, leaving him in control of his young body. Dongfang Changfan's attention was fully focused on the aperture. The aperture burst with a loud sound as it was filled with blood energy. Dongfang Yu Liang's aura rose higher instead of shrinking. An astonishing transformation was occurring, surpassing mortal, charging to Gu Immortal. Crack! In the clear sky outside, a lightning bolt flashed. Within several breaths later, dark clouds surged and spread over the entire surroundings in the clear sky. Earth tremored and rumbled, and vast amounts of dust surged, as if countless bulls were running on the ground. Heaven and earth chi were stirred. A heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were forming. Someone is actually ascending to immortal inside. What is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Rays of lightning struck down together from above. The power they contained shocked the demonic path Gu immortals into hurriedly retreating. Amazing. This is the heavenly star lightning tribulation. How unlucky is the mortal to not receive the favor of heaven and earth. He is just ascending to immortal, and is met with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The Gu immortals retreated to the edges and observed. Countless round craters appeared in the surroundings of the ruined bat's corpse. The craters were pitch black and unfathomably deep. Bang, bang, bang. Balls of pitch-black lightning shot out from the craters and impacted on the ruined bat's corpse mountain, creating loud explosions. The lightning strikes flashed, and in just a few breaths of time, the iceberg was struck by countless lightning balls. The iceberg was smashed into pieces and spattered everywhere. Even unfettered scholar was moved at this, inwardly exclaiming, "The heavenly tribulation is heavenly star lightning, tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is the earth ghost lightning, underhanded and explosive. These two great lightning tribulations are called the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. Their power is increased further when they combine. Even I have to worry if I face them." The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined. One fell from above, while the other exploded from below. The lightning was dazzling, forming a purgatory filled with the sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning, densely packed together, combined into a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice pieces were completely destroyed. Even the remaining traces of frost energy were extinguished. The scene, as if part of the world was ending, caused the observing demonic path Gu immortals to hold their breaths in and feel stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse mountain, old Lord Kan Yang looked serious as he put all his effort in maintaining the immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. This ingenious defensive killer move was being used to its utmost to weaken the strength of the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. However, all of old Lord Kan Yang's effort only weakened the lightning by 15%. His red date immortal essence was being consumed extremely quickly, and soon his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could there be such a strong lightning tribulation? Dongfang Chang Fan's star will muttered with a worried expression. This was almost the worst-case scenario in his plan. He had not thought he would be faced with them at this moment. His luck really was extremely bad. The blood veil was being badly destroyed by the lightning strikes and explosions of thunder. The losses caused Dongfang Changfan to feel extreme heartache. These losses would greatly influence the foundation of Dongfang Yu Liang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Time continued to pass, but the lightning tribulations from heaven and earth did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they were constantly increasing in strength. The immemorial ruin bat's corpse was wrecked until it was beyond recognition. There were previously countless numbers of densely packed space path dial marks covering the surroundings of the ruin bat, but now they were almost completely cleared up by the lightning tribulations. Old Lord Kan Yang was already unable to support the situation, and the severe loss of immortal essence caused him to feel heavy. Right. The power of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is beyond normal. It is all because of you, Dongfang Changfan. Old Lord Kan Yang suddenly spoke. You are already dead, and according to the arrangement of fate, your soul should be returning to the door of life and death. How could you still remain here alive and kicking? Right now, you are not only trying to revive, you are even thinking of ascending to immortal. This is truly an act in defiance of heaven. No wonder heaven and earth are so enraged. When Dongfang Changfan's star will heard this, his grave expression changed. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, the destiny of all living beings in this world has been in their own hands. So what if it is in defiance to heaven? My fate is in my own hands. I have planned for so long. I made so many preparations. I will definitely succeed." He had just spoken when they heard a rumbling sound. The lightning strikes were already as dense as rain, and the thunder was already resounding non-stop. The thunder at this moment was beyond that of the previous ones. Its sound resounded through the skies and caused everyone's ears to buzz. Dongfang Changfan's star will shook and dispersed at once. A dazzling white light filled the world. Fang Yuan, unfettered scholar, and the remaining demonic Path Gu immortals all retreated in alarm, and even old Lord Kan Yang had to tightly close his eyes. From the white light, a ray of divine lightning struck down. This divine lightning was incomparably fierce, sweeping past all obstacles. In an instant, it blew up final afterglow, broke the blood veil, and directly struck at Dongfang Yu Liang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had broken through all the barriers like they were rotten wood and appeared in front of Dongfang Yu Liang. Dongfang Yu Liang only had a mortal body and would definitely be shattered to pieces if he really was struck by this lightning. Dongfang Changfan's possession plan would come to an end, resulting in complete failure. At the moment between life and death, Dongfang Yu Liang, whose eyes were tightly closed the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dazzling white light, he barely managed to see that ray of thunder and lightning. Intense, startled anger rose up inside him. Fluctuating light, falling star lightning, tribulations hidden inside my original tribulation, accursed heaven. You want me to die so badly? Then I refuse to die. Dongfang Changfan roared in his mind. The phantom formation started to give off bright radiance. Boom! A piercing explosion resounded. Endless rays of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse. The light rays swept through some unlucky demonic Path Gu immortals immediately. Their minds and souls shook, and some even directly crashed down from the sky. The terrifying explosion created a huge shockwave that lifted all the vegetation in the surroundings. The sky seemed to be collapsing while the earth quaked. The demonic Path Gu immortals retreated in panic. They retreated several kilometers before the wild light rays gradually dispersed. Only then did the Gu immortals calm down, returning. There was nothing left of the enormous, lofty ruined bat's corpse mountain. In the air above, a young figure appeared, standing proudly as he looked at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yu Liang, Chapter 793, Myriad Star Fireflies vs. Band of Experts. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dongfang Yu Liang, am I seeing wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, was that Dongfang Changfan's inheritance? Sigh. A mortal actually snatched it. The demonic Path Gu immortals saw Dongfang Changfan and were very shocked. They felt some dejection and sadness. Dongfang Yu Liang was expressionless. There was no pupils or whites in his eyes. They were completely shining with many different colored crystalline lights, flickering continuously. He had this gaze while observing the demonic Path Gu immortals around him, saying softly, "You are the people who want to snatch my master's inheritance. What gives you the guts to attack a righteous path superforce?" After Dongfang Changfan succeeded in his possession, but he did not expose the truth. He still spoke as if he was Dongfang Yu Liang with his voice. The demonic Path Gu immortals were in a dejected state, filled with great grievance now that they heard Dongfang Yu Liang's arrogant words. Their faces turned ugly. Some scoffed while others shouted, "You mere junior, you have just become an immortal. After ascending in one step, you are arrogant. Here, take my hammer." As he said so, a figure flew out from among the crowd. This demonic Path Gu immortal had broad shoulders and a thick waist. There was a flying heavenly boar underneath him. Its fat legs were running quickly as it carried its owner towards Dongfang Yu Liang in an imposing manner. It was Zhuo Zhan. The immortals jolted, reacting to what had happened. This Zhuo Zhan is so crafty. He is trying to pick up a bargain. We were almost deterred by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, But even if Dongfang Yuliang became an immortal, he is a newbie. What is there to be afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yuliang alive and interrogate the wisdom path inheritance from him. The demonic path Gu immortals moved quickly, charging towards Dongfang Yuliang, fearing that they would be left behind. Unfettered Scholar was among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few other people did not move. They remained in their places. He did not know that Dongfang Yuliang's body was already possessed by Dongfang Changfan, but he was wary of old Lord Kan Yang. Dongfang Yuliang appeared, but where is old Lord Kan Yang? Old Lord Kan Yang was actually standing behind Dongfang Yuliang. But he used an immortal technique and concealed himself. His method was superb. None of the demonic path immortals sensed him. But he was quite injured, seeing the immortals charging over. He transmitted to Dongfang Yuliang. "Do you need my help?" Dongfang Yuliang quickly rejected him. "You do not need to do anything. Let me deal with them." Once old Lord Kan Yang attacked, if he was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would realize that Dongfang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dongfang Yuliang get ostracized by the righteous path, even the demonic path would not welcome him. In addition, Dongfang Yuliang wanted to single-handedly showcase a heavy crippling of his enemies. That was the only way he could rise up after the death of 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals, to allow Dongfang tribe to once again become a force to be reckoned with. Zhuojian led the way. He was getting closer. Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were charging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was all alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was neither flustered nor scared. His lips curled up. He showed a mild smile as if he was in complete control of the situation. Old Lord Kan Yang, who was behind him, looked on with much curiosity. He wanted to see how he could repel his foes with his current cultivation level. Only to see that Dongfang Yuliang raised his right arm. His white sleeves were pulled back as his right index finger pointed at the sky. He spoke loudly and leisurely, word by word. "Myriad, star, fireflies." The immortals heard this and their advancement halted. Their expressions changed. Myriad star fireflies was well known in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was Dongfang Changfan's strongest killer move. Dongfang Changfan was known as the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. That was not just because of his deductions alone. There was also his battle strength. Without stunning battle strength, how could he stand firm in the turbulent Northern Plains? Without immense power, how could he lead Dongfang tribe on the road to success? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Changfan easily surpassed Pi Shui Han, and Unfettered Scholar during his life. After all, he was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. The wisdom path killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, was the greatest display of Dongfang Changfan's battle strength. This move was extremely famous. It was ingrained into the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Myriad Star Fireflies involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Can it be activated so easily? Zhuojian shouted. He is just a newbie Gu immortal. He has just ascended and gone beyond the mortal stage. How can he manipulate so many Gu worms immediately? Lu Qingming snickered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tiandu held his immortal Gu as he prepared to strike. Myriad star fireflies. I lost to that move back then. I wonder how much of its power you can use. Unfettered Scholar's expression flashed with rage. Are we really doing nothing? Hai Lu Lan's heart was pounding in excitement, but Fang Yuan was a great strength amongst them. After Hai Lu Lan lost self-strength, immortal Gu, her battle strength was weaker than before. Wait a while longer. The situation is not right. Fang Yuan wanted to speak of what he had found out earlier, but the sky suddenly changed. Earlier, the clouds had dispersed. The surroundings were entirely clear skies. But now, Darkness descended as the world turned dim. Darkness surrounded the surroundings. Countless firefly-like spots of light appeared in the sky, dancing as they moved around. Starlight burst out. It was a brilliant and dazzling sight. Myriad star fireflies. The demonic Path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They shouted as they fell into the midst of the star fireflies. Starlight was glowing and reflected on their faces. Unfettered Scholar's expression was pale. This was truly myriad star fireflies. It seemed even stronger than in his memories. But how could this be possible? Dongfang Yu Liang had just become an immortal, right? Even if he had Dongfang Changfan's star will and could use rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Changfan, this was the first time he was activating myriad star fireflies. How could he be so familiar with it, like he had practiced it 1,000 times? Unfettered Scholar could not understand it. The Gu immortals around him were in a more pathetic state. The surrounding specks of starlight were attacking them from all directions. One starlight speck was not powerful, but with tens of thousands of starlight specks, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of starlight spots, especially when each of the starlight specks had a star thought in them. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would come out and force their way into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, the starlight specks were endless and nearly unlimited in numbers. They were bound to fail eventually. Once star thoughts find an opportunity and enter their minds, that would be dangerous. The least they could do was to disrupt one's thoughts. The worst they could do was to destroy the person's thoughts, causing them to become slow-witted, or if all the thoughts in their mind were star thoughts, they would be subdued completely. The star thoughts would replace their cognition, and the Gu immortal would become Dongfang Yu Liang's puppet, manipulated at will. "What are you doing?" Beside Zhuo Zhan, a demonic Path Gu immortal shouted angrily. Zhuo Zhan's face was turning purplish-red. "Sorry, my attack changed directions all of a sudden." With your ability, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance? In such a short time you already got invaded by the star thoughts. You are really more of a trouble than help. The demonic Path Gu immortal was nearly hit. He was extremely angry. "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Zhuo Zhan was furious too. He shouted at the demonic Path Gu immortal. "Enough! Are you still fighting amongst yourselves? The important thing now is to escape. This is myriad star fireflies. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is." A Gu immortal said anxiously. Another Gu immortal immediately rebuked. "Escape? What are you afraid of? He is only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. We have so many people, and Lord Unfettered Scholar, why are you afraid to this extent? In my opinion, we should just attack." Everyone was hesitant on whether to retreat or advance. They subconsciously looked towards Unfettered Scholar. Pi Shui Han had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Unfettered Scholar was the only rank 7 battle strength here. He was their shepherd. It was not that everyone acknowledged Unfettered Scholar as the leader, but in times of difficulty, the strong would handle the greater dangers. Unfettered Scholar was their strong person. By moving alongside an expert, they would have a greater chance of surviving. Unfettered Scholar himself was hesitant. He and Dongfang Changfan had fought before. Back then, he lost to this move, myriad star fireflies. After losing in battle, he learned from his painful lesson, focusing more attention on information regarding Dongfang Changfan. Thus, his understanding of myriad star fireflies was much deeper than that of other people. He knew that myriad star fireflies was a wisdom path killer move. It had immense power, and was created by Dongfang Changfan single-handedly. The weakness of this move was hard to discover. At the moment, Unfettered Scholar only knew this. Once a person enters the range of this move, they would be plotted against. Each of the Gu immortals' thoughts could produce star thoughts. These star thoughts were formed by myriad star fireflies to turn into starlight specks, attacking the Gu immortal. During an intense battle, Gu immortals would have to consider many things. As their minds worked rapidly, they would create more star thoughts. The more star thoughts produced, the stronger the killer move becomes, especially when there are more Gu immortals in the range. The star thoughts produced would be even greater. When the star thoughts completely took over the Gu immortals' minds, they would turn into Dongfang Yu Liang's puppets, fighting for him. Even if it could not reach that stage, being influenced by the star thoughts, mistakes would occur. Like earlier, when Zhuo Zhan almost injured an ally. Thus, myriad star fireflies was a move well suited to deal with multiple enemies. It was weaker when fighting one enemy. Against more people, they would be used to restrain each other. The battle might instead be easier to win. The reason Dongfang Changfan created this move was because he had tried to develop Dongfang tribe single-handedly. Without many Gu immortals in his tribe to help him, he often had to fight many enemies alone. But after Dongfang Changfan created this move, he no longer feared group fights. The current scenario is what Dongfang Yu Liang most wants to see. We have many people and are not united. Everyone is wary of each other. And we have barely any elites. I am the only rank 7. In a fight, we will become hindrances to each other. Not only that, from the battle earlier, there also seems to be a fire path Gu immortal hiding here. Unfettered Scholar thought rapidly in his mind. Starlight specks appeared around him. He had much more of them compared to other people. Given such concerns, Unfettered Scholar did not feel like retreating. Instead, his battle intent was roused. I lost to Dongfang Changfan. That was the greatest humiliation in my life. Now that I am facing his successor, if I retreat, how will I face myself afterwards? Even if they have a hidden Gu immortal, we also have many people. If I retreat instead of fighting, which Gu immortal in Northern Plains would look up to me in the future? Chapter 794. Internal Threat, Chaotic Battle, Advance or Retreat. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After making his decision, Unfettered Scholar's vigor rose, and he shouted, "Fight! The enemy is merely one person. Anyone who is afraid can leave." "All right, we will follow Lord. Truly worthy of Lord Unfettered Scholar, with you here. Who would fear Dongfang Yu Liang?" the group of demons shouted. Unfettered Scholar flicked his sleeve and used his killer move, clearing up the lingering starlight around him as he charged towards Dongfang Yu Liang. "Come." Dongfang Yu Liang was not in the least afraid of Unfettered Scholar's rank 7 power. He did not retreat but advanced, submerged in starlight. For a while the starlight churned as if it were a sea of stars, surging and rolling unendingly. Dongfang Yu Liang was like the master of stars as he maneuvered the endless starlight, raising majestic waves of stars to fight against a group by himself. Stars swayed and light fragments flew everywhere. Dongfang Yu Liang was hopelessly outnumbered at first, and the situation was dangerous. But as time passed, the starlight continued to increase rapidly, almost filling the whole space. The starlight obscured vision and made cooperation difficult, while the star thoughts invaded minds, causing the demonic path Gu immortals to make repeated mistakes. As the situation turned more chaotic, Dongfang Yu Liang's advantage was getting bigger. Many Gu immortals were accidentally injured several times. Gradually, they did not dare to team up, choosing to fight alone, which further reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yu Liang. Only Unfettered Scholar was able to maneuver skillfully around the obstacles, and was the strongest opponent of Dongfang Yu Liang. Dongfang Yu Liang had been evading him since the start, not daring to fight head-on with Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar's fury surged as he got repeatedly obstructed by other demonic path Gu immortals. This Dongfang Yu Liang is too slippery. He is so young, but he is as cunning as Dongfang Changfan back then. He is showing no flaws, as if he has been manipulating this killer move since birth. Is Dongfang Changfan's inheritance so magical? Not far away, old Lord Kan Yang was also inwardly shocked by the might of myriad star fireflies. He remained hidden the whole time, quietly healing himself. Occasionally he would gaze eerily at Fang Yuan and the group at the edge of the battlefield. He had vague speculations about Fang Yuan's identity and had been waiting for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He did not excel in pursuing enemies, but with the help of myriad star fireflies, he would have a greatly increased chance of capturing Fang Yuan. However, since the beginning, Fang Yuan only stood by, looking on without lifting a finger, which caused old Lord Kan Yang to feel anxious and forced him to endure, waiting patiently. Immortal killer move. 1,000 disintegrations. Unfettered Scholar could not fight a prolonged battle, finally using his trump card killer move. Dongfang Yu Liang chuckled, already on guard against this move. His body swayed nimbly like a butterfly, dodging the rays coming from the gaze. But right at this moment, Dongfang Yu Liang suddenly stopped. Dongfang Wanxiu's furious roar resounded within him. "Old scoundrel, I will take you down with me." Dongfang Yu Liang suddenly changed directions and charged straight towards the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. This change was beyond anyone's expectations. The power of 1,000 disintegrations was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Dongfang Yu Liang, charging straight at it, was simply suicidal. For a while, everyone was startled and could not react. Even Unfettered Scholar was stupefied as he looked at Dongfang Yu Liang, charging at his killer move. The light of 1,000 disintegrations shined on Dongfang Yu Liang's head. In an instant, Dongfang Yu Liang's hair was destroyed. Then his skull was melting, with the rays about to hit his brain. On this boundary between life and death, old Lord Kan Yang shouted, and with no time to continue healing, he showed himself to save Dongfang Yu Liang. He attacked while also defending. Flames surged. A blazing inferno rose and charged towards Unfettered Scholar. Confronted with a rank 7 expert, Unfettered Scholar had no choice but to divide his attention. As this happened, old Lord Kan Yang was able to pull back Dongfang Yu Liang. Dongfang Yu Liang's skull was penetrated through, and his brain almost suffered extremely severe damage. At this moment, countless star thoughts surged like a fountain towards the outside, through the hole in the skull. After being saved by old Lord Kan Yang, Dongfang Yu Liang's expression turned calm, representing that Dongfang Changfan's soul had regained control of the body. Lingering fear unavoidably showed up on his face. If there had been just a slight delay, Dongfang Yu Liang's brain would have been entirely disintegrated. Dongfang Changfan could be said to have walked around the gates of hell, barely holding on to life. And without old Lord Kan Yang, he might have died again. "What happened?" Old Lord Kan Yang retreated while pulling Dongfang Changfan and shouted at the latter, his heart still palpitating. Dongfang Changfan had explained most of the possession technique to him, but a few crucial final steps were still kept undisclosed by Dongfang Changfan. Thus, old Lord Kan Yang was absolutely not willing to see Dongfang Changfan's death. Dongfang Changfan intentionally held these back as a fail-safe against old Lord Kan Yang. The effects were shown now. However, he might have had his life preserved, but Dongfang Changfan looked pale and had an unsightly expression. This series of events was because he had hurriedly ascended to immortal and were the side effects of the struggle against the lightning tribulation. Originally, Dongfang Changfan had deceived Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals and used the phantom formation to extract their immortal aperture origin cores. But these cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals and could not be directly transferred to Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Thus, Dongfang Changfan used Mensi's blood immortal Gu to turn these origin cores into a blood veil. Then he used the attacks from the demonic path Gu immortals to temper and remove the impurities that were the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals. Dongfang Changfan then would transfer the purified immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yu Liang's body, which should have resulted in no side effects. However, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had been too terrifying, far surpassing Dongfang Changfan's estimation. It resulted in a dangerous situation, and at the crucial moment between life and death, Dongfang Changfan had no choice but to skip some of the blood veil's tempering steps and directly transfer the extracted origin cores into Dongfang Yu Liang's body. He passed the tribulation and advanced to Gu Immortal, but the new immortal aperture had the 8 Gu Immortals' wills and was filled with their auras. These 8 Gu Immortals' bodies and souls were already turned to nothingness prior to the heaven-shaking tribulation. But they were betrayed, creating hatred towards Dongfang Changfan, which was retained in their wills and auras. Dongfang Changfan had to pay full attention to the battle when fighting Unfettered Scholar. A moment of negligence caused the internal danger to erupt, resulting in a strong backlash. Dongfang Changfan had expected it, but during the backlash he discovered his previous estimations had been too optimistic. The power of the accumulated wills in his immortal aperture was beyond his expectations. Thus the backlash had almost sent him to his own death under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Changfan heaved a sigh and was just about to explain matters to old Lord Kan Yang, when suddenly his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Old Lord Kan Yang's mind rang with warning sirens, and he quickly released his grip as he retreated. The next moment, Dongfang Yu Liang used a powerful killer move against his benefactor, Old Lord Kan Yang. Fortunately, Old Lord Kan Yang had been vigilant. Dongfang Yu Liang's attack struck empty air. "Old bastard Chang Fan, you shameless scoundrel, scheming against your own tribe's Gu Immortals for your rebirth," Dongfang Yu Liang furiously shouted. But it was not with his previous voice. Rather, it was the voice of Dongfang Yi Kong. Such a strange change confused everyone. Unfettered Scholar's eyes shined with a bright light, and moved in for the kill again. He reacted promptly and used the killer move 1,000 disintegrations, again directed at Dongfang Yu Liang. However, Dongfang Changfan regained control again and narrowly evaded 1,000 disintegrations. The good scenario did not last for long, as soon the will of another of Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals forcibly took control of the body, shouting and seeking death of their own accord. Old Lord Kan Yang had no choice but to save Dongfang Changfan from danger again. The battle situation had changed. The orderly myriad star fireflies which attacked and defended in turn were now flying around chaotically. The pressure on the demonic path Gu Immortals had greatly decreased, and they charged towards Dongfang Yu Liang, one after the other. Among them, the threat from Unfettered Scholar was the largest, as he moved unhindered around the sea of starlight, his 1,000 disintegrations breaking through all obstacles. Dongfang Changfan, however, had the help of Old Lord Kan Yang. Old Lord Kan Yang was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sects and had deep foundations. His immortal killer move, life-chasing fire, was also rather troublesome, obstructing Unfettered Scholar. Dongfang Yu Liang would occasionally suffer the backlash from a certain Dongfang tribe Gu Immortal, at times causing him to attack Old Lord Kan Yang or even seek death. But at other times, Dongfang Changfan was able to regain control and fight the demonic path Gu Immortals, attempting to remedy the situation. However, all things considered, such a battle situation could not avoid being chaotic. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yu Liang. "What is going on?" Fairy Li Shan and the others were standing at the edge of the battlefield, not knowing what to think about this chaotic fight. The strange and confusing situation was beyond their expectations. It seems Dongfang Changfan sacrificed his tribe's Gu Immortals and possessed Dongfang Yu Liang, but his plan did not completely succeed. "This old bastard really can scheme," Hai Lu Lan sneered. "No matter who Dongfang Yu Liang is, that Firepath Gu Immortal beside him is not of Northern Plains, but an expert of Central Continent's immortal crane sect, named Old Lord Kan Yang. After the battle earlier, he is probably suspicious of me." Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, exposing the identity of Old Lord Kan Yang. "What? This is troublesome." Hai Lu Lan frowned. She and Fang Yuan were tied to the same boat. Their gains and losses were linked together. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would also be in jeopardy. What should we do now? Perhaps we could kill him. Fairy Li Shan was ready to attack. No, he only has some doubts. As long as I don't expose myself, he won't be able to guess my identity in Central Continent. The battle is extremely chaotic now. It will be hard for us to withdraw if we meddle in. Moreover, Dongfang Chang Fan is a deep schemer. Myriad star fireflies is also powerful, while we will have to restrain our full power to hide our identities. What's more, Old Lord Kenyang is an expert among rank 7s and won't be easily defeated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he sent this message to the two women. He already had the intention to retreat. The situation might be in disorder now, but their circumstances did not allow them to do as they pleased. Even if they could use their full strengths, the combined strength of the three was not enough to dominate the whole battlefield and control the lives and deaths of everyone present. You mean that we should retreat? Hai Lu Lan, however, was reluctant. As far as she was concerned, the chaotic situation in front of them was still an opportunity. She had sworn to get revenge, but Hei Cheng was powerful, and her battle strength had decreased after she had also lost self-strength, immortal goo. If she did not use these opportunities to quickly progress ahead, when would she be able to take her revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean that we should retreat as well as advance. Haven't the two of you discovered that Dongfang Yu Liang has already lost control over 12 times in just this short period of time? All in all, it should be due to the wills of the 8 Gu immortals causing trouble. You mean? Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's gazes shined brightly as they understood the meaning behind these words. Right. How many Gu immortals does Dongfang tribe has? Even if there is some hidden force left behind, Dongfang tribe's headquarters would still be at its weakest state in all time. Just think about it, the accumulations of a region's super force. Fang Yuan spoke leisurely, however his words ignited the fires in the hearts of Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's rob Dongfang Changfan's base. Hei Lu Lan did not hesitate as she flew straight towards Dongfang tribe's headquarters with excitement. Chapter 795. Arriving. First but without success. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Jade Pool. Blessed Land. Dongfang tribe's main headquarters, Dongfang Changfan's home. It had a long history of thousands of years. This type of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were a Gu immortal's immortal aperture. They belonged to one person. Once their cultivation level reaches rank 8, the immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. Meanwhile, Jade Pool blessed land did not belong to one Gu immortal. It was formed from a group of Gu immortals cutting off a part of their own blessed lands, and was pieced together after that. Blessed lands could swallow each other. Earlier on Tianti Mountain, Fang Yuan was undergoing the earthly calamity of the desolate beast swamp crab. He had to discard a portion of his blessed land. In the end, this part was taken away by the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing it into their own blessed lands. The swallowing of blessed lands had very strict requirements, but the requirements of piecing blessed lands together were much lower. Most of the super forces in the 5 regions had a main camp that was formed by piecing together the contributions of various Gu immortals. Dongfang tribe's Jade Pool blessed land, Murong tribe's Yin Yang blessed land, Guan tribe's Shi Huang blessed land, and Hei tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land all were like this. Even Northern Plains' #1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain blessed land, was the same. The demonic path Gu immortals contributed a portion of their blessed lands, creating Snowy Mountain blessed land. They then lived in it. The mountain peaks that they each occupied was the region that they took out from their own immortal apertures. The owner of the first peak, old ancestor Shui Hu, had his own rank 8 grotto heaven. Fairy Li Shan, who was the owner of the third peak, also had her own immortal aperture. The Gu Immortal's personal immortal aperture was extremely important. There were countless treasures placed in them. It was a private area. In most situations, outsiders would not be allowed in. If there was any damage done, the losses were severe. Regarding this, there was also a rather peculiar example. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were immortal zombies. Since the immortal zombies' immortal apertures were dead, a portion of the aperture would break apart once in a while, and they furthermore could not be fused together. Therefore, in each of the 5 regions, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance did not form from immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance's headquarters was Dark Flow Giant City. Such a headquarters was naturally inferior to a Blessed Land. This was another reason why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than superforces. Thus, to Fang Yuan and the others, Jade Pool Blessed Land was not hard to find. Blessed lands that were pieced together like this were usually placed on the ground, taking in Earth Chi to stabilize the space inside. At the same time, they could slow time flow and postpone the arrival of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I know the location of this Jade Pool Blessed Land clearly. If it was not moved away, it should be to the northeast. Let's fly over there at this speed. It would only take an hour. Fairy Li Shan led the way. It should still be at the original place. The main camp of such a superforce is very important. It is the central point used between superforces when splitting up their respective territories. It would not be moved under normal circumstances. Hai Lo Lan was excited. Dongfang Changfan miscalculated this time. He actually removed his own manpower, sacrificing Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals to revive himself. Fang Yuan followed behind the 2 women without speaking. As they flew rapidly, huge winds were blowing, causing buzzing noises around the ears. Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life began to surface in his mind. In his previous life, he knew very little about Dongfang Changfan. He had no idea whether Dongfang Changfan succeeded in possessing Dongfang Yuliang's body in his previous life, but he knew at least that Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. After Hai Lu Lan won and came out from Imperial Court Blessed Land, she tried to overturn and change the current rules, dying suddenly one day. Eventually, Ma Hongyun stepped up on the stage. After that, he led his army and became the lord of the Imperial Court for many rounds. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured by Dongfang tribe alive. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was overwhelming. He actually got Dongfang Yu Liang's sister, Dongfang Qingyu, on his side. Not only did she free him, she also gave him the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, allowing Ma Hongyun to emerge victorious, and Dongfang tribe lost terribly. Fang Yuan thought about this, and he inwardly came to a realization. He had a different view now. If, in my previous life, Dongfang Changfan managed to possess Dongfang Yu Liang, then Dongfang Qingyu was doing this not because of Ma Hongyun, but because she found out something and wanted to avenge her brother. After all, Dongfang Yu Liang and Dongfang Qingyu were siblings that had mutually supported and stuck close by each other since they were young. No matter how Dongfang Changfan acted, after a long time, he would definitely mess up in front of such a close relation. Or maybe Dongfang Changfan failed in his possession. Or maybe he succeeded, but the effect was not great. Dongfang Yu Liang was still a mortal Gu master, Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88 True Yang Building, along with Imperial Court Blessed Land, the events in Northern Plains had changed hugely. Just at minimum in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals like Dongfang Yikong and Dongfang Wanshu were still alive, but now they were sacrificed. Such huge changes had also affected Central Continent's events. They were changing rapidly. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. One could predict that in future developments, the other 3 regions would also be affected to an extent. The advantage of my rebirth is becoming smaller. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. As he got stronger, the influence that he was creating also increased. It was called the butterfly effect, but Fang Yuan was already no longer a butterfly. He was an eagle. An hour later, they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. The situation in front of them was slightly out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When its entrance was closed, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole in it. One could see the situation inside the Blessed Land from outside. At the same time, there were loud explosions. Sounds of fighting could be heard. There was someone who got here first? Hai Lu Lan's gaze focused. Judging by this, they have just created a hole and entered. I had made an agreement with Dongfang Changfan. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan would thus be the core battle strength amongst the three. He walked in front and shouted, "Let's go in and see." The three entered the hole and got into Jade Pool Blessed Land, only to see that there was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic pathgu. Immortals were fighting with the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense fight. It seems that our timing is just right. Hai Lu Lan's mood relaxed, but her tone sank immediately after. It is Pi Shui Han. As it turned out, after Pi Shui Han was hit by old Lord Kan Yang's life-chasing fire, he could not dispel it. Afraid that others would attack him, he had no choice but to escape. As he escaped, he gradually calmed down. He found out in surprise that his clothes were still intact even with the fire burning. Pi Shui Han had an idea. After thinking about it, he realized. This life-chasing fire could only burn something with life force. His clothes were not alive, thus, they were not harmed. Meanwhile, he had been using healing killer moves. They made his life force even greater, causing the fire to burn more intensely. After finding this out, Pi Shui Han changed his tactics. He restrained most of the life force in his body, finally extinguishing the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to go back to Taichu battlefield. On the way back, he met a few rank 6 demonic pathgu immortals who had left stealthily and were trying to take advantage of his situation. Pi Shui Han was an astute person. Seeing that these few people were tailing him secretly, he understood their intentions. Anger surged in him as he taught them a lesson. The demonic pathgu immortals worked together, but they were not the rank 7 Pi Shui Han's match. When Pi Shui Han had been venting, the sound of the battle drew in 2 rank 6 Pi Gu immortals. They were Chia Shi Min of the Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of the Moon Path. These two had pretty good relationships with a certain demonic pathgu immortal. They intervened and mediated the situation. They also convinced Pi Shui Han to not go back to Taichu, that he should instead go to Dongfang tribe's main camp. Pi Shui Han was wary of the life-chasing fire already. Next, he heard that Half Moon Brute Master had an immortal gu that could easily pierce space and could enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pi Shui Han thought about Unfettered Scholar and Fang Yuan's group with their mysterious depths. He also thought about the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if he got it, it would be incomplete and have low value. It would be of little use to him. Thus, he decided to change his plans, to attack Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path gu immortals. At Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brute Master used his method and truly formed a pathway to enter. Everyone charged in, thinking of simply reaping some profits before leaving. But they found out that there were no gu immortals obstructing them, and just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts protecting the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the others appeared. Seeing that the 3 black-robed gu immortals were also here to loot the place, the nearby enslavement path gu immortal Kia Shamin made a move. He willed and 3 huge desolate beast birds flew out from his immortal aperture, encircling them. "Who are you? I spent so much effort in creating this hole. Are you here to simply take advantage of this?" Half Moon Brute Master shouted. He waved his arm and his killer move was unleashed. Pi Shui Han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a faint headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come here too? He knew Fang Yuan's strength, but he still found some time to attack him. These people had made an agreement earlier before entering. If anyone else enters after them, they would attack together and defend their interests. But Pi Shui Han's attacks were slightly slower. Even though his attacks looked powerful, he had reserved most of his strength. If the situation turned bad, he could retreat at any time. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, the moment they saw Fang Yuan, they sucked in breaths of cold air. Pi Shui Han had confidence from his cultivation level, but why would these people dare to attack and implicate themselves? Thus, they disregarded the earlier agreement. They acted like they were obstructed by the desolate beasts and could not find time or energy to attack. Hey, come! Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 Strength Path giant hands flew out. 3 Strength Path giant hands suddenly grabbed the desolate beast birds. The birds cried out in pain from their force. As for the other 2, they destroyed Half Moon Brutemaster and Pi Shui Han's attacks effortlessly. Qia Shimin and Half Moon Brutemaster did not know about him. They saw this and were extremely shocked. Rank 7 battle strength. Where is this expert from? Fang Yuan forced them back. He laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, along with 2 others formed earlier. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pi Shui Han. At the same time, he shouted, Pi Shui Han, to think that you came here as well. It seems that the lesson earlier was not enough for you. Saying this, he demonstrated an extremely arrogant and proud attitude, like he had already fought with Pi Shui Han and taught him a lesson. Qia Shimin and Half Moon Brutemaster heard this, and their hearts shook. Their fighting spirit immediately fell. Chapter 7, 197. Flick, 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 subduing a shark fin. Wolf Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hai Lu Lan was even more excited, quickly replying, Little Ant, rest assured, I am already deep into the pool and am drilling a hole underground. In the air, Fairy Li Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the alliance agreement, but she could endure this much. She casually wiped away the blood and continued to transmit information to Hai Lu Lan secretly. All right, I will scout for you from up here, move stealthily, and make sure other Gu immortals don't discover you. Especially Fang Yuan. He is extremely shrewd and calculating. Even Pi Shui Han is dancing to his tune. We are in the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him, but its time limit is approaching. You need to make sure to be on guard against him. That goes without saying, Hai Lu Lan quickly replied. Fang Yuan moved rapidly to above a jade pool, causing gusts of wind that raised waves on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were ahead by a generation in comparison to the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around for a while before immediately ascertaining that there was nothing in this pool apart from water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly as he examined. Oil water was naturally not regular water, but a resource found in the depths of deep seas. It was a Gu refinement material and was extremely common in Eastern Sea. In northern plains and western desert, however, it was rather rare. There were almost no transactions of small amounts of oil water in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because the profits were too low and the fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven was too high, making the loss more than the gains. When oil water transactions appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were essentially in really large amounts, but even then it was hard to earn significant profits. Also, because the oil water Eastern Sea produced was basically used by their own cultivators, the frequency of such large transactions was extremely low. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water, but also had an ingenious use for it. This pool's water was extremely deep, connecting to deep underground and extracting traces of earth qi. Oil water was basically a resource that was produced in deep water and large trenches. Dongfang tribe set up this pool to use oil water to produce more oil water. Once in a while they will put in clear water, and with the continuous mixing of earth qi and oil water, the oil water in the pool would gradually restore to its original concentration. Fang Yuan was very experienced, and with just a moment of thinking, he was aware of the operation method of Dongfang tribe. Oil water was not easy to extract and required specific goo worms. Fang Yuan's slight frown was because of this. He knew there was a small, specially designated group of goo masters who went to the depths of seas to extract oil water. Goo worm recipes that were handed down from generation to generation were arranged in a set to draw and extract this oil water. These people made a living from this, and their goo worm set were meant to extract oil water. They did not have high battle strength, but their social status were high, and they were welcomed by all the forces of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had been to Eastern Sea in his previous life and had come across an old oil water extraction specialist. This goo master was rather old, and he only had a granddaughter, to whom he wanted Fang Yuan to wed and also adopt her surname. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan refused in the end. Fang Yuan's eyebrows soon relaxed. He pointed his index finger at the surface of the pool and lightly bent it. Immediately, the pool water rose like a dragon, obediently moving into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. There would have been nothing Fang Yuan could do if this was before the auction. But after the auction, he had the strength path immortal goo, pulling water. Its effect was specialized for dealing with water. Wasn't this a trivial matter? It is just that oil water is precious, but it is not immortal material. Using immortal goo pulling water to collect it is simply overkill. But I plan to attend Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, and oil water is suitable to be used at earlier stages. Otherwise, I would not have gathered it. Using immortal goo meant spending green grape immortal essence, and the value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than oil water. If it were not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have simply ignored it and left. Right now, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, the oil water constantly moving towards his immortal aperture. He slightly leaned to the side and looked in Hai Lulan's direction. There was no news from Hai Lulan's end, as if she had gone to another pool. A dark gaze flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lulan's secret plans, but was not worried. With the advantage of Rebirth, how could he not know of Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In truth, he probably knew of them even more clearly than Fairy Li Shan. In the 5 regions' chaotic war during Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of immortal goo houses were brought into fights, creating many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves could be easily targeted and subdued, but immortal goo houses combined defense and offense, even if they had different specialties. They fundamentally did not have shortcomings on other aspects. In particular, the more goo immortals an immortal goo house stored, the stronger their might. It was almost like an unstoppable fortress in the battlefield. Thatched Hut would not be Thatched Hut if it could be easily found. Fang Yuan stored all of the oil water before flying towards another pool. After storing several resources like oil water, Fang Yuan finally came across a pool where a beast group that made his eyes brighten was dwelling. Sensing Fang Yuan's mighty presence encroaching upon their territory, wolf howls resounded. Several tens of thousands of shark-fin wolves rushed out. The wolves formed a large wave, glaring fiercely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used shark-fin wolves when he had disguised himself as Wolf King Chang Shanyin. They were extremely useful. They had the size of an elephant and could live in both land and water, and were one of the few wolf species that could fight underwater. They had powerful defense. Their bodies were covered with smooth crocodile-like armor, while there were sharp, deep blue fins on the sides. On their backs there was a row of shark-like fins, which formed a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. They were not fast, and were often used by Fang Yuan as shields in his wolf formations. Naturally, these mortal beasts were not of much interest to Fang Yuan currently. Fang Yuan's burning gaze was on the leader of the wolf group. This was an enormous, shark-fin wolf that was over 10 meters tall. With a smooth and graceful build, its physique was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. This shark-fin wolf was crouched low, with its dense, sharp canines exposed. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed upon Fang Yuan, as if it was going to pounce at him the very next moment. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, having an intention to subdue it. He did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, but he could somewhat control this level of desolate beast with other methods. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo, which was in Xianxia blessed land. This goo showed instantaneous effect when enslaving a desolate beast. The desolate beast could be controlled in accordance with one's thoughts. This allowed a supreme showcase of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, and naturally other enslavement path goo immortals also did not have it. However, the use of goo depended on the goo immortals' creativity. There were all sorts of methods and killer moves that could substitute for beast enslavement immortal goo. For instance, Flying Bear Phantom Goo was a unique method of phantom path in enslaving a desolate beast. Water path, fire path, light path, and other paths also had their own respective methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Changfan control so many phantom beasts in the battle at Taichu? Every path was independent of each other, but yet interlinked with each other. Taking references, interacting, and competing with other paths created the current goo master structure that had all sorts of styles. Even without the enslavement methods, a desolate beast could be raised from youth to nurture emotional connection and intimacy, and could be made to protect oneself or attack enemies. Immortal crane sects Hefeng Yang and the Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine, were a classic example of man and beast developing a close relationship. Naturally, these methods absolutely could not compare to the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path was able to be classified as a path, so its enslavement methods were definitely superior to that of other paths. Fang Yuan and the wolf were locked in a standoff for a while. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was still restraining itself, not daring to recklessly move because it could sense a threat from the aura Fang Yuan gave off. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands pressed down upon the shark fin wolf from the left and right. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled before taking a slight step back. A layer of glass-like watery armor immediately appeared on its body. The next moment, it fiercely jumped above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could detect a foul odor assailing his nostrils from the wolf's opened mouth. Following the odor were countless water bullets that were rapidly being shot out of the shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade, as he sent out another two strength path giant hands at the shark fin wolf. The storm of water bullets smashed at the strength path giant hands, but only served to slightly slow them. These water bullets could not even be considered mortal killer moves. Naturally, they would not be able to compare to an immortal killer move. At the same time, the previous two strength path giant hands rose up and grabbed the two rear legs of the shark fin wolf before dragging it down. The pitiful shark fin wolf had just jumped to the air but was dragged down before it could reach Fang Yuan. Boom! The desolate beast shark fin wolf crashed hard at the ground, and some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves that could not dodge in time were turned to meat paste by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared in anger and struggled to get up, to pounce at Fang Yuan again. But the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand getting closer. The strength path giant hand was powerful, and before it even reached the shark fin wolf, the latter felt difficulty breathing as its heart trembled. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its rear legs were firmly grasped by two strength path giant hands. It twisted and turned its body but still could not evade. The strength path giant hand fiercely slammed at its face. The shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was slammed to the ground so forcefully that it formed a large crater. Only after a few long moments, it was able to barely raise its head from the crater. However, the attack had caused its sight to become blurry, tears and snot flowing down its face. It shook its head, still not giving up on resisting, but the second strength path giant hand slammed it at this moment. The shark fin wolf howled miserably again as another large crater formed on the ground. It felt extreme grief and indignation. The enemy was powerful and also shameless, not giving it any time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5 flew around, pressing and beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground. A cloud of dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group beside the desolate beast shark fin wolf darted around everywhere, howling miserably and shooting out water bullets. But the quantity was so large that the bullets collided against each other partway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's build was not big, and the number of water bullets that landed on him were very few. They were like light drizzle that could be neglected. What sound is this? Not far away, Half-Moon Brute Master gazed over at the commotion. His pupils shrunk when he saw how Fang Yuan was mauling the desolate beast shark fin wolf. He already knew Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, but when he personally saw Fang Yuan leisurely beating up a desolate beast, his heart could not help but tremble intensely. There was simply no suspense, as the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not even have the energy to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, maybe it could struggle for some time. But with battle strength of a realm higher, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only take the beating passively, especially given that the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land carried no immortal goo. Any immortal goo would be taken away by goo immortals. Immortal goo were so precious, how could they let a desolate beast have it? However, even though the shark fin wolf was beaten until it could not even raise its head, its attitude was still stubborn. Fang Yuan snorted, deciding to increase the force. With a shift of his mind, 4 strength path giant hands separately grabbed the shark fin wolf's front legs and hind legs, then lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had been beaten into a horrid sight. Its whole body was spread out in an ungainly way, while its 4 limbs were constantly emitting sounds of fractures from the ruthless grasps of the 4 strength path giant hands. The remaining strength path giant hands started to rain slaps on the shark fin wolf's cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf's large head swung to the left and right from the repeated slaps of the hand. The wolf group below howled more miserably and loudly. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, while some at the periphery were already starting to flee. This is truly hanging it up and beating to a pulp. Cold sweat was already seeping out of Half-Moon Brute Master's shiny forehead at this sight. At a clip, Fang Yuan's viciousness and strength terrified him. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost pounded into a slurry. Even the sounds of its wails changed. However, it still opened its eyes with difficulty, and its gaze still carried extreme stubbornness and bone-deep hatred. Wolves were beasts that deeply bore grudges. Still not submitting? Fang Yuan also felt somewhat of a headache. Submitting to the strong was a wild beast's survival instinct. According to conventional reasoning, the desolate beast shark fin wolf should have already submitted in front of such a massive difference in strength. Fang Yuan carefully observed and made a discovery. So this shark fin wolf has gone into heat, and this time period is when its alpha male characteristics are at its strongest. No wonder it is stubborn. He suddenly had an eccentric idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed again. The middle finger of the giant hand bent and touched the thumb. From afar, Half-Moon Brute Master looked on as this strength path giant hand slowly moved down to between the shark fin wolf's 2 rear legs. Suddenly, the thumb slightly relaxed and the middle finger flicked. It very accurately struck this male wolf's penis. "Awoo!" The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook fiercely, like it had been electrocuted. Its eyes seemed to be opened until almost falling out, as it howled to the sky, its voice filled with boundless pain. Flick, flick, flick. "Woo! Woo! Awoo!" The shark fin wolf howled in an increasingly loud voice. Half-Moon Brute Master watched this with his mouth and eyes wide open. This, he stammered, unable to say a word. He understood Fang Yuan was trying to force the desolate beast shark fin wolf to submit, but this method was simply unheard of. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image underwent a huge change in Half Moon Brute Master's mind. Fang Yuan's entire body was clothed in a black robe, with his appearance hidden. But outsiders could naturally try to make guesses on his appearance. Half Moon. Brute Master had imagined Fang Yuan to have a fierce and cruel appearance, with a burly and thickly built body, his protruding eyes shooting out a fierce gaze that seemed to want to find people to devour. Now, however, this figure underwent a transformation. The image of a robust warrior was no more. The burly build had turned into one with broad shoulders and a thin waist. The gaze was sinister, the teeth were dense and sharp, and there was a trace of perversion. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's mental defenses were finally broken, and it fully submitted. The strength path giant hands loosened their grasp, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous, aesthetically beautiful body was now bent like a large shrimp. Its two front claws were grabbing between its two rear legs as it whimpered weakly, like a weak little flower that could be in dire straits from slight wind and rain. Fang Yuan mumbled while chuckling. "This is a good method." He then turned to look at the distant Half-Moon Brute Master. He had naturally already discovered the latter's stealthy glances. Half-Moon Brute Master could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt Fang Yuan's gaze was firm, like a giant snake that was coiling around his body. The dark, cold, and slippery snake scales tightly held onto his warm body. Half-Moon Brute Master shivered as he felt an ominous chill emerging from the depths of his heart. In particular, the region between his legs seemed to feel a bit more cold. This person is exceedingly savage, and absolutely not someone I can deal with. I have to avoid him when I see him in the future. Sigh. The world is difficult. Life is not easy. Half Moon. Brute Master swallowed his saliva and rapidly flew away, going as far as to resemble someone fleeing. Chapter 798. Extorting Regretful Spiders. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. After Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he placed it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mental defenses had already collapsed, and it had fallen unconscious soon afterwards, unable to keep its shark fin wolf subordinates under control anymore. Fang Yuan could do nothing other than to let these ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was much of a pity. Capturing a desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a plentiful harvest. He continued to search pools, but he only found common resources, and although the quantities were huge, there was nothing noteworthy. Dongfang Tribe's base camp was sure to have many good things, but there were innumerable pools while Fang Yuan's scouting range was not very far. Add in the other competing demonic path Gu immortals, the amount of resources he could plunder would depend on luck. Not long later, good luck arrived once again for him. He was looking at a deep pool. What this very deep pool accumulated was not water but fire. The fire was raging wildly inside. This was a special fire pool. Fang Yuan used several investigative methods in succession and discovered a group of python beasts living in this pool. Fang Yuan found out their identities and discovered they were eerie fire dragon pythons. A mature, eerie fire dragon python was enormous, reaching close to 100 meters long and with a body as thick as a tower. The eerie fire dragon python had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on its head, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its tongue was a strange purple, and when it flicked its tongue, one could see an eerie blue fire coiling around its tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there was no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon python inside, the quantity of the normal eerie fire dragon pythons was extremely high. The pythons were piled up on top of each other, squirming and moving around, creating a horrifying spectacle. Fang Yuan, however, felt excitement. All parts of the eerie fire dragon python had value. For instance, its blood was the best food for some blood-path goo worms. Its skin, tendons, and other parts were top-class materials for refining a lot of goo worms. In particular, The eerie fire dragon python's gallbladder was extremely precious, and there was a market for it in treasure yellow heaven. Eerie fire dragon pythons normally live in the form of small families. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to make so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. This method might not be too complicated, but is quite effective and gives an extreme increase to the reproductive rate of eerie fire dragon pythons. Fang Yuan was able to discern some details of the method, speaking of which, he had obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now, the eggs had already successfully hatched. The young eerie fire dragon pythons were living in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but Fang Yuan had been neglecting them as their quantity was extremely few. If he could obtain this large group of eerie fire dragon pythons and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have a continuous supply of eerie fire dragon python gallbladders in the future, which could be sold in treasure yellow heaven and be a small source of income. Though Fang Yuan was involved in the large business of guts goo, but a quick calculation told him the profits from selling eerie fire dragon python gallbladders was also somewhat lucrative. Taking action was better than thinking. Fang Yuan immediately grabbed with his strength path giant hands. He could not control his strength properly, squeezing many eerie fire dragon pythons to death. After all, changes in this move's form specialized in forceful grabbing, and were rather lacking in the aspect of fine control. He grabbed dozens, but there were still many eerie fire dragon python in the pool. He gradually started to become impatient. He lacked effective methods to gather the pythons, thus could only act rashly. However, he had limited time now. Fang Yuan grabbed a large portion in the end, reaching up to a number of 10,000 before he resolutely stopped and left this fire pool. He continued to plunder resources as he traveled, and occasionally saw many mortal goo masters. Some of these goo masters were fleeing in panic along the areas between the pools, while some concealed themselves, hiding under the ground, under boulders and so on. As Fang Yuan grandly soared away, these goo masters regained their senses from the horror. Some hiding goo masters were still thinking they were able to hide, but were actually already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that he had no intention to attack them. When Pi Shui Han and the others attacked the Blessed Land, they had created a huge commotion which had already startled the Dongfang tribe members in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, the vast majority of mortals would not have a chance to come across goo immortals in their entire lives. In comparison to this enormous population, the number of goo immortals was extremely few, only a fraction of a fraction. At the same time, goo immortals also were concerned with their own survival pressures, busy handling such matters day in and day out, generally without the time to make themselves carefree and at leisure. In regards to most people, goo immortals were simply vague figures of legend. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were Dongfang tribe's core. They knew many inside details. Thus, they were even more aware of the difference between immortal and mortals, the gap that was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not think of putting up any meaningless resistance and ran for their lives, while urgently contacting the goo immortals of Dongfang tribe. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fang Yuan and these demonic path goo immortals were people who heavily prioritized benefits and were disinclined to attack these mortals. Thus, these mortals were actually more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They were able to survive during this disaster. Fang Yuan flew past pools after pools. As time passed, he started to feel increasing urgency and started abandoning some common resources. These resources were not precious and were readily available. At the same time, Fang Yuan maintained his vigilance. In accordance with Dongfang Changfan's far-sighted nature, it was impossible for him to not make some arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he gradually flew into the distance, Fang Yuan suddenly saw deep pools without any water. These pools were completely dried up. There were a lot of them, about 50 to 60, closely connected, and covering a range in tens of li. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved as he took a sharp turn, rapidly approaching these pools. I discovered these pools first. The regretful spiders inside are mine. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You have already gathered so many regretful spiders. And the regretful spiders here have bred over such a huge range, and you want to take it all for yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he discovered two demonic path goo immortals at the edge of a pool, arguing about who the pools should belong to. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When they saw Fang Yuan fly over, the two goo immortals paled and quickly stopped their argument, instead standing side by side. "Senior, please excuse us, but the regretful spiders here were discovered by us brothers. According to the rules, heh heh." One goo immortal started speaking with a nervous and vigilant expression. "I've heard some news saying there was a pool to the northwest where many large groups of air bubble fish are living inside. Several goo immortals were fighting to get it. The other goo immortal attempted to redirect this disaster." Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. "Do you mean that I should leave?" The moment he finished speaking, two strength path giant hands flew out and hovered on either side of him, a stance that showed he was eager to make some trouble. The two demonic path goo immortals paled upon seeing this, while inwardly complaining incessantly at their misfortune. They had personally seen Fang Yuan's might not long ago. Even Pi Shui Han was not able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, these two were only at the bottom tier of rank 6. The consequences would be extremely bad if a conflict occurred with a powerful expert like Fang Yuan, but the resources around them were truly at a large scale. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. One demonic path goo immortal finally summoned up courage. "Senior, we discovered these resources first. This is an indisputable fact. When you set the rules with Lord Pai Shui Han, we were also present. Our demonic path has always been about running and rampaging freely. What rules? Talking about rules for everything. Why don't you just join the righteous path? What's more, what status do you have? Only Pai Shui Han has the qualifications to speak about some rules with me." Fang Yuan had a fierce demeanor. The two strength path giant hands continued to slowly advance as he openly flaunted his prowess. The two demonic path goo immortals no longer dared to speak, but were still reluctant to leave. The other demonic path goo immortal seemed to have firmed his resolve as he suddenly spoke. "Senior, these regretful spiders have great use to me, and I had been searching for them painstakingly. How about I use information of equal value in exchange for them?" What information?" Fang Yuan stopped moving the strength path giant hands. "This information concerns Minuscule Mountain." The demonic path goo immortal spoke directly. "Minuscule Mountain, ha ha ha." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily before speaking in a threatening tone. "Good. I will exchange it with you, but I really hope your information is true, otherwise—" "True. It is definitely true. I came from that direction, but with my cultivation, I am unable to break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it would be like it was simply meant for you." As he said this, the demonic path goo immortal secretly transmitted information containing the precise details to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted to a crack as he heard the information, and said leisurely, "Good, I will keep this information in mind for now, but whether it is true still needs to be checked. Hand over the regretful spiders you've just gathered." "Senior, you!" The demonic path goo immortal's eyes widened, his face flushed red with anger. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, speaking as if this was how things should be. "How do I know whether your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are a guarantee. Don't worry, I only want this much, you can take the rest." "Senior, you are asking for 20% of the total regretful spiders." The demonic path goo immortal gritted his teeth in anger, but did not dare to fight. The other demonic path goo immortal was standing at the side, laughing inwardly. He would definitely work together with the extorted demonic path Gu Immortal and resist Fang Yuan if Fang Yuan asked for the regretful spiders in the pool. But what Fang Yuan wanted was the portion that had already been gathered, which was a different matter. The group of regretful spiders stored in the immortal aperture were like crops that had been harvested. It was difficult to return them, and they belonged to the Gu Immortal themselves. The spectating demonic path Gu Immortal's benefits were not encroached by Fang Yuan, and was thus feeling pleasure at the other Gu Immortal's misfortune. The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal felt his heart sinking and turning cold when the Gu Immortal beside him showed no signs of moving. How painful was it to hand over the crops that had already been harvested. "All right, hand them over quickly. I still need to hurry along, time is pressing," Fang Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you renege on your promise, then wouldn't I be?" The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal squeezed out words from clenched teeth. "What? Do you actually think I am such a shameless person? I am your senior, why would I cheat you juniors?" Fang Yuan replied with an extremely displeased tone, and at the same time sent out another 2 strength path giant hands. Chapter 799. Knowing when to retreat and advance. A true champion. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A total of 4 strength path giant hands hovered in the air. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals involuntarily stepped back. The mental pressure Fang Yuan gave them was too huge. They were the weaker party, what else could they do? The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal's expression kept fluctuating before finally turning into one of subservience as he handed over the regretful spiders he gathered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not linger around after he received them and quickly left. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals immediately let out breaths of relief. The extorted Gu Immortal showed an indignant look as he cursed while gazing at the gradually receding figure of Fang Yuan. "Old demon, I hope you die there. Stop shouting. How can you be sure he doesn't have methods to hear us? Be careful of him coming back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path Gu Immortal quickly attempted to stop the extorted Gu Immortal. The 2 glanced at each other. Both were stupefied for a moment before they suddenly reacted, creating some distance between each other. The next moment, an intense competition started. The 2 used all their strength and silently plundered the regretful spiders in the pool. Minuscule mountain, captivating sea. Fang Yuan rapidly approached the location in the information. He had originally not planned to gather regretful spiders, because he lacked methods to gather them. Regretful spiders were not of great value to him, and he had already planned to let them go. Who would have thought that with some extortion he could not only save time in obtaining a large batch of regretful spiders immediately, but also obtain important information? Fang Yuan pondered and felt this information was rather reliable. Miniman was a type of variant human. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of Miniman. It was their foundation. This was recorded in less than greater than. Miniman usually were the size of a finger and had thin and transparent wings behind them. They survived on nectar from flowers or sap from vegetation. Every variant human had a special ability that was stronger than humans. For instance, hairy men were proficient in Gu refinement. Rockmen lived underground, skilled in mining, and all sorts of ores grew on their body. Snowmen were cold-resistant, Inkmen had rich knowledge. Minimen were proficient in growing plants and trees. In the areas they lived in, vegetation was extremely lush, and flowers bloomed throughout the year. More importantly, Minuscule Mountain might be small, but it is a genuine mountain and needs large amounts of earth chi to stabilize its mountainous form. It is an extremely huge burden to put such a legendary mountain within one's immortal aperture. Gu Immortals cannot casually take them. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not the private possession of any Gu Immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture, hidden in their body, had limited amounts of heaven and earth chi. If minuscule mountain was placed for a long time in such an immortal aperture, a lot of earth chi would be absorbed to maintain this legendary mountain, causing an imbalance in heaven and earth ki within the immortal aperture. Thus, minuscule mountain was placed in jade pool. Blessed land most of the time. The reason? It was because jade pool blessed land was placed on the ground outside in northern plains. It would constantly absorb the endless heaven and earth chi of the outside world, so there was no need to fear the burden of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was also in a similar situation. Dang Hun Mountain needed to absorb earth chi, otherwise it would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was placed on Tian Ti Mountain from where it constantly absorbed heaven and earth ki. Thus there was no need to fear the consumption of Dang Hun Mountain. If it was placed in Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Lan's immortal apertures, if they moved around for a long time, they would not be able to bear the consumption even if they were rank 8 Gu Immortals, and would need to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi and stabilize their immortal aperture world. Next to a seemingly ordinary deep pool. Fang Yuan. Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, who were concealed, detected Fang Yuan's presence. Both of them had secretly agreed to look for Thatched Hut. Thatched Hut was no longer at its original position, but the two still had a great harvest. At that location, they found a group of underworld eels. Afterwards, they looked around everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. However, when they arrived at this place, they were obstructed and thereby in a dilemma. The two were discussing what to do when Fang Yuan appeared in their detection range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope as she said to He Lu Lan, "Fang Yuan does not have strong investigative methods. Our concealment methods are immortal killer moves. As long as we don't show ourselves, he certainly won't be able to detect us. Maybe he is only passing by." He Lu Lan had suffered great losses from Fang Yuan, frowning as she had a bad premonition. Sigh. We absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. Sure enough, the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly landed from the air and quickly neared them. His target was the pool they were in. Fairy Li Shan's expression sank as her wishful thinking did not materialize. Fang Yuan had arrived at the place provided in the information. This deep pool in front of him looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable. But Fang Yuan still had some expectations. According to that demonic path Gu Immortal's words, this was an illusory land. Inside were illusory peach trees which could add up to be of similar strength to desolate beasts, and could create illusions to protect themselves. A Gu Immortal could only infer some clues when they walked inside. Fang Yuan raised his defenses and was just about to step in when two figures suddenly appeared not far away. "Fang Yuan, wait a moment." Fairy Li Shan transmitted her voice. He Lu Lan stood silently at the side. "Oh, it's you two." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he spoke with a slight smile. His tone carried a touch of ridicule. As an ally, they had not informed him of such a huge clue. Clearly, they had thought of hogging the benefits for themselves. In the end, he came across them unintentionally. He Lu Lan was a formidable person and spoke with no awkwardness or embarrassment. "Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying over how to break into this place." Fairy Li Shan was a veteran Gu Immortal and was also unabashed. Continuing, "Right. This place is called Cultivation Sea and is a restricted region of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It mainly consists of a forest of illusory peach trees. There are many peach trees, and the illusion is extremely powerful. Under the trees are a sea of grasses and flowers. The large patches of ground mat grass are like endless green carpets. The sea of colorful flowers gives off a deep fragrance, and tens of thousands of poisonous purple heart flowers are close to blooming." Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He had only said that there were illusory peach trees, but did not mention their numbers. As for ground mat grass and purple poisonous heart flowers, he did not even bring them up. Ground mat grass was ordinary, but with such numbers, there was bound to be ground mat grass goo. This woodpath goo only had one effect, which was to instantly send living beings into sleep. Poisonous purple heart flowers often created a poison heart goo. This goo was formless and colorless, and gave a wisp of fragrance that could make one feel drunk, but corroded their heart. However, these were only minor inconveniences as far as Fang Yuan was concerned. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path, and also did not have strength path methods that could defend against poison, but he had an immortal zombie body, which was extremely resistant to poison. He also had a poison path, immortal goo, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan was listening carefully but completely indifferent, and continued, "The things I have mentioned might be in high numbers, but they are only small problems to us goo immortals. In fact, a group of peach wolves dwell in the illusory peach tree forest, with numbers close to 30. Moreover, this captivating sea is actually a goo formation, and in the depths of it lies Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain has goo immortals guarding it. Their auras are uncertain and the numbers are also not clear." Fang Yuan's expression changed. Peach wolves were a desolate beast, comparable to rank 6 goo immortals. A group of peach wolves was like a group of goo immortals in strength. Minuscule Mountain was the home of Miniman. The goo immortals in it were probably Miniman goo immortals, and regardless of how many there were, even one would be troublesome to deal with. Desolate beasts had low wisdom, but variant human goo immortals had wisdom that could reach a similar level to human goo immortals. Having wisdom and lacking it were two completely different levels of threats. Fang Yuan suddenly realized why these two were hiding at the periphery. He sized the two up again, and with his experience, he immediately discovered signs of bitter fights on Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's bodies, although they had tried to treat them as much as possible. Fairy Li Shan is a woodpath goo immortal. There is no doubt that Minuscule Mountain and Miniman are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength should surpass her normal state. They broke through to the depths of the Sea of Flowers, but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense greatly surpasses what were my most hopeful estimations. Fang Yuan did not speak, but his shrewd mind was thinking rapidly and inferring many facts from their behaviors. Fang Yuan, if you move alone, your gains will be extremely low. We took advantage of the other party's carelessness and quietly sneaked in through the gaps in the Peach Wolf group. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses are sure to be tight. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we might be able to swallow this juicy meat." Hai Lu Lan persuaded. Fairy Li Shan also added, "Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal goo, pulling mountain. We can cooperate, but I must have Minuscule Mountain. You don't need to worry, though. I will be sure to give you a satisfying reward." Fang Yuan did not immediately reply, instead lowering his head to think it over. Several breaths of time later, he slowly shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. "Under this juicy meat is a very hard bone. Minuscule Mountain is excellent, but time is limited. I don't want to spend it all here. I advise you two to dispel unrealistic thoughts. There are still many resources outside which are much easier to take. Why make an unnecessary risk?" "What? Fang Yuan, you are actually thinking of backing out?" Fairy Li Shan could not believe her ears. He Lu Lan frowned, persuading. "Fang Yuan, we have discovered Minuscule Mountain. It could be said to be a rare chance. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it later on." Fang Yuan's stance was firm. "The defense is tight. The key thing is that there are goo immortals guarding it, as well as a group of peach wolves. Even if all the demonic path goo immortals in this blessed land gather together, it would take time to break through this place. Would Dongfang Changfan give us this time? Even if Dongfang Changfan is hindered, what about the other demonic path goo immortals?" Fairy Li Shan took a step forward. "Fang Yuan, I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this is Minuscule Mountain we are talking of. Its value might even be higher than the rest of Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, fairy. You don't need to persuade me. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan laughed loudly before flying away directly. The two fairies still did not dare to believe what they were seeing, and were even hesitating. Fang Yuan should not be messing around and deceiving us in order to wait for an opportune moment to meddle in and get benefits cheaply, right? That's not possible. We have formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. He has to either remain silent or speak the truth. For a moment, as they gazed at Fang Yuan's figure receding into the horizon, the two women had strange expressions. Chapter 800. 3 Fish Groups, Great Harvest. Plop. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was several meters tall. Fang Yuan was cloaked in a black robe. He had his face hidden as he stood in the air. There were 6 strength path giant hands circling around his body. The desolate beast dragonfish screamed, entering the water, and did not want to fight Fang Yuan anymore. It swam into the deeper parts of the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do you think that by hiding underwater, I can do nothing to you? Immortal goo pooling water. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He stretched out his left and right hands as he slowly grabbed at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake from afar. A formless power held up the lake water. It was as if a thick cloth under the water was being pulled up. Thick columns of flowing water had countless ordinary dragonfish in them as they poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan said goodbye to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the one with the most water that he had seen so far. It was like a large lake. Dongfang tribe had specially created it and raised 900,000 dragonfish inside it. Among them was a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was in an eager mood. He went ahead and took them for himself. The desolate beast dragonfish went ahead and fought him. In the end, Fang Yuan used several strength path giant hands and easily defeated it. Even though the dragonfish had dragon in its name, it was very mediocre in fighting. Moreover, this dragonfish may have been a desolate beast, but it had no immortal goo. It was almost at the bottom tier of desolate beasts. But the meat of the dragonfish was a food ingredient with a wide range of applications. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat them, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients and fed to goo worms. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the business of dragonfish meat had long since been flourishing. Each transaction was a huge sum of profits. So many dragonfish. This pool of dragonfish was probably accumulated over 100 years by Dongfang tribe. But now this is all mine, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan felt joyful. He continued to activate Pulling Water Immortal Goo without pausing. Thankfully, he had Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Otherwise, he would have no way to collect such a valuable and huge amount of resources. Boom, boom, boom. Far away, the fighting of goo immortals could be heard. Fang Yuan collected the dragonfish as he looked around. His gaze was deep as he thought. It seems that over at He Lu Lan's side, they are starting to attack Captivating Sea already. He did not regret the decision to give up on Minuscule Mountain. In this world, things were easier said than done. Theories were easy to understand, but when it came to execution, how many people could succeed? Thus, in front of huge profits, it was hard to decide what to give up and what to pursue. Especially when Minuscule Mountain had huge value to Fairy Li Shan personally. Although Fairy Li Shan's vital goo was Mountain Pledge goo and she was an Information Path goo immortal. When she fought, most of her methods were wood path techniques. Since she also cultivated wood path, her immortal aperture probably mostly involved growing flowers and plants as her revenue. Greater Than had recorded the details. It made Minuscule Mountain even more attractive. But how could it be so easy to take away Minuscule Mountain? It was simply too difficult. There was little hope. Since that demonic path goo immortal gave this information to Fang Yuan so easily, he was likely to also tell others, or perhaps there were already goo immortals who knew long ago. Attacking the restricted area, captivating C would create a huge commotion. How could they hide it from people like Pi Shui-han? Even though more people meant a greater force to strike with, the demonic path Gu immortals handled matters individually. Fang Yuan was well aware of their natures. Earlier, during the battle at Taichu, if not for the demonic path Gu immortals fighting among themselves, how could Dongfang Changfan have succeeded in his possession so easily? Thus, there was essentially very little hope in obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan not know that the chances were slim? It was because this profit was too huge. The Gu immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was just a trace of hope, they would desperately latch onto it. A loud dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. The huge dragonfish jumped out of the water. Its eyes were blood red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this. He slammed down with 4 strength path giant hands. The method in which he was extracting the deep pool water was extremely efficient. He just needed a small amount of time to drain the pool dry. Thus, the dragonfish was already a cornered animal. If it did not attack now, it would be too late. But facing Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, the dragonfish's final struggle quickly met with a huge setback. It ended up heavily injured. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture using the strength path giant hands. After spending some more effort, this huge and deep pool was nearly dried out. All of the dragonfish inside were collected into his aperture. In order to take these dragonfish, he spent a total of 4 green grape immortal essences beads. But Fang Yuan had great joy in his eyes. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he obtained the oil water. Desolate beast shark-fin wolf, eerie fire dragon python, some ordinary resources and a batch of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this newly obtained dragonfish group was at the top. It was more valuable than the desolate beast shark-fin wolf, which was second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There was almost 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he spent some effort in nurturing them, it would be a source of endless revenue. Over on He Lu Lan's end, intense battles were still ongoing. Fang Yuan did not turn around. He flew towards an area even further away. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks and was overjoyed to see the dense forest below him. The forest spanned an enormous range. At the center of the forest, there was a pool of water that covered an area of the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this pool. Or more accurately speaking, it was because this pool was raising a group of peculiar fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are known as the literature and martial twin carps. To think that in Dongfang tribe, they had over 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan quickly went down with great excitement. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were low in numbers. Even in Eastern Sea, they were very uncommon. Literature carps usually remained still in water, moving along with the flow of water. Once they moved their tails and swam slowly, their entire bodies would turn into text chi. Even Gu immortals, without specific methods, could not capture them. They could only watch in vain. When Fang Yuan came here, the literature carps were alarmed. They turned into text chi as they moved around, pervading the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control the flow of water. As long as the literature carps did not leave the pool, to him, they were as good as caught. But when he was about to make his move, a demonic path Gu immortal appeared, rising into the air. "Senior, please wait. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu immortal was thin. He smiled as he said that. He was only rank 6, but he had no fear when facing Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Ping." The demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. "Junior Zhou Ping, you have guts, daring to get in my way. With your cultivation level, you are not fit to talk about rules with me. The demonic path Gu Immortal, Zhou Ping, instead smiled. No, I am naturally unable to defeat Senior. But I have some insights in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even unfettered scholar, He Chung, and Fairy Lei Yao cannot catch me. If Senior wants the literature carps, you can trade with me. Otherwise, even though I cannot defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a ruthless light as he observed Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was unmoved. He was calm and composed due to his trump card. This was the advantage of a Gu Immortal skilled in movement. They are often in a situation where they cannot lose. They can talk to opponents with higher cultivation level or battle strength with ease. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move Myriad Self, he was lacking in the aspect of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, together with true solid bat wings, that was not an immortal killer move. It was inferior to Zhou Ping's methods. Very good, Zhou Ping. I will remember you. I wish you well in constantly guarding this place and to not fall into my hands from now on. Fang Yuan left behind a threat as he left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile disappeared. He changed his tone. Senior, is this necessary? This junior only wants a transaction. My request is not much either. But Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping. His body was like lightning as he quickly traveled elsewhere. Zhou Ping frowned. He felt a little distraught, pointlessly offending a strong and mysterious Gu Immortal. He felt very uneasy. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's words were attacking Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here forever to look after the literature carps. Damn it! I do not have a method to collect this group of literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the deep pool as he stamped his foot, extremely downcast. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping behind and flew rapidly towards his next destination. After flying a huge distance, he landed. Looking at the deep pool below him, he had a joyous expression. This deep pool was neither large nor small. There was a fish group inside. This type of fish was similar to goldfish. It had a round belly, a small pointed head, and a tail. However, it was not brightly colored like goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have a wavy tail and fins. Its tail was small and exquisite. When the fish moved, they did not go left, right, forwards, or backwards. They only floated upwards and downwards. They resembled balloons moving in the water. This type of fish was something Fang Yuan had raised before. It was air bubble fish. But because Fang Yuan ran into difficulties and was lacking in funds, he had to sell the air bubble fish group that he was raising for a while to get the funds he desperately needed. Air bubble fish could eat ordinary worms, insects, grubs, and so on, digesting a portion of them while storing the rest as reserves in their stomach. These life forms in the stomach were nourished and had an increased chance to become a gu. Thus, air bubble fish could increase the production of gu worms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, it was a heavily sought-after good among gu immortals. This air bubble fish group has quite a large size. In terms of the price in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it is half of the desolate beast shark-fin wolf. Fang Yuan inspected. When he saw that there was no gu immortal like Zhou Ping appearing, he immediately made his move and used pulling water immortal gu to take all of the air bubble fish. This air bubble fish group was the 3rd in value among Fang Yuan's profits. You band of thieves, brazenly robbing my Dongfang tribe's headquarters. At this time, Dongfang Chongfan's furious screams could be heard over the entirety of Jade Pool blessed land. Unfettered Scholar burst out and shouted, immediately screaming, "Old thief Dongfang, get ready to lose your dog life." Chapter 801. Big to Small, Suppressing the Demonic Cultivators. As it turned out in the Taichu battlefield after Fang Yuan and the others left, Dongfang Changfan gradually controlled his internal danger. The situation was turning around for him. He was an old schemer. After Fang Yuan left, he realized this problem. He immediately guessed that the 3 mysterious black-robed goo immortals were going to attack his base. But he had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was not worried. Instead, he was glad that these demonic path goo immortals were splitting up. He could deal with unfettered Scholar more easily this way, but soon he was shocked to find out that he had lost his connection with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang Changfan's biggest treasure. It was heavily guarded by Dongfang Changfan's arrangements. Even against a rank 8 goo immortal, it could hold on for a while. How could it lose its connection to him in such a short time without any warning? Dongfang Changfan immediately changed his plans. He gave up on the Taichu battlefield, flying towards his base to salvage the situation. Unfettered Scholar saw that Dongfang Changfan was escaping. He had to chase after him relentlessly. Dongfang Changfan had not told old Lord Kan Yang the final critical steps yet. Thus the latter also followed him, fighting as they traveled. The 2 sides flew as they engaged in a huge aerial battle. The battlefield quickly shifted. After spending a lot of time, they reached Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched Hut was missing. Jade Pool Blessed Land was broken open, as a hole appeared connecting to the outside world. Seeing the demonic path goo immortals scavenging for resources openly, Dongfang Changfan was extremely furious. He next saw the enslavement path goo immortal, Kie Shi Min, using his unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's goo masters. Dongfang Changfan was so angry, countless star thoughts were flying out of his head, causing the hat on his head to fall off. He was truly fuming. "You demonic path scoundrels are truly unforgivable." Dongfang Changfan pointed his finger, disregarding the huge amount of immortal essence expenditure. He used his trump card killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies. He Lu Lan and the others were still attacking Captivating Sea. They saw the countless starlight specks, starlight filling the sky like snow. It was extremely beautiful. Such a beautiful sight instead made everyone on alert. They quickly stopped their previous actions as they changed their attacks, flying into the sky and attacking Dongfang Changfan. The current situation was very different from the circumstances in Taichu. In the Taichu battlefield, the band of demonic path goo immortals were competing intensely for a wisdom path inheritance. But Dongfang Changfan had used possession. The wisdom path inheritance would only be in his mind. There was little hope of them taking the inheritance. But now, the huge Jade Pool Blessed Land had countless resources that were openly available to everyone. They could seize anything they wanted. With such huge profits here, as long as they killed Dongfang Changfan, they could continue looting the place. The band of demonic path goo immortals stopped fighting amongst themselves and worked together. They were extremely excited and acted like a united group. The demonic path goo immortals attacked together. Dongfang Changfan's expression became very ugly. He felt his pressure intensifying as he shielded himself from all directions. He was at a disadvantage. "Kill him and the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land would be ours," Half Moon Brutemaster shouted. "Other than this Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is still old scoundrel Dongfang's wisdom path inheritance. That is the #1 wisdom path inheritance in Northern Plains, Peacock Flying Immortal." Hiruo said with shining eyes. "I can give up even the wisdom path inheritance. What I want is his possession method." Pi Shui-han's expression was cold as he attacked unceasingly. After Dongfang Changfan retreated several times, he finally stabilized his situation after getting help from old Lord Kan Yang. Being suppressed like this, the anger in him was reaching an extreme. After getting some time to rest, he smiled in spite of his anger. "I will make sure all of you die here." Saying so, an intense tremor occurred in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The demonic path goo immortals realized that all of their mortal killer moves lost much of their effectiveness. Dongfang Changfan was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder for so many years. He held a large amount of control over Jade Pool Blessed Land. Even though the Blessed Land was publicly owned by the tribe, and he could not manipulate it entirely. He had enough authority to use Jade Pool Blessed Land to repel these demonic Path Gu immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Dongfang Changfan had an advantage when he fought here. It was only that the thieves came in when the owner was not around. The demonic Path Gu immortals' attacks weakened, but Dongfang Changfan did not continue to engage them. He flew down towards a certain gap in space. He directly flew down into Cultivating Sea, breaking the illusion, and seeing that the sea of peach trees was in a pathetic state. The peach wolf group had mostly been killed until 2 or 3 were left. Some wolf corpses had yet to be taken away. They were lying down near the peach trees. It was a miserable sight. Dongfang Changfan looked upon this, feeling his heart bleeding. Many years of exhausting efforts had gone down the drain. He suppressed his pain as he shouted, "Brother Fang, I protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We have an agreement to look after one another. I have never oppressed or harmed you. Now that my tribe is at a point of crisis, I need your help." Dongfang Changfan's voice reverberated in the air. A few breaths later, a sharp voice resounded in the air answering, "That is only natural." After this was said, everyone saw a jade-green light emerging from Cultivating Sea, landing in Dongfang Yu Liang's hands. The jade-green light faded, and a small mountain could be seen. It was Minuscule Mountain. "This is Minuscule Mountain." Many demons were extremely excited. Pi Shui Han, He Lu Lan, and some others had tense expressions. Listening to the words exchanged between Dongfang Changfan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, it appeared that Minuscule Mountain was not actually owned by Dongfang tribe. Instead, the Miniman tribe and Dongfang tribe had come to an agreement. They were allies. To be able to become Dongfang tribe's ally, the Miniman tribe should have corresponding foundation and power. With Minuscule Mountain in his hands, Dongfang Changfan laughed. His sharp gaze swept through the band of demonic cultivators. He had no hesitation. His inner fury was urging him to take revenge. "Today is the day you all die." Dongfang Changfan held Minuscule Mountain as he moved his fingers, manipulating myriad star fireflies to attack the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight specks moved. It was like a huge blue wave. His sleeves were fluttering in the air, as if he was a transcendent being among men. His aura surged as it made the demonic cultivators feel fear. Fading heavenly flower, 1,000 disintegrations, ice dragon lock, strength path giant hand. The rank 7 battle strength experts attacked at once. 4 immortal killer moves were aimed at Dongfang Changfan. Mortal killer moves were unusable already. Only immortal killer moves had any useful effect. Final afterglow. Old Lord Kanyang muttered inwardly. He reinforced both him and Dongfang Changfan before waving his sleeve and shooting out the life-chasing fire. The life-chasing fire went after Unfettered Scholar, who was the biggest threat. He was forced to retreat as he lost his attacking position. Unfettered Scholar bellowed angrily. This had already happened many times. Life-chasing fire always forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to cancel out the attack. Dongfang Changfan had been struggling at death's doors many times already, but he refused to die. After 1,000 disintegrations was diverted, the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flower was still going after Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang Changfan raised Minuscule Mountain up high. The closer the demonic path Gu Immortal's killer moves approached Minuscule Mountain, the weaker they became. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake. The Strength Path Giant Hand shrank to less than 1% of its original size, and the Heavenly Flower faded and wilted. When these attacks finally reached Dongfang Changfan, he waved his sleeves and blocked them easily. "Immortal killer move. Big to small." Pi Shui Han's expression was cold. He found out the enemy's method immediately. It turned out that the Miniman race Gu Immortal with the surname Fang in Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal, Gu Small. He led the Miniman tribe and made an alliance with Dongfang tribe to obtain space for his tribe to live. At this point, when he made his move, he used an extraordinary method and suppressed the demon's surge of power. All of the demons frowned. He Lu Lan was already feeling regret. If she knew that minuscule mountain would be so strong, she would not have gone all in. Many demons attacked Captivating Sea forcefully. Even though they defeated the Peach Wolf group, that was not enough for minuscule mountain to use that killer move. This is somewhat troublesome. To solve this problem, we will have to rely on you, Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shui Han turned back, talking to Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar snorted coldly. At this crucial moment, who else can be relied upon but me? Pai Shui Han's eyelids trembled, but he did not rebuke him. Unfettered Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu. Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu disintegrate. He similarly had the Immortal Killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. To counter Rule Path with Rule Path was the most effective option. At once, the demons battled Dongfang Changfan, Old Lord Can Yang, and the Miniman Gu Immortal, with Unfettered Scholar at the lead. The demons attacked one by one, trying to provide an opportunity for Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar grabbed onto the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations on Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 disintegrations was used against Big to Small, but it was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6, my Small Gu is rank 7. How can you beat me? The Miniman Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard coming from Minuscule Mountain. It was smug and arrogant. Unfettered Scholar's expression was grim. He could not refute it. His foundation was weaker compared to the Miniman tribe. The situation was becoming worse for the demonic path side. Dongfang Changfan had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Old Lord Can Yang watching out for him. He was in an impregnable position. As the killer move, myriad star fireflies became stronger. His battle strength would surge with it. Eventually, it would end in a victory for him. He would defeat the band of demons and return to the world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals with a domineering display. The demons thought hard, but they had no way to counter Big to Small. The only tactic left for them was to attack forcefully, using their advantage in numbers to drain all of the enemy's immortal essence. But demonic Path Gu Immortals were loners. They usually only considered their own interests. They did not want to expend too much of their own resources. It was not worth it. Just as they were worrying, the demonic Path Gu Immortal Zhou Ping shouted angrily, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away." The demons looked over following the voice and saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, Fang Yuan, who was above a deep pool, was drawing the water into his own immortal aperture. Seeing this, even He Lu Lan transmitted a message to Fang Yuan in fury. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were fighting a tough battle. In the end, they realized that someone was stealing resources while they were occupied. This was like a situation where everyone was in a boat, paddling and moving forward. In the end, one of their companions decided to start fishing and even caught a big fat fish, keeping it for himself. Chapter 802, Looting Persistently. Internal Strife. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. "You, how can you be so selfish?" Unfettered Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, chiding. "My literature carps, my fish group!" Zhou Ping screamed angrily. "We are here fighting desperately, but you are taking benefits in the background, taking advantage of us." Pai Shui Han's eyes were flashing with a cold light. His tone was chilly. "My group of literature carps, return them to me!" Zhou Ping roared, mixed with a tone of sobbing. "The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Changfan. By then, won't we have everything?" Fairy Li Shan's transmitted. Her tone also had a hint of accusation in it. "Damn it, return my fish group, I demand justice!" Zhou Ping was so regretful his eyes turned red. If he knew this, he might as well have destroyed the fish group. He spent so much precious time trying to get this resource, yet now it landed in someone else's hands, and it felt like he was only safe keeping it. "Shut up, otherwise I am going to thrash some people." Fang Yuan was very ruthless. His tone was arrogant, and he did not make any form of explanation or denial. "You!" Zhou Ping was so angry his eyes were opened wide and staring, he almost spat out blood. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had to act ruthless, to not allow these demonic Path Gu immortals to take an inch and demand a mile. This could protect his interests. Pi Shui Han, unfettered scholar, and the others were gritting their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he still had 2 companions. It's nothing much if it's only that rank 6 black-robed Gu immortal, but this rank 7 is likely to be Fairy Li Shan from Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She could not harm them. Now that she is involving herself in this matter, it's no wonder her appearance and identity are concealed. Once she attacked, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity was already revealed to unfettered scholar and Pi Shui Han. Even though they found out, Pi Shui Han and unfettered scholar did not dare to attack her, because Fairy Li Shan was a member of Snowy Mountain. She was a subordinate of the rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. This was known to everyone. But to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu, the investment was massive. Perhaps right now, Fairy Li Shan was here due to orders from Old Ancestor Shui Hu to loot Dongfang tribe's resources. This would be the will of a rank 8 expert. Fang Yuan naturally knew unfettered scholar and Pi Shui Han's mindsets. He was using Fairy Li Shan's reputation now to deter the demons, so that he could take the literature carps for himself. But just as he was about to continue saying arrogant words and deepen everyone's impression, Dongfang Changfan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yikong's face turned ruthless. He looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that could shoot out fire. His voice turned into Dongfang Yikong's. He screamed at Fang Yuan, "Scoundrel! You dare to take my literature carps away. I was only storing them here temporarily. You dare to take them. Do you know how much effort I had put in to obtain this group of literature carps? I want you to die like a dog." While he roared, he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone stared blankly at this. Earlier, Dongfang Changfan had appeared normal for a very long time. Everyone thought that he had regained control and succeeded in his possession. Nobody expected this to happen. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He quickly reacted. His 6 strength path giant hands flew over while his body retreated backwards. He grabbed onto the opportunity, but he was vigilant. What if the enemy was only acting and was purposely exposing a weakness? What if this was a trap? But the truth was, this was no trap. Dongfang Changfan regained control of the body very quickly. His expression turned dark, to think that he had lost control again. Man proposes, God disposes. He had made ample preparations. These demonic Path Gu immortals were not his match. Even old Lord Kanyang was his helpless tool that was being made use of all along. But the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he was only suppressing the wills of the 8 Gu immortals forcefully. He had not gotten rid of them yet. Now that the literature carps were taken by Fang Yuan, an intense external stimulus awakened the rage in Dongfang Yikong's will. He burst through the suppression and emerged. The wills of these 8 Gu immortals were not the biggest issue. The problem was that due to their support, the original will of this body had been gathering strength. It was becoming quite formidable. Although Dongfang Yu Liang's soul was destroyed, the fragments of his soul was scattered in his body, turning into will. Thought, will, emotion. Within these divisions, there weren't individual qualitative differences. Differences were shown from quantity. Dongfang Yu Liang's will had already accumulated to become similar to the other 8 Gu immortals. The most key danger was that this body was originally his. If his will burst out, the threat was many times that of the other Gu immortals of Dongfang tribe. Dongfang Changfan sighed deeply. He raised minuscule mountain up and used the big to small immortal killer move to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands before breaking them apart. Fang Yuan shouted from afar, What are you waiting for? The enemy is already separated. Why aren't you killing them now? The other demonic Path Gu immortals all had rich battle experience. How could they miss such an opportunity? Right as Fang Yuan was still shouting, Pi Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others had already attacked, while Divine Lord Tian Du, Xu Ho, Lu Qingming, and He Ruo came over and encircled the area, sealing any escape routes that Dongfang Changfan could take. At this point, the demons already had some basic teamwork. They could cooperate to execute simple tactics. Even though these were just basics, it gave Dongfang Changfan huge pressure. Old Lord Kanyang was angered to a boiling point. He did not expect Dongfang Changfan to lose control again. Originally, he was fighting together with Dongfang Changfan. They were close together and could take care of each other. Now that Dongfang Changfan had charged out alone, he was surrounded by the demonic Path Immortals, while Kanyang himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Changfan, what is going on with you? At the same time, Minuscule Mountain was shaking. The questioning of the Miniman Gu Immortal could be heard. The alarming change earlier had scared him. Don't worry. Dongfang Changfan fought against the enemies around him as he answered plainly. You sure are calm. Don't you see how many people are encircling you? The Miniman Gu Immortal was going crazy. Hang in there. Old Lord Kanyang was anxious. He fought his way in as he attempted to join up with Dongfang Changfan again. I will stop him. Fairy Li Shan emerged, obstructing Old Lord Kanyang. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dongfang Changfan. She was using a special technique now to suppress the agreement's backlash. Despite this, during the battle earlier, she was focusing essentially all of her attacks on Old Lord Kanyang. The battle intensified all of a sudden. The demonic Path Party wanted to take advantage of the mistake to eliminate Dongfang Changfan. As long as Dongfang Changfan was dead, the Blessed Land would have no one controlling it. The demonic Path Gu Immortals would not be restricted, even if Old Lord Kanyang and Minuscule Mountain were around. They could not change the result. Dongfang Changfan's side was trying their best. As long as he joined up with Old Lord Kanyang, they would regain their former advantage. During such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the periphery of the battlefield, looting the resources of the deep pools. Fang Yuan's actions made all of the demonic Path Gu Immortals furious. They accused him while shouting loudly. Fang Yuan, however, gave his reasoning. What do you guys know? This is a battle tactic. I am trying to trigger the Gu Immortal wills that were suppressed in his body, to make old scoundrel Dongfang commit a mistake. Wasn't the current advantage that we gained due to me? Quickly coordinate with me. Do not judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. After Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face distorted with anger. Pi Shui Han's heart was filled with the flames of rage. He felt that at this moment he was not an Ice and Water Path Gu Immortal. Instead, he was cultivating Fire Path. But what Fang Yuan said was true. They had no way to rebuke him. Divine Lord Tian Du expressed everyone's thoughts. Why is it that we are all fighting here while you are out there gaining profits? The Miniman Gu Immortal from Minuscule Mountain also yelled. What do you mean, judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man? This is discrimination against our Miniman race. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes turned. He said, This battle tactic makes sense. Let me coordinate. Saying this, he left his position in the battlefield and flew down towards a deep pool. Pi Shui Han roared in anger. Get the hell back. Unfettered Scholar was breathing roughly. He activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping shouted in pain. He suffered a heavy blow. He almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed. Defeat and victory were thinly separated. If everyone went to get profits, who would be left to kill Dongfang Changfan? Unfettered Scholar shouted coldly. Now is a crucial moment. If anyone tries to leave without reason, even if the enemy is in front of us, I will kill you. He no longer had the gentlemanly air from earlier. He started using abusive language. Zhou Ping, why aren't you back in battle yet? Do you want me to send you off? Pi Shui Han said coldly, threatening. Zhou Ping lowered his head. He had an expression of anger and hatred, but he had no choice but to return. Fang Yuan could not kill him, but that did not mean other rank 7 battle strength Gu immortals could not. The other demonic path Gu immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They felt glad and also indignant. Why was it that Fang Yuan could scavenge resources while they could not? Because of battle strength. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Unfettered Scholar and Pi Shui Han, even if they wanted to, had neither the capability nor time to punish him. But for the other rank 6 Gu immortals, if they dared to mess around so openly, did they think these rank 7s could be toyed with? Immortals who made it this far were all astute figures, but to mess around with others, one had to see if they had the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand to let this continue. She loudly spoke at Fang Yuan with a cold snort. "Number 7, come back now. We'll fight together." Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He could not help but let out a laugh. Earlier he was scheming against the others, but at the next moment, his ally actually slightly schemed against him. Even though he, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, in which nobody had command over others in the alliance. But right now, they had to act in front of everyone. Earlier, to show that they had a deep background, they put up a show and deterred the demons. Right now, he could not ruin that background they created. He had to continue acting. Over at Fairy Li Shan's side, her circumstances were quite bad. She fought using Woodpath, but Old Lord Kan Yang was a Firepath Gu immortal. Be it fighting techniques or methods, Fairy Li Shan was heavily countered. Chapter 803. Band of Demons Repels Righteous Immortals. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios' Fang Yuan came to help. He worked together with Fairy Li Shan, obstructing Old Lord Kan Yang. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of life-chasing fire, but even so, the Strength Path Phantom Army in his immortal aperture was taking serious damage from the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan felt heartache inwardly. When he used the Strength Path Giant Hands, they did not use much immortal essence. That was because the Strength Path Giant Hands were formed using countless group strength Gu along with the Strength Path Phantoms. It was the manifestation of their strength. In essence, each Strength Path Giant Hand was made from tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms. The Strength Path Phantoms were created using his immortal essence a while ago. They were stored in his immortal aperture. But now the life-chasing fire went after their origin, burning the Strength Path Phantoms directly. By now, the Strength Path Phantom Army that Fang Yuan had accumulated had been mostly destroyed. If he summoned more now, he would need to expend huge amounts of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure is too great. This will not do. Fairy, block him for now. I have a plan. After fighting for some time, Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted while retreating. Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt a strong urge to curse at him. At this point in the battle, he was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure. She had already gone all out regarding that. She did not even dare to think about the amount of immortal essence she had expended. When they attacked Captivating Sea in order to fight against time, she used several immortal killer moves. Now that she was fighting with Old Lord Kan Yang, her expenditure was even greater. Fang Yuan was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure now. It was obvious he had obtained the most profits. Seeing that Fang Yuan was retreating, the demons had varying expressions. They were stirred. "Why is he flying down again?" Unfettered Scholar asked Fairy Li Shan. He could confirm Fairy Li Shan's true identity already. Fang Yuan did not respond to him at all. It was much more effective to ask Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was inwardly angry. She fought intensely as she replied coldly. He said the immortal essence expenditure is too great if this goes on. He has a plan to execute. Still caring about immortal essence? How much did we spend already? The band of demons were furious. Some had bloodshot eyes. Some were breathing roughly. Unfettered Scholar's body was trembling. In truth, even Fairy Li Shan and others had plundered some resources. In the entire demonic path gang, Unfettered Scholar was the one who put in the most work while obtaining the least. He did not even loot a single resource point. Dongfang Changfan felt his pressure intensifying. It was a vicious cycle. Fang Yuan's words angered the band of demons. They were venting their rage on him. At once, Dongfang Changfan raised minuscule mountain to defend himself. He was injured in many areas. He was in a pathetic state. The situation was getting worse. What Fang Yuan had said earlier was not a lie. He flew towards a deep pool directly. In fact, while the two sides fought intensely, they had shifted locations unintentionally. Fang Yuan realized that a deep pool below them was full of Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding, evidently. This was an assembly point. Dongfang Changfan, I want you to see it for yourself. The pitiful death of your tribesmen. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's wild laughter was mixed with the slamming of his strength path giant hand. How could the methods of mortals block an immortal killer move? The barrier of light that was erected with many layers was instantly destroyed, without even holding on for a second the moment the strength path giant hand made contact with it. The strength path giant hand slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed on itself. Many unlucky mortal goo masters were smashed into meat paste. The mortal goo masters at the periphery felt the intense wind caused by the hand. They scattered everywhere and screamed for help. They had no fighting spirit. The strength path giant hand rose into the air. A large crevice in the shape of a bloody handprint was left on the ground. My tribesmen, my kin, I will protect them. Dongfang Changfan saw this and lost control again. His voice became high-pitched. Dongfang Chang. Fan saw this and knew a problem was arising, but he could not stop it. This was Dongfang Yu Liang's will, the biggest internal threat. The eyes of the demons were shining. They attacked furiously. Dongfang Yu Liang disregarded them. He flew down urgently to save everyone. Damn it! Damn it! As the danger of death approached, the Miniman Gu Immortal, surnamed Fang, shouted out. He had to manipulate Minuscule Mountain, flying to the top of Dongfang Yu Liang's head, blocking attacks for him due to the agreement. Minuscule Mountain shook intensely from the attack of the demons. Countless small rocks fell apart and crumbled. Dongfang Changfan, you've caused me great harm. The Miniman Gu Immortal shouted in anger and regret. Fang Yuan saw that this method was effective. He laughed loudly as he intentionally slowed down, chasing and killing the escaping Dongfang tribesmen as he attracted Dongfang Yu Liang's attention. But while Dongfang Yu Liang was flying in the air, he was suppressed, and Dongfang Changfan regained control once more. Dongfang Changfan realized that although he was injured, his surroundings were clear now. Only a few Gu Immortals were right behind after him. There was a high chance he could break past the encirclement and join up with Old Lord Kan Yang. Because Dongfang Yu Liang had charged out without caring about life or death, Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price and took the damage in his place. Such a desperate and dangerous act had been out of everyone's expectations. It gave him a chance instead. You fools, I gave you a chance, but you're letting him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Unfettered Scholar and the others were furious and anxious. They had no time to care about Fang Yuan. They shouted, "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" At once, the intense combat had become a battle of pursuit. Dongfang Changfan was escaping and breaking out of his encirclement. Success was in front of him, but the band of demons was doggedly on his tail. They threatened to surround him again. On another side, Old Lord Kan Yang was trying to reach Dongfang Changfan, but Fairy Li Shan remained in his way, blocking his paths. At once, the two sides were like headless chickens. They were flying around chaotically in the air. Their flying route was completely messy, but this showed the strong foundations of the Gu Immortals in flying. These Gu Immortals were all at least flying masters. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or effort to learn flying, but Gu Immortals did. Flying was a very useful method for advancing or retreating. Almost all Gu Immortals spent a lot of time on it, having a good grasp of this ability. Quick, kill some more Dongfang Gu masters, make him lose control, Unfettered Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was on it already. He used the Strength Path giant hands to grab a few Dongfang Gu masters before squeezing them to death. His methods were ruthless and savage. It had made Dongfang Changfan lose control many times. But there were limited numbers of Dongfang Gu masters, and Dongfang Changfan refused to go down. At this moment, someone shouted, Qie Shi Min. Qie Shi Min captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wanted to sell them as slaves. Qie Shi Min was furious. These were resources that he had spent a lot of time to gather. Qie Shi Min, Unfettered Scholar shouted while pursuing. Make a sacrifice now. We will compensate you double after the battle, Pi Shui Han said grimly. Qie Shi Min wanted to reject them, but seeing that Pi Shui Han was oozing with killing intent, he shuddered. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu masters from his immortal aperture, killing them in front of Dongfang Changfan. This made the remaining wills extremely furious. They came out one by one. Forget the other Dongfang Gu immortals' wills. The most crucial one was Dongfang Yu Liang's will. He was still immortal at rank 5. He had a deeper bond with the tribesmen. Every time his will took control, it gave Dongfang Changfan, Minuscule Mountain, and Old Lord Kenyang huge problems. As time continued to pass, Fairy Li Shan could not obstruct Old Lord Kenyang anymore. They successfully joined up. But the band of demons had gathered a huge advantage already from Dongfang Changfan's loss of control. Their victory was assured. Minuscule Mountain was full of cracks. Even while it flew in the air, rocks were falling off from it. Old Lord Kenyang had suffered many attacks in order to take care of Dongfang Changfan. His body was heavily injured. Even his beard was dyed red from blood. This was the most dispiriting battle he had ever had. During the battle, he had asked Dongfang Changfan the final portions of the possession method, but would Dongfang Changfan dare to tell him? Once he told him, Old Lord Kenyang would flee. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Immortal Crane sect. The possession method was the biggest bargaining chip. Retreat! We cannot stay here, Old Lord Kenyang sighed. He transmitted this to Dongfang Changfan. As long as we live, there will always be more opportunities in the future. The Miniman Gu Immortal was afraid that Dongfang Changfan would continue fighting. He quickly added this. Dongfang Changfan smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who cannot understand the situation? Will retreat. He gave Jade Pool Blessed Land another longing. He was inwardly filled with anger and hatred, but he had made up his mind. Temporary losses were nothing. A true champion could give things up and retreat, but right at this moment Fang Yuan laughed. Another Dongfang tribe assembly point, Dongfang Changfan. Watch closely. I am going to slaughter them. Shameless scoundrel. You dare to bully me to this extent. Dongfang Changfan was furious. He attacked with myriad star fireflies. Fang Yuan saw the imposing attack and smiled. He did not stay any longer. He evaded the attack. But this myriad star fireflies attack did not chase after him. It curved and flew down, slamming into the Dongfang tribe assembly point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding inside were all slaughtered in an instant. Not a single person was left alive. This! At once, even the demonic Path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Changfan's ruthlessness. Rather than let you threaten me, I would rather destroy this weakness while I am in control of this body. Brave souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Changfan, will exact revenge for you. The hatred and grudge of today's events, I will return them 1,000-fold to you demonic scoundrels. Dongfang Changfan's tears flowed down his cheeks. He spoke in deep pain. Hearing his anguished voice, even the daring and lawless demonic path immortals felt a chill in their hearts. If the #1 person in Wisdom Path escapes and plots against me in the future, the band of demons were feeling wary. Fierce lights emerged in their eyes. They had overflowing killing intent. At this point, both sides were almost running dry. They had expended a huge amount of resources. Initially, it was just a battle for benefits, But now they could not stop anymore. Such a deep-seated hatred was established. There was no way else to resolve this. Go! Dongfang Changfan suddenly flew into the air, opening Jade Pool Blessed Land's doors and flying out. Chapter 804. Old Schemer vanishes without a trace. Chase after him! The band of demons were relentless. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a few Gu immortals had followed outside from behind. The rest had to change their directions and fly out from the hole that was made earlier. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Changfan's figure, he was already far away in the sky. Everyone was like a meteor flying through the sky. Shrill sounds could be heard. The intense winds brushed against them. Everyone used their own movement techniques, but the distance was huge. They were already behind from the start. Eventually, their distance started widening. Fang Yuan was wearing a black robe and had 6 wings. His speed raised from time to time. It was due to the activation of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was quite a difference compared to the others. He gradually fell behind, becoming the second wave of immortals. The first wave included Dongfang Changfan, Old Lord Kanyang, Minuscule Mountain, Unfettered Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo. The second wave included Pi Shui Han, He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Qi Shimin, and Divine Lord Tian Du. As for Half-Moon Brutemaster, Zhuo Zhan, Shi Ho, and the others, they had been left in the dust. Their figures could not even be seen. There was no third wave at all. After flying for 15 minutes, Old Lord Kanyang sighed deeply. He transmitted to Dongfang Changfan solemnly, "I will block Unfettered Scholar and 2 other people for you at most. You will give me the final part of the method. Don't mess around, my patience is running out. You also know that my sect has wisdom. Path Gu Immortals, with the information I already have, I can deduce the final steps. Except that I will need to spend a lot of time, effort, and funds, that is all." Dongfang Changfan was quiet for a moment. He did not dare to anger Old Lord Kanyang, otherwise he might turn on him. He had to give him the possession method. Old Lord Kanyang got what he wanted, but he did not go back on his words. He went back to the huge battle and blocked Unfettered Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo. Meanwhile, the other demonic path immortals chased Dongfang Changfan relentlessly. After a while, Zhou Ping stopped. "I am unresigned. I have 2 immortal-level movement killer moves, but at this crucial time my immortal essence is not enough." He screamed. He felt deeply regretful. He could only watch as the immortals flew away. A while later, Divine Lord Tian Du also started to slow down. He sighed. "Everyone, please fight valiantly. I am unable to go any further." If they did not kill Dongfang Changfan, there would be huge problems later. Divine Lord. Tian Du landed while deeply frowning. "Brother Fang, I am not in a good position. Thank you for saving me, even though your life was in danger. At this point, you should leave quickly. I will draw them away." A while later, Dongfang Changfan showed an exhausted expression as he secretly transmitted to the Miniman Gu Immortal. The Miniman Gu Immortal was overjoyed, but he hesitated. "Are you really letting me go? But our agreement is not over yet." Dongfang Changfan interrupted him, throwing Minuscule Mountain out as he said, "Brother Fang, say no more. All the best." "Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and tried to grab at Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain shook, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Changfan's tired expression vanished. His speed raised by 30% as he continued to escape. The 2 split up. The demonic cultivators behind hesitated. But Fairy Li Shan had no hesitation. She pursued Minuscule Mountain. Compared to the tough Dongfang Changfan, the Miniman Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was weaker, and Minuscule Mountain was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she had sent a transmission to Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan for help. After all, it was hard for one person to catch Minuscule Mountain. If there was help, it would be far easier. He Lu Lan did not hesitate. She immediately followed after Fairy Li Shan, but Fang Yuan rejected her outright. He did not stop chasing Dongfang Changfan. Thus, Fang Yuan, Pi Shuihan, and Qie Shi Min chased after Dongfang Changfan, while He Lo Lan and Fairy Li Shan went after Minuscule Mountain. Disregarding Fairy Li Shan's side, Dongfang Changfan had successfully used Minuscule Mountain to lure two strong foes away. His speed was even faster now, as he quickly widened the gap between him and his pursuers. Pi Shuihan was anxious. He shouted to Qie Shi Min, "Why aren't you taking out the captives?" Qie Shi Min's movement killer move was a chariot. It gave off the aura of immortal goo. He was sitting on the chariot, his expression grim. He had kept many of the Dongfang tribe captives in his immortal aperture. His motive was to leave them for the end, to deal a fatal blow to Dongfang Changfan. But now he had no choice but to use them in advance. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your tribesmen are in my hands. Fight us directly. You cannot escape." Qie Shi Min said this as he killed one Gu Master in his hand, taking out another one after that. Dongfang Changfan sneered and chuckled coldly. He continued to fly forward. After Qie Shi Min killed the 13th captive, he finally managed to get Dongfang Changfan to make a mistake. The distance between him and Fang Yuan's group shortened again. But Dongfang Changfan quickly suppressed the threat. After regaining control of the body, he flew again and moved ahead. The two sides were in a deadlock. Their distance shrunk at times and lengthened at other times. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either in the righteous path or demonic path. Some obstructed them, some chased them, some left immediately and did not want to get involved in this messy situation. An hour later, only Dongfang Changfan, Fang Yuan, Pi Shuihan, and Qie Shi Min were left. "If I do not die from this, I will definitely reward all of you well." Dongfang Changfan was already quite far ahead, laughing loudly as he escaped. Fang Yuan and the others had grim expressions. These three pursuers were originally from the second wave. With their speed, they could not catch up to Dongfang Changfan after he raised his speed. The longer this dragged on, the greater Dongfang Changfan's advantage. He was gradually suppressing the internal threats in his body. Even though Qie Shi Min was killing more Dongfang tribesmen now, Dongfang Changfan was losing control less often than before. "What do we do?" Pi Shuihan, Fang Yuan, and Qie Shi Min looked at each other. They saw anxiety but also anticipation in each other's eyes. "Both of you, if you have any methods, please use them. Otherwise, it will be too late," Qie Shi Min said. Fang Yuan and Pi Shuihan shook their heads. These three were at their wits' end already. They had to treasure their precious immortal essence beads. If they had any methods left, they would have used it already. Seeing that Dongfang Changfan was going to get away from them, the three pursuers showed intense looks of disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Changfan lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang's voice was screaming. His speed fell drastically. Fang Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Qie Shi Min shouted, "As expected, killing the captives had an effect. Quick, kill him. We can still search his soul later." Fang Yuan and the others quickly got ahead, but at this time, Dongfang Changfan's expression changed. He showed a smile, as if his plot had succeeded. "Oh no, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was too late to escape. He only saw a ray of starlight. It moved extremely quickly. It grazed Fang Yuan's shoulder and pierced into Qie Shi Min's forehead. Qie Shi Min's expression was frozen into a look of utter disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded. The chariot disassembled as he fell to the ground weakly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pi Shuihan, they were shocked and nervous. It was already so late into the battle. To think that Dongfang Changfan still had such a powerful trump card. He had truly unfathomable depths. "If you pursue me any further, Jia Shimin can serve as an example. Dongfang Changfan laughed loudly, escaping again. Earlier he lost control. That was only him acting. A trap. Jia Shimin was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weaker body than normal immortals. Because he was chasing fervently, he was slightly careless. But he actually got killed in one move. Chase him! He is bluffing. Pi Shui Han was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan was also pursuing closely. After this attack, he really has nothing left. Although his tone was certain, Fang Yuan did not believe it completely inwardly. If it were other Gu immortals, that would definitely be the case. But it was Dongfang Changfan, this old scoundrel. This was not a certainty. After Jia Shimin died, there were no captives left to lure Dongfang Changfan to lose control. This was terrible news. If they stayed and looted Jia Shimin's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, then they would not make it in time. Dongfang Changfan would manage to escape. Honestly speaking, even though they were still chasing him, Fang Yuan and Pi Shui Han did not have much hope within themselves. But quickly there was another change. Dongfang Changfan's speed became slower. His speed fell by 30% compared to earlier. With this, Fang Yuan and Pi Shui Han saw hope. As expected, his burst speed has its limits. Think about it. That is an immortal killer move. If he could use it for extended periods of time, he would have used it long ago. Maybe his immortal essence was used up. Fang Yuan and Pi Shui Han interacted. They decided to work together for now, to leave Dongfang Changfan no room to escape. They were also worried that if they fought between themselves at the crucial moment, they might end in failure. But just as they were getting closer to Dongfang Changfan, his body flickered as another figure appeared, turning into a second Dongfang Changfan. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pi Shui Han gasped. Oh no, I've heard long ago that Dongfang Changfan had a split shadow, immortal Gu in his hands. To think that it was true. The two bodies had the same aura. They were identical. There was nothing that could differentiate them. They flew off in two different directions. Even though the pursuers were using investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. There was no choice. Fang Yuan and Pi Shui Han could only split up. In the end, not long after Fang Yuan went on his chase, Dongfang Changfan split out another figure and flew towards the left. Fang Yuan was joyful and also worried. This indicated that he had been chasing the right figure, but he did not expect that this old scoundrel Dongfang could create another split shadow. Fang Yuan quickly took out some Dongfang tribe Gu master captives in his immortal aperture, shouting in the same manner again. Dongfang Changfan, I will kill your tribesmen again. Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands earlier to attack the assembly points. He killed large numbers of Dongfang tribesmen. But in this process, he had left a backup plan. He secretly kept a good number of the captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Changfans did not pay heed to him. Fang Yuan's plan did not succeed. He could not differentiate them. He could only grit his teeth as he chose the left one randomly, pursuing it. Along the way, in just a short while, Dongfang Changfan created another clone and flew in two directions. Fang Yuan felt anything but reassured in his mind. What should he do now? His immortal essence was almost used up completely. The strength path giant hands could only move slowly, and ordinary mortal killer moves could not even damage Dongfang Changfan's clothes. Chapter 8, 805. A short break, another battle. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Unable to determine the fake, Fang Yuan could only guess and make some baseless choices. Eventually, when it was night, he watched as Dongfang Changfang's body gradually faded and vanished. In its place was a lump of goo worms. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. The split shadow immortal goo was not inside. Instead, there were only some rank 5 goo worms that were mixed with a heavy immortal goo aura. I lost him. Only Pi Shui Han's end is left. But the chances are low. Most likely, Dongfang Changfan escaped. Sigh. As expected of a legendary character, the leader of a superforce, he has so many trump cards. The most pressing matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder the final portion of the resources. Fang Yuan swept away his emotions. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lo Lan, but they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They promised him a large amount of compensation if he went to help them out. Fang Yuan fell into a difficult situation, with two choices in front of him. One was Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was rich in resources, but such a long time had passed. The other demonic path Gu immortals might have looted it entirely already. The other was Minuscule Mountain, if he could obtain Minuscule Mountain. He inwardly felt moved. As night descended, the temperature became lower. The night sky was filled with dark clouds. The air was stuffy. A moment later, intense winds blew. It rained while accompanied by thunder and lightning. Dongfang Changfan sat on the ground. His expression was white as chalk. He looked extremely pale. The body that he had just possessed was heavily injured. Some injuries were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air openly. Dongfang Changfan's aura was weak. He frowned deeply. To think that the possession I underwent caused such a huge and unexpected accident. Indeed, an act of defying heaven incurs the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, towards the end, I gave up Minuscule Mountain and drew some of the enemies away. I also gave up Split Shadow Immortal Gu to escape successfully. At once, Dongfang Changfan felt lingering fear, relief, joy, solemnness, sadness, and hatred. All of these complex emotions were mixing together. The injuries on my body are just a small matter. They are not fatal. The important thing is to get rid of the internal threat. The immortal essence I accumulated was mostly used on possession. After this battle, they have been consumed entirely. The battle of wills is my only chance at defeating these 9 wills. Dongfang Changfan thought over it. He shut his eyes and entered a state of meditation. In truth, with his current terrible situation, he had no other options. He was at his wit's end. He was like a long river that had dried up until the riverbed was exposed. To be able to escape from the pursuers in this state and survive, it was truly nothing short of a miracle. Right now, if he hesitated slightly or refused to undergo the battle of wills, his control over this body would be completely lost. He might as well engage in the battle of wills now while he still had some foundation and mental energy by converting all of his remaining mental energy into his own will army. The battle of wills was vicious. It did not concern one's cultivation level, only the wills in themselves. But Dongfang Changfan had no other method now. He had to do this. His will rose from his mind. It instantly converted all of his foundation into a huge stream. The huge stream flew out of his mind. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, pouring down from above. With an immense force, it charged towards all of the other wills in the body. Fight! Let's fight together. That old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of our. We have to cooperate. That is the only chance we have at winning. The wills of Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals, as well as Dongfang Yu Liang's will, joined forces. They resisted Dongfang Changfan's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together, fighting chaotically. Both sides had no alternatives now. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure. Their existence would be wiped out. This, from the start, was a battle to the death. Both sides were equally matched. But a moment later, Dongfang Changfan's will was at a disadvantage. While fighting with the band of demons, Dongfang Changfan had only been suppressing the wills forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome they were to deal with. Only now, when they fought, he realized that these wills were tough as iron. They were as firm as steel. All of them bore deep hatred towards Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang Changfan, You deceived us. You betrayed us. For your own selfish desire, you killed all of us, just for your own sake. Old and scheming. We were all wrong about you. You only treated us as your pawns. If you want to kill us, don't think of surviving either. Die together. We will die together. It was you. You harmed us. You harmed the entirety of Dongfang tribe. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is being looted by the band of demons. Nothing is left of thousands of years of management from our tribe. These wills shouted with great anguish. They formed into a tide and attacked from everywhere in the body. Dongfang Changfan's will was forced back. He quickly squeezed back into the mind. The mind was Dongfang Changfan's final base. Once these wills broke through it, even if Dongfang Changfan's soul was intact, he would have no way of winning. Defeat was imminent. Impressive, impressive. These wills have the resolve to die. They are overwhelmed with rage due to betrayal, and most importantly, due to the heavenly tribulation's influence, they were strengthened in an unspeakable way. At this moment, Dongfang Changfan could feel deep animosity from heaven and earth. He walked on a path that defied heaven. He tried to revive himself. The terrifying backlash caused him to be at death's doors again. If he took a step back, it would be the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Changfan was not flustered under such crisis. In fact, the more dangerous this situation became, the more his fighting spirit was stirred. In his life, he had always gone against the norm. Ever since he started his cultivation and led his tribe to prosperity, he had overcome countless difficulties. He had endured immense pressure and defeated numerous foes. This time, my enemy is this world itself. Even if my body dies of old age and my soul shrivels, my will is never going to submit. Dongfang Changfan understood. In a battle of wills, he could not feel discouraged or relaxed. He could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he was more determined now. His fighting spirit soared as his battle strength surged in this battle of wills. This was the spirit that he had nurtured after countless trials and obstacles. He would never yield. The fighting spirit to resist until the very end was engraved into his bones. At once, the counterattack of his will began. It swept down from the mind, pushing down forcefully. The two sides were fighting using Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was Dongfang Changfan's headquarters, even though he was almost forced back in by the 9 wills. Right now, his will was charging down from his headquarters, down the neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They defended together, like a tortoise shell. They had a strong defense at the chest, refusing to move backwards. The battle of wills went into a stalemate. The 8 Gu Immortal wills were defending Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's will was growing in quantity. Out of the 10 wills, only Dongfang Changfan and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could recover and grow. This was because the former had undergone possession. His soul was in this body, and he occupied the mind. He could replenish his will from this source. The latter was the original owner of the body. The body was most compatible with him. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's base. As long as his body was not destroyed, his will could recover. The key to victory in this intense and dangerous battle of wills was in Dongfang Yuliang and Dongfang Changfan, the wills of this pair of master and disciple. Compared to them, even though the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and abundant, they had no source to replenish themselves. They knew this clearly. Thus they chose to sacrifice themselves and protect Dongfang Yuliang's will to allow him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left the injuries on my body and did not heal them. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's recovery speed, but if we continue this, my will is going to be expended continuously, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering and growing. Thinking of this, Dongfang Changfan became calmer and even colder. He knew that at this rate, he would definitely die. By now, he had to bet with his life, to use his will to influence the other wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the fiercest and also the most dangerous one. "But I have no choice. Then let's do it," Dongfang Changfan shouted. All of his will that had been gathered together broke apart. It flowed like a river as it swallowed the other 9 wills, engulfing them. The contest of the mind, a battle of willpower, everyone's perseverance had led to the final clash at this moment. "The hatred of murder is irreconcilable," the Gu Immortals' wills shouted. "My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands." Dongfang Yu Liang was extremely furious. Dongfang Changfan's will was calm. "As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. Do you think I am not anguished? Do you remember the story in order to walk out of ordinary abyss, Ren Zhu abandoned even his own daughter. How can you say he abandoned her? It was self-Gu which caused trouble." Dongfang Yu Liang's will rebuked. Dongfang Changfan sneered coldly. "Whose self-Gu is that?" "That is Ren Zhu's self-Gu. Those were Ren Zhu's deepest thoughts. In order to stop being ordinary, it was not a problem if one sacrificed their wives or children, let alone merely the tribe. As a dirty and despicable person, whatever you see is dirty and despicable." The Gu Immortals' wills shouted back angrily. "Enough! Without me, Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. Would you have been able to reach this point? Would Dongfang tribe be as glorious and prosperous without me? I nurtured you all. I taught you. I gave you your achievements. I planted this tree. This was my achievement, and you were just sitting in the shade of my tree, eating the fruits of my labor." Such words were like thunder, dealing a huge blow to the 9 wills. The Gu Immortals' wills were in a torrential wave. They could only be swept along. All of the scenes in his life were playing in reverse. They quickly filled Dongfang Changfan's mind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, while engaging with the band of demons, the battle that was perilous and fatal, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, his stubborn resistance, all to undergo possession. At the moment of life and death, his ambition that did not waver, his vision of the sky that turned dark. Deducing the location of immortal Gu for all of the righteous path Gu Immortals, establishing the alliance agreement. In a dark and gloomy hall, he sat alone as he made up his mind to defy heaven. He sneered. "Even if you prevent me from obtaining lifespan Gu, so what? If heaven wants me to die, then I will defy heaven." Chapter 806. Outcome concluded. Turning around and leaving. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dongfang Changfan's recollection continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly ended. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal was paying respects to him in the air. "Thank you for your assistance, First Supreme Elder." He himself was stroking his beard. "Heh heh heh. That you can advance to Gu Immortal is my greatest wish now. Our Dongfang tribe has strengthened again." The battle ended in defeat. The righteous path Gu Immortals were sighing to themselves. "Oh, Dongfang tribe cannot be suppressed. Fighting alone against 5, he really did it. This Wisdom Path killer move will definitely become renowned in Northern Plains. What is this move?" Starlight filled the sky. It was shining in brilliance. He stood in the air proudly as he laughed. "This move is called Myriad Star Fireflies." "Oh, you killed a disciple of my sect, Immortal Crane sect, but you want to cooperate with us?" Heh heh heh. In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have found out a thing or two about the arrangements that you and Central Continent have been planning in Northern Plains. Dongfang tribe is being ostracized by the righteous path. To turn this situation around, how can a single Gu Immortal like me succeed? My aspiration is to promote my tribe and bring glory to our name. I am certain that you can sense my sincerity," he said calmly. You are just a poor Gu immortal. On what basis can you cooperate with Immortal Crane Sect? I have a lifespan extension method for Gu immortals. It is named Possession, and it was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. What? Is that true? 88. True Yang Building. True Inheritance, Secluded Domain. He was coughing blood, escaping pathetically among the array of flying True Inheritance meteors. It was like a web of death. But in the end, even after all his scheming, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I cannot force this anymore. I will choose you. When he was young. Spare me. The opponent who brought him shame was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. You should not be like this. He shook his head slowly, sighing. I was blind. I was too daring. Please spare me. Please spare me, young Master Dongfang. His opponent sprawled on the ground, begging pitifully. If your attitude was more firm, and you were unmoved in the face of death, I would definitely have spared your dog life. But now... He attacked abruptly, dealing a fatal blow. The head flew up and landed on the ground. It rolled for a short distance. Dying with a lingering grievance, he turned around and left. Too disappointing. Why did I lose to a person like you back then? And also, that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what is your name? The old beggar asked warmly. His hair was purple and messy. It was like uncut grass. Dongfang Changfan, he said. Changfan. This name is very incompatible with you. The purple-haired beggar's eyes were dark like the abyss. He could see his own shadow from within them. The beggar looked at him for a while before saying, You are a good child. I will pass my most important inheritance to you. I believe that without any unexpected surprises, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Dongfang tribe, Hmong tribe, and Gong tribe, these three super forces had gathered for a fighting competition. He was kneeling on the ground in utter defeat. His opponent mocked him. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Guangyao. You want to bring honor to your tribe? Your Dongfang tribe is going to be history. You only have one dying old Gu immortal left. In some years, your Dongfang tribe will be kicked out from the ranks of super forces. This is good too. As someone who shares the same bloodline of Giant Sun as you, I feel deeply ashamed for all of you. You! He was staring with wide-opened eyes. He struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, his opponent walked up and stepped on his head in the arena. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Guangyao. According to the rules of our battle, you have to promise me one thing. I really hate your name. It does not suit you. I'll give you a new name for the rest of your life. You will use this name. Let's go with Dongfang Changfan. Heh heh heh. This suits you better, his opponent said in a mocking tone. He clenched his fists. His eyes were bright red. Anger was exploding in his body, almost bursting his blood vessels. But he was too weak. Okay, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Changfan. He squeezed these words out reluctantly. Ha ha ha, obedient, good. Did everyone hear that? From now on, he will be called Dongfang Changfan. His opponent raised his feet and walked away. He was sprawled on the ground. His injuries were severe. He could not move. But in his heart, he screamed, Even if I change my name to Dongfang Changfan, I will become extraordinary. I will be able to move freely and unhindered over the world. I will manipulate the masses. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands. In this life, I will lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration, the aspiration of Dongfang Changfan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were engulfed experienced Dongfang Changfan's entire life in this instant. At once they understood Dongfang Changfan. They understood that deep within his heart, He was greatly anguished by the death of his tribesmen, from the loss of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dongfang Changfan. Even if we are enemies, I must say this. Incredible. Fine. To lose to a person like this, it is not a dishonor. Dongfang tribe in your hands. Maybe it would rise up again. Master. The 9 wills conceded. Some faded, even if some still resisted. They were engulfed by Dongfang Changfan's will. My name may be Dongfang Changfan, but in this life I refuse to be ordinary. If a tree collapses, I will plant a new one. Everyone, give me time. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands. In this life, I will lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration, the aspiration of Dongfang Changfan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. This will's voice sounded like a clap of thunder from the outside world. Under this will, the 9 wills collapsed. They no longer resisted him. They vanished into nothingness. The battle of wills was extremely perilous, but he won in the end. Dongfang Changfan opened his eyes slowly. They were flickering with countless crystal lights. Eh? His eyes opened wide. He realized that out of nowhere, a black-robed Gu immortal was in front of him. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find me? Dongfang Changfan calmed down, although he seemed exhausted. He was extremely calm. It was as if he still had some sort of trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed it. I chased after your split shadow and lost you. Just when I was about to leave, I had a thought earlier when you killed Chia Shumin. The situation was too strange. After checking the traces, I realized that you had dug an underground cavern not far away and hid here. It was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Changfan shook his head slowly. My immortal killer move could create 30 split shadows, but they did not waste much of your time. I purposely left Kia Shumin's corpse alone and intentionally let his immortal goo fly away. The traces were obvious, but you did not go after them. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Above this cavern, there is an ordinary pink flower rabbit den, but that did not deceive you. Your intelligence is far scarier than your strength. It is really strange. Why did you cultivate strength path instead of wisdom path? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Heh. Are these the final words of praise from a dying person? Dongfang Changfan shook his head again. He smiled faintly. It is a pity that you came slightly late. If you were earlier, even by a few breaths' time, I would still be in the battle of wills. It would be extremely dangerous, and I would not have time to resist you. But now, Dongfang Changfan dragged out his words. He showed immense confidence in his expression. As expected of the #1 wisdom path immortal in northern plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent as he said warmly, like he was talking to a good friend. Man proposes, heaven disposes. If this method fails, I will leave immediately and acknowledge your superior strength, retreating from you in the future should we meet again. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. This was a young girl, having a delicate body and watery eyes. She wore a light yellow dress. She looked extremely gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hands to capture Dongfang tribesmen, he unexpectedly found her, secretly keeping her in his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Changfan's expression changed. In an instant, even this body started reacting. The will in the body that was nearly dispersed became firm as ever. It rose up and instantly regained control. Sister, he shouted. But soon, even though it was just a breath's time, Dongfang Yu Liang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Changfan regained control. His eyes were spewing fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with much anger. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He assessed the situation as he said, Dongfang Yu Liang, your sister is in my hands. Watch closely. Saying so, He stretched out his monstrous zombie hand and grabbed at the young girl's left shoulder, pulling. Crack! Dongfang Qingyu's body shook before she let out a shrill scream. Her entire left arm was ripped off. The huge wound was spewing blood. Dongfang Changfan's pupils shrunk until they were pin-sized. He shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Before he finished his words, he lost control again. Dongfang Yu Liang emerged. "Sister, I will kill you. You dare to harm her. You actually dare to harm her." Dongfang Yu Liang screamed intensely. He had gone into madness. Tears were bursting out from his eyes. "Good. This is how it should be." Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. The strength path giant hand flew out. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yu Liang when a light pillar burst out from his body. The light pillar stopped the strength path giant hand. Dongfang Changfan screamed with much fear and anger. "A Grand Gu immortal going as far as to do this to a mortal. You are so despicable." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw impacted. With a loud sound, he pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest completely. "Sister!" Dongfang Yu Liang screamed at the top of his lungs. This was the most cruel blow he had ever suffered in his life. Dongfang Changfan lost control. The defensive light pillar scattered. Boom! Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand, and Dongfang Yu Liang's body was smashed into meat paste. Dongfang Changfan's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was severely weakened. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily caught him. The inheritance of the #1 wisdom path immortal in northern plains was obtained. An intense shockwave burst out. Once the Gu immortal died, the immortal aperture would land on the ground, forming an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this. He used his methods and concealed this shockwave to the best of his ability. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not intrude it forcefully. When the blessed land was placed down completely, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he gave it a deep glance before turning around and leaving. Chapter 807. People Who Refuse to Be Ordinary. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 3, Section 18 states, Ren Zhu stepped on his own road of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He walked around in the bottom of the abyss, moving forward aimlessly. After a long time, even though he wanted to get out of ordinary abyss, he could not find the exit. In his anguish, Cognition Gu gave him pointers. Human, oh human, you walked in the footsteps of other existences. Although this road is simple and safe, if you want to become extraordinary and walk out of ordinary abyss, there is little hope if you follow other people's trails. Since you walked on your own road of life, all the difficulties need to be challenged by you personally. You need to innovate and carve out your own footprints. After Ren Zhu received this advice, he came to a realization. He was overjoyed as he followed Cognition Gu's instructions. He walked out of the footsteps that already existed. He started to step on the ground that was not too firm. The ground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were swampy. It was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns. Sharp, pointy tips were everywhere. Ren Zhu was full of injuries. In some parts of the ground, there were also blade gu. When Ren Zhu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp blades. His injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. The injuries on his feet caused huge pain. Ren Zhu decided to walk softly. But as he walked, Ren Zhu lost his way in ordinary abyss. Many times, he would end up on the same route and waste extra effort traversing the same path. Ren Zhu gradually found out this problem. He was perplexed. How could he not lose his way in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Ren Zhu, if you do not want to lose your way, that is entirely up to you. You were afraid of pain, thus you walked softly. The footprints you created were too shallow. When ordinary winds blow low in this ordinary abyss, Mortal dust will be blown out, and when the dust settles, your footprints will be covered up. If you do not want to lose your way, you have to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I am saying? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk using heavy steps. Each time, he stepped hard onto the ground, creating a deep footprint. This way, every step he walked would have a deep and clear marking left by him. As long as Renzu saw these markings, he would know that these routes were already explored, and that there was no exit to ordinary abyss there. But good things did not last after a while. Even the deepest footprints would be covered up by the dust. Renzu was extremely troubled. He asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave him another suggestion. "O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and blades. Every time you saw them, you would take a detour. This will not do. You cannot ask to be extraordinary while leading a comfortable life." Renzu got the hint and gritted his teeth. He purposely walked on the paths filled with thorns and blades. Every time he took a step, he would leave a deep footprint behind. No matter how painful it was, no matter how deep the scar was, his sweat and blood seeped into the ordinary soil as he stepped heavily into it. When he left his foot and moved forward on his footprint, there would be a small stem of grass. The name of this grass was Accomplishment. In each of his footprints there would be a small stem of grass. The stems of grass did not fall when the wind blew. They could not be buried under dust. They grow stubbornly and could be preserved for much longer than the footprints. This way, I would not need to be afraid of losing my way. Renzu was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He tenaciously walked on a road filled with thorns and blades. He was not afraid of bleed or perspiring. He walked further and further. He no longer lost his way. He no longer walked in circles. He went into uncharted territories. He used his blood and sweat to nourish the grass under him. They started growing with more vitality and became taller. Gradually, it was no longer grass that grew from his footprints. They had turned into accomplishment trees. As time passed, the small trees grew into larger trees. The leaves were lush and green. They were even bearing fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He leaned on a tree for rest. He ate the sweet and juicy fruits to recover his stamina. As time passed, he had almost walked in every corner of ordinary abyss. He created a huge forest spanning everywhere he had traveled. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt bliss and joy. But even when the forest covered the entirety of ordinary abyss, he did not find the way out of it. He felt anxious and disappointed. He plucked one fruit and put it in his mouth. The fruit no longer tasted sweet. Instead, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He tried to find the reason and realized, unknowingly, there had been a second heart growing in his body. This heart was called discontent. With this, anything that he ate would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit as he looked at the boundless forest. He no longer felt joy or bliss. At this time, his original heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke in Self-Gu's voice. "O human, I have thought about a way to leave the abyss. You can plant a tall and grand accomplishment tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to leave this place by climbing onto this tree." Renzu thought about it, and his eyes shined. That's right. That is a good idea. But he was troubled again. But how can I plant a tree that is so grand, taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu said, "You use the blood from your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. If you use the blood from your heart, you should be able to plant a great accomplishment tree. Buried under the ground of ordinary abyss are many blades. Why don't you use these blades to stab into your heart? The heart blood that flows out can be used to water the trees." Renzu tried the method that Self-Gu said. The blade stabbed into his heart. It caused an immense pain. This pain was hundreds and thousands of times greater than the ones in his body. Eventually, the trees that were watered grew tall and large. They were much larger than the original trees. Renzu felt pain but also joy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, causing more heart blood to flow out. The more blades he stabbed, the more heart blood flowed out, and the larger the trees he planted. But even the tallest accomplishment tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, as Hope Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree he planted reached the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree cracked open. Inside, a girl came out. "Father! Father!" The girl went into Renzu's embrace. She was very adorable. This was Renzu's fourth child, called Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was also overjoyed. He played around with his daughter. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, he would get her fruits to eat. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara loved to eat fruits. She became healthy and well-fed. She played in the forest every day, feeling immense joy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara urged him many times. "Father, why must you exhaust yourself? Isn't staying here great? There are trees to shelter us, fruits to feed us. We can play here forever. Life will be peaceful until we die of old age." Renzu shook his head. His attitude was firm. He planted an even greater tree, and the branches of the trees left ordinary abyss completely. Boundless forest. Samsara cried. She held on to Renzu's hands as she pleaded. "Father, don't abandon me. I cannot climb trees. If you go, I will be left here alone. I do not know how to plant trees. There are limited fruits. One day I will die of hunger." Renzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you and leave this place." Thus the father and daughter climbed the tree. The higher they went, the more exhausted Renzu felt. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden, even without her. Climbing the tree alone was very dangerous, not to mention carrying a person who could not climb the tree at all. The bigger problem was, the tree started wavering and making cracking noises. Cognition Gu told Renzu, "Oh no, Renzu, you are carrying your daughter. It is impossible to get out of ordinary abyss. This is your accomplishment tree. It cannot help others become extraordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Renzu shook his head. "I do not want to give up." Hope Gu also urged him, "Put her down, otherwise you cannot leave this place, even though you have the hearts of loneliness and discontent. After planting so many trees, your heart blood is already dry. This is your last hope. Look, the tree is about to collapse." Renzu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn from his actions, and seeing that the other Gu worms failed to convince him, it flew out. "Ah, this is killing me." Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu. It bit on Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted in pain. She was furious. She wanted to kill Self-Gu, but this way she let go of her hands. With the shaking tree, she fell off Renzu's back, crashing and tumbling. After breaking her fall from many branches, she landed on the ground. She was in great pain as she started crying. "Daughter!" Renzu shouted, wanting to go down. "It's too late, the tree is going to fall." Self-Gu pushed Renzu. He took a huge step forward subconsciously. He left ordinary abyss. The tree fell. Renzu was at the edge of the cliff. He lost the way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will return to save you." Boundless forest. Samsara cried. She said with much sadness and helplessness, "Father, how could you be so cruel to leave me behind to live here alone? I am so scared." Renzu heard her cries and felt extremely anguished. He checked around ordinary abyss, but could not find a way in. "It is no use," Self-Gu said. "Your accomplishment tree, even if it has fallen, is proof of your grandeur. A grand person is extraordinary. How can a person who is not ordinary enter ordinary abyss? Hu immortal blessed land. Dang Hun palace. Fang Yuan closed greater than in his hands. He sighed as he had a complex expression. Water flowed downwards, while humans moved towards higher ground. Discontented with being ordinary, this was a normal human trait. Dongfang Chongfan was like this. Fang Yuan was also like this. In this aspect, you and I are the same type of people, Fang Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Changfan's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly now as he tried to speak, but because he lost his body, he could not make a sound. However, the resonance caused by his soul was captured by Fang Yuan. He heard the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains say, "If you want to search my soul, go ahead, but to receive my inheritance, it is harder than you think."